Welcome to this live stream. You're probably watching this as a video because you missed a live stream. What we're going to be doing in this live stream is checking out Automobilista 2 custom force feedback. We're going to see if force feedback can fix MS2. Well, I mean, MS2 is not totally broken, but we've had people saying that you need to try these new custom force feedback files, Gamer Muscle. They transform the game, and well, I like force feedback. I like fiddling around with force feedback, so it's always interesting. It's always, you know, DD Guild demands that we play with the force feedback, so that's what we're going to do. And we're going to see how much, if as much, how much, if as much. Dog, that has been filtered. That's been filtered because we don't have links. That's presented us with a force feedback link. Will the game change? Now we do have I have a little bit of a physical problem in that I've pulled all my neck muscles, so hopefully the head doesn't fall off. I just had some painkillers in my quest to become a Twitch Thought, the 2024 year goal. I managed to pull in my entire neck. Every muscle in my neck. Feels like I've been in a car accident. It's getting better. It was pretty bad yesterday, but it's a little bit sore. So we'll see how it goes. Hello. Right, hang on. Need to game a neck muscle. Radiant lights. Hello.
Okay, let's go.
Donk. Go on YouTube and I can mod you on YouTube. It's easier for me to mod people on YouTube, and then you can post a link. Type a message on YouTube. Hello. Oh, I thought it was a force feedback file. Was it a picture of me naked again? By the way, for those of you on Twitch, I am no longer using highly realistic body paint. Only on my nipples. I've got holes in my shirt, and we're using body paint to hide the nipples. But there is, I'm treading the line here because I do feel like there is a lot of implied nudity on this channel. I would say like the single point of this channel is implied nudity. I mean, what implies nudity more than a fish on a housing veld sign? If that doesn't make you take your clothes off, I don't know what will. You know, they keep changing these Twitch terms and conditions, and I'm struggling to keep up. You did, Winkle. Yeah, I'm all about the implied nudity. I find actual nudity pretty boring, but implied nudity, that's what gets me going. The lack of underboob. Can we do this with our elbows and then crop the camera? I know it's implied nudity. Does that work? If we were to crop the view, you need the elbows higher. You just, it's like the bottom trick, you know, when you do a close-up of that and it looks like a bum, you know. Oh dear, implied nudity. I'm implying that everyone in chat is naked. Will there be a summary? No, we don't summarise anything, Bose Beaver. Nice beaver. Applied nudity, right. Where are these custom force feedback files? First of all, let's go to Automobilista 2 forums. Automobilista. Reza hate dyslexic. You would never call your game Automobilista unless you hated dyslexics. I mean, it's almost as bad as like half the German words. I mean, to be fair, same with kunos. I think sim developers hate dyslexics. Kunos Similizoni, Assetto Corsa Competizione. What bloody people? Right, hang on, here we go. Wait, general discussion. Is it in general discussion? Maybe it's in that. That's because that's kind of logic we're operating with here. Here we go. Automobilista 2 custom force feedback overview and recommendations. I'm on a forum. It's nice that I like that sim devs use 90s forums to organise stuff. Helps me relive nostalgia. Hello. Right. What's this? What's this? Someone's put... Until update 1.5, Reza, it was a tedious lot of work. With 1.5 after it became easier and easier for me because the physics were finally right. Debatably. Now I can adjust all customs 1 to 2 hours after update. I had no idea that customs would be so well received by people. What comes next? Oh, he doesn't have time. Okay. Daniel doesn't have time to do custom force feedback. Oh well. Curses! I was dependent on Daniel's force feedback. That was going to change my life. Disrespect. No, I think other languages disrespect dyslexics. Actually, German's not too bad because it's quite literal, and the words, and it's just word after word after word. It makes Germans. That's why I like Germany, because they're not disrespectful of dyslexics. Well, Richard, look, we got to try it before we deny it. I find the default plus force feedback totally fine as well, so I don't know what people. But you know, look, I'm humouring the AMS2 fanboys. The cult of AMS2. Yeah, I mean, I think the default force feedback's fine, to be honest. Like, you can feel what the cars are doing, but... Well, look, we're going to try it. Oh, you guys are so dismissive. I honestly, actually, really, have you driven a race car? You don't know what you're talking about, guys. Unless you've driven a Formula 1 car competitively... Really? How would you know what good or bad force feedback is? What's a good... is Kaku Madog. The new 2024 File Gut Vukta V1 available at Race Department. Quite a new feel. Tuned with endurance and consistency in mind. Surely... Right. Surely all force feedback should be consistent, and also you would get used to it. Like, if you can feel what the car's doing, that would make you consistent. Therefore, any force feedback that lets you feel what the car's doing by default would be consistency in mind. I don't know what's going on with in people's heads. Right, well, we'll try this. AMS2 custom FFB. I feel like with AMS2 that there's like headless chickens. They don't. This is the impression I get. I could be wrong. That could be me cynical. But you know, right, here we go. Downloading it off Race Department. I'll give you guys a link to where we're getting it from, so you guys can try it as well. I'm sure I'll do it wrong, whatever I do. I mean, that's the case with everything I do, to be honest. Oh, well. Right, here's the link. Oh, it's all game changing. This will change the game. Heavy messing? What's heavy messing? Sounds like some kind of Christmas pudding. Or can I have some mince pies and some heavy messing? Or can I have some brandy butter with my heavy messing, please? The warning is at the top. Exactly. His words only make sense if you don't know anything. You can have the fish. Yeah, you can get them off Amazon. It was like £15. It's quite a big fish. It looks small, but it's quite far away. That's what I say to women. It looks small. It looks small, but it's quite far away. I'm just really tall, and you know, or they're really tall. Hang on, be careful. We're getting into we're getting into dangerous territory of humour here. Implied nudity, God, don't imply any nudity. Sorry. Winter 2023. Right, I'm downloading this update. Nobody in chat imply nudity, please. Don't get banned off Twitch. Tony Smitherson. Hello. Are you opening a museum, Tony? Welcome to the Tony Smitherson Museum. Museum. What would your museum be? Oh, thanks for subscribing. Wood rides. Oh, that should be that alert's really not clear, is it? Right, thanks, Wood rides. Hang on, why is that? Let's just move the alerts here. Put that there. Thank you very much. Fix that. Right, where is it? It's documents, isn't it? It's where custom force feedback goes. Yeah, what museum would Tony Smitherson be? This is like a knitting machine museum. Or it'd be like a Victorian. It'd be the Museum of Automated Knitting. It'd be like one of those museums you'd get in a little British village next to a river with a nice coffee shop. It'd be like a 15-minute walk around, like a Victorian, you know what I mean? And then there are pictures of like, did you know children used to lose limbs on the knitting machines? That's Tony Smitherson's knitting museum. Old English knitting museum. Your forehead isn't enough implied nudity. Well, no, it's actual nudity. Look at all this skin. Also, look at how I missed this part when I shaved my head. I'm going to do a mohawk next time I shave my head. We'll leave the middle, but look, this is like a... it looks like a bird is like shat on me while I was flying over. It's like, what is... How do I miss this one bit? These bits are fine, but how do I miss that? I mean, I do have to... I shave my head myself. I mean, it's pretty skillful getting all the sides. How do I do the sides and everything else but miss this? Out of all places to miss... Right, documents, Automobilista 2. Yeah, I'm gonna do a mohawk. I need to remember every time I shave my head, I forget to like leave the middle. I need like a template, and then we could have like a bold mohawk. That'd be cool. Only like a thin one. I just think that'd be fun. Yeah, normally. So right, here we go. I know you came here for force feedback, guys, but we're talking about boldness. What's better than force feedback being bold? When you shave your head as a baldy, these are the bits you tend to miss. Here, because you feel like you're shaving your beard off when you're not, so you always end up missing this bit. Underneath your ear here is really hard to remember to shave because you have to shave it from different angles. Here as well, because it feels like you're going to accidentally shave your eyebrow, even though you're miles away from your eyebrow. It feels like you're going to shave your eyebrow. One of these days I probably will do. And then at the back, this bit here is really hard to do. And then sides at the back, it always feels like you've done the back a million times. I've gotten pretty good at it though. It's only taken 5-6 years of practice. No, I don't use a mirror. I do it with my... I don't look. I'm not a noob. Why would you use a mirror? I do it in the shower. I'm going to put a mirror in the shower. It'll get steamed up. Yeah. Right, where's the force feedback? Oh, here we go. Custom force feedback. It's in the Automobilista 2 document. So let's open this thing. Oh, I say again, guys. On my quest to become a thought, I've been doing more exercise, and unfortunately, I've pulled every single neck muscle. So, depending on how good the painkillers I'm taking are, we might have to end this stream prematurely, or get a neck brace. Oh, that's so nice. Ah, relief. Relief. Oh, bloody hell. I don't know how you manage to pull every single muscle in your neck at the same time. It's pretty genius. Every single one. Not just one. All of them. Every single... It's like I've done go-karting or Formula 1 race or something. Adds to the realism. Right, here we go. Gut factor, force feedback. Right, I'm going to back up the old one. And we're going to put a new one in here. Put new one in. There we go. And then it should just load it. It's quite cool how that works in MS2. Hang on, the Flash. Nothing like showering while depressed and whipping foggy mirror with your hand to look at your face feeling disappointed. I don't have any mirrors because that way I'd have to look at my face. But I'm on the internet and I have to look at my face there. Shit. Actually, I would say doing YouTube and being on camera a lot, as someone that's like, I don't like my face. I don't dislike how I look. Just to me, I'm like ambivalent to it. But like normally, it's like when you hear your voice for the first time, you're like, oh shit, it's just weird, right? But the great thing is, if you do like a lot of camera stuff, a lot of YouTube or a lot of talking, you just get to a point where you're like, oh, you're like, I mean, you don't really care. I guess some people are like, oh, I'm so pretty. But I mean, that's what those maybe that's what those influencer girls, the good-looking like girls that do all the pictures. They never take a picture of the thing they're at. It's just them. It's just them taking selfies all the time. Maybe they're like, oh, I look so good. I look so good. I've never had that problem myself. But yeah, I think it's quite good to be completely ambivalent to how you look, which I think comes with time. Same with the voice example is probably a better example. Like when you first hear your voice recorded, you're like, I don't sound like that. So, yeah. Right, here we go. I've got it installed. We just need to launch the game. Product has to be in the picture. Well, half the time it isn't, though, is it? It is. It's so weird. Because I know quite a few, like, female influencers, and there's nothing against them. Like, they do loads of pictures. They do work. I mean, good on them. I would do it if I was an attractive girl or attractive guy. I would totally do that if I could. If I could get away with it, I'd do that. So I'm not having a go at them. But it is strange that it's like, I'm sure you guys in chat, most of us, if you take a selfie, like you feel weird. A selfie's weird. It's like, well, why? I don't want you to look at my face. Why would other people want to look at my face? Do you know what I mean? Like, even if you were good looking, you would kind of think, why do people want to look at my face as opposed to like unless you've done something like unique, like if you're cosplaying or you're not really showing off your face, just showing off the thing that you've done. So it's really strange. Came up to live streams are like a box of chocolates. Air fryers today. Head shaving skills. Yeah. Well, you know, got to keep the viewers on the toes with entertainment. We keep things so entertaining. You're quite nice looking in your last picture on Instagram from 2 years ago. Yeah, I think the last picture I got is like from years ago of me. They're all shit though. Like, yeah. I tell you what's weird is, I don't know any of you guys that are bald. I noticed that Apple cameras, Apple phone, you know, like iPhone. We're just loading the game here. iPhone, the lens on the iPhone makes your head look like a bulb. It makes my head look like a bulb. It really doesn't work well with bald people. But the Apple Android phones, Pixels and just random Samsung and whatever, totally fine. Also camera lenses, totally fine. Sony default lenses, TV lenses, all fine really. It's just something about iPhone makes your bald head look really weird. I don't know why. I don't know why, but Chedhead, perhaps if you've had a lifetime of people telling you you're good looking, selfies seem normal. Yeah, maybe it is that. I mean, it's strange. But then I've noticed, so people that I know who are like extremely attractive, like women that are really hot, they were totally unaware that they were hot, because a lot of people didn't tell them. They just act weird around them because so many people fancied them, or jealous. Other girls will act a bit different around them because they're really good looking. Same with like good looking guys. I think people act different around good looking people because they're intimidated by it. But so from that good looking person's perspective, that's then the norm. But yeah, I've known some girls that were really good looking and they were completely unaware of it. Like they weren't being like like playing it down. From their perspective, they were like, oh, that's how everyone must see the world. Oh, it must be like this for everyone. They were totally unaware. They were some people are aware and they play it up, but so they're like friends where they completely 100% were unaware. That's how you get like really ugly guys with really good looking people. We've got hope. We have hope. No, most of them know, can't debate, but some don't. So with guys as well, some male friends I've had are like very conventionally attractive. They wouldn't realize, like they don't realize how much of an advantage it is. Yeah, we're all we're all good looking here. On this channel, it's all about the implied nudity. Let's be honest. Right, let's try this in single player first. And let's try, what car should we... Let's try one of the GT3 new ones. Man, who doesn't like implied nudity? It's just weird saying. Hang on, where's the... Right, the actual... Right, guys, the actual... I posted it on Twitter, the actual message from Twitter, from Twitch. Right. The way this reads... The way this reads, we don't permit streamers to be fully or partially nude. So they could just say no nudity at all. I'll read it out and then just break this down. It's so weird. We don't permit streamers to be fully or partially nude, including exposing genitals or buttocks. or buttocks. Genitals or buttocks. That's the first two lines. The first two lines. Genitals or buttocks. We've got to get the buttocks in there. I'm going to read it. Stop. Nor, this is in capital, this is in bold. Nor do we permit streamers to imply or suggest that they are fully or partially nude, including, but not limited to, covering breasts or genitals with objects or sensor bars. We do not permit the visible outline of genitals, even when covered. Broadcasting nude or partially nude minors is always prohibited. Coal miners. They don't mean children. They really don't like the coal mining industry. Regardless of context. For those who present as women, we ask that you cover your nipples and do not expose your underbust. Underbust. Oh no! I've been hit! I'm on a bicycle! I've been hit by a piece of transport and I'm now under the underbust. I mean these words. Cleavage is unrestricted as long as these coverage requirements are met and it's clear that the streamer is wearing clothing. Right, I mean, right, there's so much in that's like bizarre. Don't expose your genitals or buttocks. I mean, I was reading through the start and I was like, God, I'm not exposing genitals. Oh, we're good. Oh no, they block the buttocks. God. Oh, dude, it's so stupid. It's just really weird, but funny. So I'm quite glad they did it. Right, let's try this car. Oh no, implied underbuttock. Hang on, underbust. Would you guys like to see my underbust? Oh dear. Oh, we need to go to testing, don't we? So we can just pootle around here. Underbust. Yeah, I know, but right. The thing is, it's not But also, first of all, hang on, what was it? If you, for those of you that present as a woman, so if you have a male body, but you present as a woman, or do they just mean people with breasts? How big are the breasts? Like, sure, if you're doing the thing where you're like, anyone can say whatever they want to be, like, anyone can say the gender, whatever the gender they want to be presented as, fine, then what about someone that happens to look particularly masculine, but they want to be feminine? Or they want to be perceived as, can they not do it? How does that, well, what if someone's particularly feminine and wants to be masculine? So let's say you are a woman, or you have a female body, you've got breasts, or you're morbidly obese. But let's say you're born as a woman, and you have quite large breasts, right? You've not had any surgery or anything, but you identify as a man, and you shouldn't have to change how you look. If you feel a certain way, you could say whatever you want to be perceived a certain way. Like, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. So, can someone that presents as a man but ostensibly looks very feminine because they have large breasts, can they show a nipple? Like, who's gonna, right, how do you enforce that? So, like, the thing is, at the end of the day, nudity is fine. Like, it's this sexualization of it's important, and then so you need a panel of people that go, is this content clearly designed to appeal to, like, horny teenagers on the internet? Right, yeah, okay, when we make the decision, you can't codify it. That's the thing. So, yeah, but the problem is, Americans in general, and the West in general, is really upset by nudity. And all nudity is sexual. Even though it obviously isn't. I mean, I don't know if any of you been to, like, Europe, or, like, you're normal, you can be naked and it's not sexual. Like, you know, you could be on a nudist beach. It's like, well, there's naked people. You could be in a museum with, or, you know, whatever. Yeah, not all the West, but it's very much like a sort of Christian British, Christian American. You go to, like, Spain, France, Germany. Like, in Germany, it's really normal for there to be, like, people topless and stuff, like women and men or whatever. You know, it's just it's so weird. So but ironically, by perceiving any nudity, like, it's the whole breastfeeding thing. People are like, oh my god, you can't feed a baby. We might see a breast. It's like, there's a woman feeding a baby. There's nothing sexual. Well, maybe for some people, but generally speaking, it's a baby being fed is how humans feed their children. Why can't, I mean, okay, there's a time and a place, and I don't think people should, like, it's like changing a nappy. Maybe don't do that on a public table. But, I mean, breastfeed, it's not messy, really. Don't know why it bothers people. It's so weird, this, like, arbitrary prudism. And then it's weird. It's more of an American thing, yeah. The Maoris with tribal tattoos. It's illegal in the UK. It's illegal in the UK to ask a breastfeeding woman to cover herself. Move or stop. What do you mean, move or stop? To move. Oh, to move whilst breastfeeding or stop breastfeeding. It's illegal. Who's going to enforce that? It depends how old the woman's breastfeeding is. I mean, if a woman was breastfeeding a 40-year-old in public, then it could be a problem. That I'm pretty sure someone could say, stop breastfeeding that pensioner. Bet you didn't know you're going to be having that image in your head whilst watching this stream. I mean, look, we drink cow's milk. Why not drink human? I mean, I would find it disgusting, but it is weird that we're perfectly happy drinking cow's milk, but then human milk is like, the thought of it is absolutely repulsive. I guess it's being pasteurised. Bitty. It's illegal to stop them or throw them out of somewhere because they're doing it. What if they were breastfeeding in a public swimming pool? Bobbing up and down with the baby, milk spilling everywhere, everyone's swimming in the breast milk. Nice swim. Let me just dip my tea bag. What if you, how many breastfeeding women would you need to put in an Olympic swimming pool to fill it with breast milk? I mean, I reckon it's got to be, how much milk does a breast produce? Probably like 150 mil. Hang on. How much breast milk does a single human breast produce? Hang on, that's not going to work because I've got my headphones on. These are the important questions. How much breast milk does a single human breast produce in one sitting? Got to be precise. Oh, 54. Oh, 234 millilitres. That's impressive. That's some high octane mammary gland action. What's a normal breast milk supply? Okay, so let's say it's 200 mil. Is that in a single sitting or is that in a day? Hang on. Hang on. An infant who's exclusively breastfeeding might need between 478 millilitres of breast milk a day to 1,300 a litre of breast milk. That's actually really, really impressive. That a gland on a body, on a human, can produce that much fluid. Like, that's actually really that's actually really impressive. Like, what? Like, because it's not like peeing where you've drunk a liquid and then you're excreting the waste fluid, but like that's just gone through your body and being filtered out. Milk has to be like, okay, it takes the water, but then it puts like your body's putting like fat and white blood cells, and it's a whole mixture of stuff. So it's having to basically it's like actually do the breast filter like a pancreas? This is well interesting. I'll have to research all this, but that's mental. I wouldn't have thought you would be able to. I mean, I guess in each sitting it's 200 millilitres, but still, that seems like a lot of fluid. Weird Google history. Anyway, so let's say how many litres is in a swimming pool, guys? Oh, a mum might nurse 4 to 13 times. Jesus Christ, you need some like nipple cream for that. I guess babies don't have teeth, so. Yeah, so how many litres is in an Olympic swimming pool? Please do some racing. No, we're setting up force feedback, but we're also investigating milk. That's genuinely really impressive. I can't think of another gland. I mean, I always find like spiders. Oh, here we go. 2,500,000 litres. 2.5 million litres. Okay. So if a woman produces, let's say, 200 millilitres in one sitting, what's 2,500,000 divided by 200? Twice, guys, do the math. Do the math. Right, let's do a lap with the. Do the math, guys. You need over 10 million women. They're not going to fit in the pool, are they? They're never going to fit in the pool. You could stack them on the diving board and have them like filling up the pool from the diving board. I mean, maybe you could surround them around the outside. There's no way that this is logistically going to work. God, the dream's been dashed. Right, you found it out here, guys, for the first time ever. We're never going to be able to fill an Olympic swimming pool in real time with human breast milk. Sorry that you had to find it out like this. God. El Stanzi, right on topic with your stream. I was thinking on one of these Saturday night, what? Drive feel, but something's still off in AMS2. And we're talking about milk, mate. Milk, mate. Get your milk in the morning fresh. Myth busted. Today on Mythbusters, we've hired 2 million women. Jamie's helping the women get ready for the myth. Mythbusters as well, good. 10 million women with no, they have to have children because you can't, you can't produce breast milk without a child, can you? Implied, I've implied 10 no, only topless nudity. That was the only implied nudity there. Probably, ow! Probably already been done. Yeah, everything's already been done in anime. With hormones, you can induce milking. I induce your mum's milk. Oh, dear Christ. Right. White milk is just such like a... Human milk is such a weird thing. I've told you guys about when I was on the plane back from... what was it? It might have been Sim Racing Expo or something. I don't know. I was coming on a plane back from something and a woman was next to me with a young child and she was breastfeeding the child and I was helping her with the kid. It's only like a few month old. And then she like finished breastfeeding it. We landed and I'm like, oh, I'll hold the child while you get your stuff. And I pick the child up and it goes, fresh breast milk all over me. And I was just like, no. And that, you know, it was all right. I didn't really mind. But obviously the woman was like, she was like, oh my God. And then after thinking about it, I was like, actually, that's a really weird scenario where a person has consumed another person's bodily fluids and then injected them onto another person who, I don't know the baby or the woman. So, actually the most absurd... Yeah, it's alright, it's babies, isn't it? You know, I like kids anyway, so... You know, fortunately I only had a 40-minute tube journey and then a 1-hour train journey with milk child vomit all over me. Oh, wow. Yeah, in America. Now we can imagine how bad it is if you have to travel with children. So put it in your tea. But the only thing I don't like about baby vomit is you get that like weird greeny baby vomit, and not. You know what it is? There's something about baby vomit that's just like, well. I mean, all vomit's pretty bad, but... There should be. Imagine finding that... imagine keeping a record of that baby and then reminding them that they vomited on you 20 years ago when they're older. You go, do you remember? Does lactose intolerant milk allergy affect triggering human milk too? Well, so from what I understand, lactose intolerance normally occurs with older age, like so not in children. But yeah, it probably is different with different animals as well. Right, so I mean, in my mind, the default force feedback is actually, I think it's all right in this, you know. It's tricking my brain. The tyre skid sound is tricking my brain. What What is it with AMS2 where people say stuff like that? Like, right, first of all, yes, sound affects your perception of grip and what's going on massively. But would you not expect someone that's done game development, has 20 plus years of sim racing experience, has produced audio for video games, not sound effects though, in fairness, do you not think they might be aware of the effects of audio and how it affects perception? Possibly, maybe not. Too busy talking about baby vomit. You need the discombobulator. You had a duck vomit on you. Ah, jeez. Right, we're just driving around with the default force feedback here with this. The thing is, I think this default plus force feedback is totally fine. Like, you can feel the car's totally fine, and I don't know why people insist you need to oh, thanks for subscribing. Why they insist you need custom force feedback? Because, like, the thing is, AMS2 is very, very easily drivable, which isn't unrealistic. It's just that the way it wants to be driven is that you get on the throttle really aggressively and the front doesn't hook up on braking. It's the same as Project Cars 2. Yeah, you could. Well, yeah, I think the setups in Project Cars 2 was a big issue. I've turned the TC off, I know. Like, I'd say Project AMS2 is probably one of the easiest sims to drive. Like, it almost drives as if there's an assist on. Can breast feed the sim? I mean, I can't. The thing is, I can't just be dismissed for being a bad driver now because we did the 5K I rating challenge. So, you know. The thing that you notice in AMS2 is there's not really a transition.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Like, look at that slide, it's mental. There's not a transition from like grip to slip. That's what a friend of mine would say. Someone I know that drives real race cars, they would say the issue with this is that there's no transition from grip to slip. It's like you're always in some kind of constant. Also, when all four wheels give out laterally, it slides forever. Yeah, the VR is great in this. We will. I'm just doing so we're just doing laps with the default force feedback here with TC off. We've got some yeah, we've got TC off, and I'm just try and get into a general see, like the zone for where the limit is huge. Like, it's like road tires in how it feels. I mean, it might not be, but like, and then the way it hooks up on the throttle is like you get magic grip on the throttle. which doesn't make sense. The issue in Project Cars 2 was that you got magic grip from turning the steering more. So you could basically, you keep turning the steering wheel way past where the actual limit would be for the front tyres, and the car would like get magic magic turning grip. I don't think AMS2 does that. Or if it does, it's nowhere near how it was in Project Cars 2. I'm always touching my nipples, implied nipple touching. Oh yeah, all sims are really good with VR. Quest 3 is really good with driving. Right. See, I think what it is, I think the people that like AMS2, like more so than they like R Factor 2 and AC, I think it's because AMS2 is really, really, really forgiving to drive, and like really, it's like it's because you don't have that that aggressive sort of grip to them being at the limit, gain and fall off. It's more like a smooth transition. It's like you've got road tyres. The tyres behave more like some kind of road tyre, not a slick tyre. So it means you have like a lead into the grip loss, and then it's all like really linear, if that makes sense. Whereas in AC 1, it's quite aggressive. Like when you go into the braking. When you go over the limit, there's like a hump that you're going over, which is my experience with real world slick tyres, is they bite the road, really, really aggressively bite the road, and then they give out quite aggressively, but there's the zone on the limit where you want to try and hold the car, and they give out really aggressively, and they bite back in really aggressively. They don't behave like a road tyre, which is always like, oh, you're turning, it's sliding, it's sliding on, the grip's now coming back. It's like, grip, grip, grip. Oh, full enough grip. Oh, grip return. Like, that's what slick tyres are like, and that doesn't come across to me in this. This comes across like, I wouldn't say it's not like road tyres exactly. It's not like a Skip Barber or something, but it's like if you put road tyres on this type of car. So I've actually been in a GT4 car in real life that had road tyres on it, and it was more like this. But I think this is meant to have slick tyres on it. I mean, it could be something else creating that feeling, but that's just how it comes across to me. We'll try the custom force feedback. This is perfectly drivable though. Like this car on this track like this is way better than GT7 and Forza. So you know, I mean, it's like on another level better than Forza. It's just like AC and R Factor 2 are even better. Slick, yeah, they snap in like even in Assetto Corsa, the grip loss and grip return is not as aggressive as it is in real cars.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
King of the Hatch, thank you.
Good morning, Buckeye Racing. All hail the Church of Force feedback.
Ah, nice rounded, subtle comment there. Really appreciate that. If iRacing could sort out that tyres getting stuck over the limit, I think it'll be one of the better sims to play. If they can fix that, fix the netcode, I think it'll be like, I actually like it. Lino, slip is magic once you go over the threshold. What do you mean? Lino Carrera coming at us from Portugal, from Lisbon. Lino, you know, if I go to Lisbon, I'm going to let you know. We'll go go-karting. We need to get Tiago Lima as well. We're trying out new force feedback, but I'm just trying out the default plus force feedback at the moment, which I think is totally fine, to be honest. Like, this has way better force feedback than ACC. I mean, I would say this has got better force feedback than R Factor 2 as well. Oh, you went further up north. Oh no, Tiago has, yeah. We'll pick him up. Right, I'll do a few more laps here. I'm just dialing myself in. See, I think the limit... Oh, we're just about to run out of fuel anyway. The limit in this is really vague because it's so wide and because the car's kind of wanting to go into a massive slide. It makes the limit in the game feel ill-defined. So I think that's a really satisfying thing in AC1 is that the where the limit is really clear in the physics and the force feedback, like what the productive limit. So when you're actually on the limit in terms of what is actually the fastest way to drive around the corner on the given line you're on, it's very clear in the force feedback that you're on it, and that's the same sensation you get in a real car. Like well, not always, but like you generally, even like in a rental go-kart, there's a certain feeling to when you're on it with the tyres. You know, like the car gets a bit light and poisey, and the car's like more nimble weirdly, and more agile and more sensitive because the tyres are actually at the limit. And it's a very this is a feeling, like it's a specific feeling, and I think that's what AC does somehow. I don't know how it gets that, but somehow sometimes you can get it in iRacing actually, to be fair. When you're really on the limit in iRacing, you can feel that this force feedback gets a little bit mushy, a little bit vague, and then you've got a little bit of poise to the vehicle. Problem with iRacing is you go over that limit at all, it's all totally broken. But up until that point, it's actually pretty good. Yeah, exactly, Lino. 100%. iRacing is like the limit doesn't exist, and in AMS2, it's like the car is always driving over the limit at all times. It's never got that butt bit in thing, and it's yeah. And is massively controllable over the limit in all Madness Engine games. But it is weird, isn't it, that you'd have two sims that are claiming to be the realistic and they're both totally different. Right, let's try this other force feedback. So, restart the session. Oh, I thought that's default plus force feedback, right? That was the default plus force feedback. Which did like 10 laps. Felt totally fine. Like I could drive the car perfectly fine from that. The default. Hang on, where is it? Where's the force feedback? Yeah, so these are the settings I was running. You could probably run less damper. I'm using a Moza R12, so you know. And I've turned the gain down because I have I have tennis elbow and shoulder issues at the moment, and neck issues. My body's just falling apart. But like even with the settings I've got, you can feel what the car's doing. Way better force feedback than ACC. I'd say better force feedback than R Factor 2 in many ways, because R Factor 2 has that weird graininess to it and vague. Like it's over the top for what the contact patch is doing in terms of bumps and stuff. So yeah, I thought it was good. I think the default plus force feedback in this is fine. Like, it's not doing any like mental tugging or over the top stuff, which is often a problem. That was a big problem in Project Cars 2. Yeah, with the problem with R Factor 2 is that it's so dependent from car to car. Of all the simulators, the specific tyre that they're using on that specific car, and then the specific car that's developed in R Factor 2 is massively affects the force feedback and everything. That's one of the reasons why R Factor 2 is so hard to develop for, because it's so like finicky and there's so much stuff there. Hell no, you're telling me that sitting in a sim rig for hours on it. Oh, ironically, when I sit in my sim rig, it's fine. It's when I try and become a Twitch thought. It's when I do exercise I have issues. That's the problem. So you right, so we got this custom force feedback here. Let's see. Let's just we'll just drive it with these things, but you probably need different settings. But we'll try. Torin Holland, you have to wonder if iRacing and AMS2 have just reached the limits of their game engines. Well, so iRacing, they have different tyre models on different cars, and I'm sure they balance things based off how it operates in terms of tyre wear, how it fits in with the esports stuff, and how stuff works with like the ovals, and then obviously they've got their big weather thing come in, and so you don't want to change. Why bother changing stuff before the weather update, which is going to have a big impact on stuff as well. So, you know, and then also the problem with driving sims or any simulator, any physics simulator, anything complex, one change in one place causes an issue in some other place, and so it always ends up being like a weird adjusting of loads of stuff to try and make the end result on average be the best end result possible. And it's not necessarily immediately obvious which change of all the hundreds or thousands of variables is the correct change to get the end result that you want. And it can be totally counterintuitive. It's like I was actually thinking about this earlier today. Like if you ever do mastering of music in like Fruity Loops or Ableton or something, like you know, you're doing EQing all the different instruments in a track, even if it's a simple track like like dance or something, trance or dance. When you do stuff like noise gates or like even the volumes, or even when you pick in the synthesizer, like the different tones, or adjusting tiny bits of different synthesizers, how that then interacts with other frequencies. And then how you then get that to all come together so the end result ends up being the best end result is like maddening. So like, because you could sometimes, if you, I don't know, this is probably lost on people that don't make music, but you can be making music, and if you do synthesize electronic music, you can find a sound, a synthesizer, or you can make your own sound from a synthesizer. You're like, oh, that sounds amazing, absolutely fantastic synth sound. You're like, oh, it's really like different, grungy, like really punchy. You're like, oh, awesome. And then so you have that synth sound that you've built yourself or you've just found a plugin, and then you try and combine it with a bass synthesizer. And then you're like, no, now I need to change the bass synth. And you're like, oh no, now I need to change the lead synth. And then you're like, oh, okay. And then you kind of get that working. You're like, okay, well, this sounds different to what I wanted from the synth originally, but I'm just going to go with it. And then you're like then you start doing like drums and other stuff. And you're like, oh no, now the bass doesn't go with that. And so then you tweak this and that and this and that and this and that. And then you're like, And then after like hours of dicking around, you get something that can sound really, really good, really balanced, punchy. But it's never going to be that original raw initial synth sound, or like you have to actually fudge things and mess around with everything to get the actual original essence of what you had in your head originally, or the synth sound originally. That, unless you do music, that's probably a useless analogy. But yeah, there you go. I tried. But I think that's the problem with physics engines, is there's so many variables. Anything with lots of variables, it's very hard. Variables that interact with each other, it's very hard to get a specific desired end result. Was it a perfect analogy? Yeah, but only for people that make music, which is like 3 people. There's got to be a more mainstream analogy. Look here, Bram, there's no rush. We're taking it easy. Why is my... Okay, so there's a engine vibration effect in this force feedback file that it's probably just need to turn that off. It's probably an effect. So that kind of stuff is terrible, I think. I see why people do it, but I don't like it. Alex, if we could just have a rack force for AMS2, why? No, not necessarily. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think as an option, but you can edit AMS2 force feedback to just be rack force. I think that's an option. Yeah, AMS2 has like a dynamic damper size. Yeah, and also different vehicles use that value differently. Right. Yeah, so as I was saying, you can. One of the really good things with AMS2 is that you can edit the force feedback pretty much entirely, because so I was one of the backers of Project Cars 1 and Project Cars 2 when they were doing World of Mass development, and also just all the initial forum stuff. One of the things that the community was asking for was the ability to fully customize the force feedback, so that's why Madness Engine has totally exposed force feedback, so you can really significantly alter the force feedback by editing the custom force feedback file to a degree that you just can't do with any other sims. And I think that's really good, but I think the default plus force feedback was fine, so now, well, we'll see. We'll see if this is better or not. I mean, okay, so this is already a bit weird. Right, we've got some effects for like engine vibration and gear shifting, which you don't need really, but I can see why people like them. And there's a vibration effect for the slip. So this is like a true force type effects on top of the force feedback. But then the self-aligning is a lot less aggressive with this custom force feedback. Well, we'll see what happens when the back steps out. This feels really weird, this custom force feedback. But this is the other thing. Yeah, so this custom force feedback is actually really vague for rotation. The other thing is, personally, I don't mind different force feedback as long as you can feel what the sim's doing, and that can be conveyed in totally different ways. It doesn't really matter, does it? I think some people latch onto like a specific force feedback feel. Yeah, I mean this Affialte file is weird. It's got less useful information in it than the default plus. So as I do this turn in here, it's really muted. Well, I'll change these settings. Maybe the damper's really aggressive. Yeah, AMS2 is probably the easiest sim to drive, yeah. Which is not a bad thing. Like real cars are quite easy to drive, so yeah. This is getting so yeah. This is weird. This force feedback. I wouldn't recommend this to people. I mean, maybe it's the damper. Let's change some of these. Probably should have read the text file with it. Let's turn this FX thing down and because so when you use custom force feedback files with AMS2, the gain low force FX damping can be used to do different things. So let's just turn these off and see how it affects it. Yeah, so the FX is doing all those the vibrations for engine vibration and what have you. Oh, it's got very weak self-aligning, so let's turn it up. Miximada. Yeah, well, it depends on the car in real life, doesn't it? That's the thing. So like a Radical SR3 has pretty stiff steering, like probably like the equivalent of like 15 Newton meters up to like 25 Newton meters. Front wheel drive. The Toyota Celica I drove was probably like 8 to 9 Newton meters maximum. I think it's got power steering. Most cars with power steering will be like 8 to 12 Newton meters, just because it's comfortable. And then like rental cars will be like 8 to 10 Newton meters, but it's just dampened. You can't feel anything. Be driving it through your body. So this is the thing, like you don't need, in a real car, you don't need to be able to feel what the car's doing through the wheel necessarily, because you can feel it through your body. Some real cars, you can feel a lot through the steering wheel. Some you can't feel anything, but they're all unified by the fact that you can feel what's going on through your body. That's what allows a driver to just jump into any car, is that they all have... Yeah, this is weird. This I would not recommend this, because this is on my wheel, which is 12 Newton meter. You can see that the car's stepping out, and the force feedback isn't conveying the... I don't know. Maybe if I turn it up, it just feels very dampened. Yeah, the force feedback's weird on the Radical in R Factor 2. Right, I'm just yeah, you can't feel the rear with this. Maybe I need to turn it up though. Let's turn this up and then turn it down on the wheel. Thing is, I think different people also immediately jump. Oh fucking hell! Got it on pretty high. Different people, maybe I don't know, less experienced sim racers they want a very specific force feedback feeling, and if it doesn't give that exact feeling, they're like, no. It's like, oh, if the wheel doesn't. So back in the day, if the wheel didn't feel heavy, a lot of people were like, oh, it's unrealistic. Because they're driven like a road car with power steering. And so they'd be like, oh, it's quite stiff and dampened. So you'd have wheels like the ECCI, which was really smooth, but it was so slow to react and stuff. It just felt sluggish and smooth. And then a lot of people were like, oh, that's so realistic. Yeah, I think ACC's just got broken physics, to be honest. I think there's a problem with the Unreal Engine. Yeah, well, this force feedback's messed up. There's like a disconnect between the... You can... When you're like turning, at a point where there should be correction, like there should be counter steer from the force feedback. There's like too much internal damping for the, like it doesn't want to counter steer correctly. So yeah, whatever they've done with this force feedback is terrible. I mean, so I wouldn't recommend that. Like over the default plus was a lot better. I've just tried it on high gain. I've tried with the FX off, and we've gone through different stuff here. I would not recommend that force feedback file. This is the hang on, what is it? I'll find the this is the R fucked 5.0.1K by Karsten with Shadok and Panos. I would not use that. Nismo. Yeah, I think it's blind leading the blind mostly, because you have people that are like. So I think the only valid philosophy on force feedback should really be the thing would be one, the developer gets the real steering feel from the real car, or like measures it some way, or has some literal way of doing the force feedback like you would get from a real steering wheel, and they do that as an option in the game. So that would be the developer's best attempt at mirroring the exact feel of that specific car from the data they have and what they've measured. That would be one thing that developers should offer. Then the second thing would be stuff in the force feedback that still is driven by the physics, like the load of the car, the understeer, all these things, but options that allow you to feel what the car, like the rotation of the car, the load of the car, you know, that should be an optional thing that you can add to it. It's not canned effects, it's still physics driven. And then the goal would really be, the initial goal would be what lets you feel what the car's doing in the sim. So forget like, oh, I like this specific feeling, or I like that specific feeling. The goal would be, so for example, when you're turning, if you are on the brakes and understeering, the force feedback should get lighter in correspondence with the front tyres losing grip. So like an understeer effect of the force getting lighter. To be honest, if the back's stepping out and going over the limit, you would expect a correction, like self-aligning force, but then you would also expect when you got more grip, the force feedback to be heavier. When you got less grip, the force feedback to be lighter. It's not quite that simple, but that's the information that you actually drive from. That's what's analogous to the load you feel in your body. That's useful to understand what you should be doing to get the car to go faster, or how to react to the vehicle. AC1 just happens to do that accidentally. I don't think they intended to do that. AC1 happens to do that very, very well. I think the default force feedback in this happens to do that pretty well, to be honest. I think it's reflecting the physics of the game pretty well. You know, it's not, I don't know what these other custom force feedback files are doing, but we'll try another one. Can anyone recommend another custom force feedback file? Anybody got a recommendation? I'll give it a go. But that was the Panos whatever. It seemed broken. Yeah, well, I was using that counter debate, but heavy messing with smooth. Okay. Who doesn't like some heavy messing with smooth? Well, he wanted us to check it out. Right, where's this heavy messing with smooth file? What's the full I'm trying different files. We're just going through stuff. Well, let me know if you've got a link. I can make you a mod so you can post links. Jacqueline Pereira. I mean, the thing I noticed as well. So if you've got a yeah, but where on the okay? Here he is on the foot. I found him in the force feedback, custom force feedback thing. What I noticed with no, I just timed him out because I thought it was funny. If you've got an AccuForce wheel or a force feedback wheel that has community, just they talk about wheel settings on the wheel, like the damper and the whatever, but AccuForce allows you to actually have different effects like rotation and understeer effects and things, right? You go through those community made force feedback files and they are insane, like just completely arbitrary, but then there's been like a group think thing of people going, oh yeah, no, that's amazing, and it's like it is the blind leading the blind. Like, it is just arbitrary, and it'd be fine if someone just, if they went, oh, this is arbitrarily, I enjoyed this for XYZ reasons, and it's totally arbitrary, and everyone was like, oh yeah, I can understand that. But what it never is. It's I don't know why with force feedback in particular. Probably because it's hard to describe in language, but it's strange that we people are so unable to sort of be a kind of like a critical mindset for something like force feedback. It's like, obviously everything is subjective to a degree, but you can there's still quantifiable differences in something that's subjective. So like, let's say you look at that I'm trying to find this guy's file, right, so let's say someone does a painting that's just a blue square, like that famous blue canvas, right? Objectively it is a blue canvas. Like, apparently it uses it uses specific paint technique and everything, but whatever, objectively we can all agree it's a blue canvas on a wall that's a canvas that's blue, and particularly nice colour blue. Now, some people might be really emotionally impacted by that, and some people might be impressed by it, and in the context of art at the time, it really stood out. No, there's all these things to it, but you can go, it is a blue canvas. And then it'd be like someone coming along, when it comes to force feedback, it'd be like someone going, nah, mate, it's actually a photographic representation of a pickle. So what? It's all subjective, mate. It's entirely subjective. You hit my head yesterday, and now AMS2 feels fine. Right, guys? Who has? Right, I'm gonna allow link posting. I think I can do that. Actually, no, go on my Discord. Go on the Game of Muscle Discord and post a link on there to the force feedback. So, to a force feedback file on our Discord in the Game of Muscle tea room. I'll invite you guys. Right. If you've got a link to force feedback, post it in here. Hang on, there you go for Twitch people. Right, there we go, that works. That was a good idea. That's a really convoluted way of getting people to follow us on Discord. Right. Sun Bro. What's this one? Full force feedback by JP. Here we go. Right, the description. Right, okay, the description. This is a full-bodied force feedback. It's like we're talking about wine. Oh, God, it's like wine tasting. It's exactly like wine tasting. Christ almighty. Right. Does wine... Right. Wine all tastes like general wine, right? Within a range. It's a fermented grape juice. And then... Yeah, some are sweeter, some are more bitter, some do have slightly different flavours to them, right? How on earth do people then get to like, oh, it's a bouquet?
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Who's that? I can't see your name properly because I'm blind. Thank you very much for subscribing. Cold Chard 80. Thank you very much. They go from like, oh yeah, it's vanilla essence. It has notes of pistachio, and it's like bollocks. Does it right? Okay, yeah, in a really like made up bollocksy way of it's like nobody does that for Coca-Cola or Sprite or different brands of whatever. It has notes of, it's like, fuck, it tastes like wine, mate. It's like different beers. Yeah, they do taste different, but the problem is the language doesn't exist to accurately describe the flavours, or the language that does exist would fall on deaf ears to people that want to be bullshitted. So, you know, like, so they can't just say, oh yeah, it's a sweet wine that tastes a bit orangey, or like with beer. So like this is alcohol-free beer, and this tastes a bit like your standard like IPA, watered down. Yeah, you could say it's got like a bit of a hoppy flavour to it. You know, kind of a beer-like flavour, bit light, bit malty in taste. But like you can't start going into like vanilla coffee bean and like all this stuff. It's like it's just poetry for people to bullshit themselves. That's exactly what happens with force feedback. You'd be better off just reading the ingredients and then you'd be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Right, on that note, I'm going to have my alcohol-free Lidl knockoff beer. Right. Full force feedback. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. It's not for everyone. Some may prefer a cabin by a bend in the river. Smiley face. He's had to be anodyne because of how mental AMS2 fans are. The final goal is to include all forces acting on the car while being front axle based. That's where the steering wheel's connected. Okay, don't disagree. It should shorten the incoherence between the visual and tactile effects in AMS2 that many identify as a physics-related problem. The visuals shown information in force feedback is completely mute to that, leading to cognitive dissonance. I don't necessarily disagree with that. Like the nice thing with the force feedback with Sims, when force feedback's good, you can feel what you've got a lead in of forces, so you know what's about to happen. So before things visually happen, you can feel what's going on. Mind you, the default plus force feedback, I feel, kind of does that in AMS2 anyway. You know, but okay, put that to one side. If the car moves, tracks, crash, bumps, lateral, longitudinal waits for a force feedback signal should react in some way. I agree with him. I agree with his initial philosophy. This is very important, guys. So you have to read the philosophy before you do it. You couldn't just do it. Right. It's assumed a linear neutral profile on wheelbase. Right. Okay. This is the other thing with AMS2 is particularly bad for this, although other developers do it. It's become like a meme in sim racing to post like your reasoning, or for the developer to post like a long list of their reasoning, including that some aspect that is factual of reality. You know, like this is what happens in a real car. This is real physics. So they do this long post with, this is how real tyres work, this is what goes on, blah, 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 and we've done this. But ultimately, you don't, if the thing is actually good to use, you don't need, the end user doesn't need any of that description at all. So a good example would be like a rice cooker. It's actually quite really clever how they work with a magnet that overheat, well, old rice cookers, you know how it works, and the magnet heats up, it loses the thing, and that turns off the switch. Nobody needs to know that's cooking rice with a rice cooker. All they need to know is that you put the rice in the water and it turned it on, and the rice cooks perfectly. And that's the test of it. It's like, oh, it cooked the rice well. It's the same with like cars or computers. People don't need to know that you've got this chip and all this RAM and the memory, and it's all programmed like this, and this is all the electrics go around here, and the electric can interfere, and if it's too small, there's quantum effects, and then we have to like do these different voltages and all this. Like, who gives a shit? Does it work as a computer in the way that I'm using it? That's all that matters. But with Sims in particular, because people read it, it's exactly like the wine tasting. Does the wine taste nice? If it tastes nice, great. Fantastic. But people want to read all this bullshit about all the flavours so that they can lie themselves into then pretentiously lapping something up more. I get that this guy's just explaining it. And I do get that it's sort of explaining what's going on, but at the end of the day, it is a load of bollocks in terms of how it actually applies to the end user. I'm having a rant. This is distracting from my neck pain. As we end up back at rice cookers. No, it wasn't rice cookers before. It was air fryers. that beer tastes like... Hang on, it tastes like cornflakes and grass. Hang on. No, I tell you what it tastes like. It tastes like, you know, alcohol-free shandy that you get from Lidl's? With less sweetness. It probably is. It'll be the same stuff. It'll be the same stuff. It'll be like a... You know... Aluminium aftertaste, yeah. Non-alcoholic drinks, chemical aftertaste is pretty much a good description normally. Notes of rubber. Right. How does the walk over Scotland planning go? Well, I kind of know. I'm just going to walk the Caledonia Canal because it's flat, and I get to walk. I've always wanted to walk Loch Lochy and Loch Ness. So we just need to wait for the weather to get better. Right, hang on. V2, which one do we download? V2 23 set 20. Why has he got like a billion different versions of this? What's going on here? Corrects a bug in car rotation. V8 20. Oh, no, here we go. V8.1, January the 1st. Corrective version. Okay. Dear God. I mean, it's fun to play around with this. You know, I think I like that this is exposed in AMS2 for people to mess around with it because I think it's a fun thing to play with. Let's put it in the folder. How are you going to walk anything in your broken state? Well, I know. Well, my legs are normally pretty good. The issue is at the moment. We'll see. I imagine I'll get like 2 days into the walk, and then the chronic fatigue will hit in, and then I'll do it. I'll finish it, but I won't enjoy it. The whole thing will be terrible. It will be awful. I'll have blisters, but I'll have done it. And it'll be memorable. The good thing about terrible stuff, you know, stuff that's really uncomfortable and horrible, as long as you don't die, the good thing is you can look back on it and laugh at yourself. And then you can go, oh, well, at least I'm not experiencing that pain at the moment. That's the best way of dealing with trauma. Reframe it as a way to be positive in the future. Did I dye my beard? Well, actually, no, I did ages ago, but only this bit, and it's worn out. So no, technically not. It's just the brightness of the camera. Oh, my beard is a lot longer, makes it look darker. Right, but yeah, normally when my beard's shorter, I do dye this bit because I have like weird white hairs. It looks like a bird shat on my face. so I dye this bit here to hide the bird shit white hairs, but when it's longer, you can't see them because there's not that many of them. There'll be more as I get older, I'm sure. I've got my sister bought me a vibrator, a Hitachi one, for Christmas. So I've been it's behind me. I've been using it. It's amazing. Phil Bell, welcome along. It's actually really good. It's one of those vibrator massager things. It's actually really, really good for like leg muscles and things. I mean, it's probably a bit too intense for lady parts, I'd imagine. Like, I don't know. It would actually, yeah, I don't think it would work for that. Right. Just putting the file on here. No, it's brand new. It's genuinely really good, actually. If you get muscle cramps and stuff. There we go. Right, let's try this. Try this full force feedback. No, it literally just vibrates at different speeds. What's that about 4090? I missed your message. Yeah, what was the specs of the 4070 Super? They've just announced them, haven't they? Right, here we go. Icarus, can we get a GM bubblehead to put on our wheelbases? We actually, we might actually have a GM bubblehead. It's possible. 4070 Super Duper Max TI. They should do Max Verstappen should do a GPU called the 4070 Max Verstappen edition. Maximum Verstappen. Right, here we go. We'll try this. I know the AMS2 demo is terrible. You should just buy the version and try it and then refund it if you don't like it. "12 seconds short." Last time you were with a lady, it was a 12 seconds short. Oh, right. Options, controls, force feedback. So we have. This is the. Let's go back to default plus and reset our brain. Call me the Flash. How does a 4070 Ti compare to the 4090 performance wise? By the way, guys, click the like button if you hate yourselves. And welcome to everyone that's on Twitch and YouTube. This default force feedback, default plus, you can feel what the car's doing. So I don't know why. We'll see what this other one's like. But this is like, so when I turn.
Gamer Master should learn how to drive.
Let's not hope. Kunos is tuning to hide the pivot point physics of the Madness engine. My rear wheel bus shakers constantly in sim hoop slip effect at small steering input. Yep, even with open diff. Let's discuss.
Elstad, what was that? Thank you very much for sending me the money there. I really appreciate that. Type that in chat. Said about the vibration in SimHub. Right. Thank you very much for using our high skill donation link. That goes straight into my PayPal. Appreciate that. So, that's a box of tea. Oh dear God, my neck is killing me. Might have to take some more painkillers. I need a neck brace. Oh yeah, for those of you that weren't here earlier, on my goal to being a Twitch thought, I've been doing more exercising, and unfortunately, my neck has decided to not work. So we're holding on there. We're holding on. We're fine. Yeah, like this is the default plus force feedback. I think the thing that you could say about the default plus force feedback is that there is some slip and understeer that is not conveyed in the force feedback. But the sort of self-aligning, the track details, and then you can drive visually. But yeah, I can see how you could. We'll see what this other force feedback's like. You could say this force feedback's a little bit flat when you start getting understeer, like it doesn't have that much dynamic range in the understeer, which gives the sensation of you being on snow. But I think this is totally drivable, isn't it? So. You have to oil up. Well, I can't do my implied nudity. A lot of people didn't know that for years I was using really elaborate body paint that looked like I was wearing typical middle class nerdy bold git clothing. I was conveying basically I was having to paint on what looked like the type of clothing someone that doesn't really care about fashion would end up wearing whilst live streaming. You guys don't realise how much effort that took, and to pull off that image so consistently to the point where nobody noticed I was naked. And now, because of the rule changes, I can't do that anymore. It's really saddened me. Right, okay. Let's try this custom force feedback file. It is. This is all performance art. It's subjective.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go. Here we go. Back to restart session. Let's try this custom force feedback. This is the forget Hollywood blockbuster films. Forget going outside. Does force feedback custom files improve an obscure racing game? That is where the entertainment is at. Why am I like so dumb? Here we go. Off we go to custom land. I didn't do anything. We've got whose file did we get? Oh, say on the screen. Hang on. We got full force feedback by JP and his version 8.1. I would say he's really missed an opportunity of adding more numbers after the version number, because that makes people more aware that it's better. So like your versions need to be like version 0.1.1.3.5. Is my game going to be changed? Well, maybe it will be. I'm open to it. Here we go. I'm open for game changing. Could do with a new neck. We have 237 viewers and 68 likes. That's how much we're hated by the Automobilista 2 community. The most miserable community in all of sim racing. Oh, we're driving. Probably turned it down. I probably turned the force feedback down a bit too much. I mean, right now this just feels a bit vague. Let's turn it up. When will my 6K in 1 month stream? Oh dear God, I don't know. We're putting that to one side for now. Let's put this on 70. Maybe it uses like the damper setting and other stuff, so I might have to tweak those. I mean, so far I don't quite see how this is better than the default, but yeah, I mean, there's still no dynamic range for the front tyres as we scrub through that corner. Hello. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's using the FXing or the other setting to do stuff. But this is no real. Hello, Jack Queen. You can tell me which is the what's the effects and dampening used for in that custom force feedback file? Because at the moment with them off, that's no better than default plus. In search for custom force feedback files. Well, Chris, I don't think you've driven a real car, so you can't say that. Is it using damping as damping, or is it using the damping as for a different thing? Yeah, Daniel Cart's force feedback was shit. It was really bad. It was like added like delay and overly dampened and removed self-aligning. So I don't know. Oh, FX on 20, okay. But isn't FX just vibrations in this? Yeah, that's just vibrations, which you don't need. Yeah, this is worse than the default force feedback. Or does the FX do more than vibrations? There's also a dead zone in the center of the force feedback for some reason. That's what I'm saying, Tabs. I did try Daniel Karts. It's pointless. Yeah, I don't see how this is any better than the default plus. There's still, so in all the force feedback, even in the default plus and any of the custom force feedback files, there's no, there isn't really dynamic range for the understeer, for the front understeering. Which, I mean, doesn't matter because MS2 is so easy to drive, you know. I mean, yeah, I think the default plus is fine. This just actually seems pretty similar. Well, just less detailed, weirdly, ironically. Or nothing, you know. I don't see how this is meant to be tangibly better to drive than the default plus force feedback. No, it's not about too slidey. What it is AMS2. There's the limit is really linear. It's like you put road tyres. The tyres behave more like you would expect road tyres than slicks. Like the grip doesn't the loss and return of grip is really drawn out, and then when you go over the limit, it's like still massively controllable, which isn't totally unrealistic. You can drive real cars on slick tyres really badly, but just AC is just how cars drive in real life. just play AC if you want to know what the comparison is. There's no best. It's all subjective. What works? Well, no, that's bollocks. That's actually just bollocks. So, oh fucking hell! Why is this so hard for people to understand? Right. Everybody has.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist.
Do you feel stupid typing that?
So it's probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1.
Why do people get stuck on this? Now, why do people get... Right, so... What people enjoy and don't enjoy is subjective. Everybody knows that. Nobody disagrees that everybody enjoys different things. That is like just reality. That's everyone... Nobody... I've not a single person in real life that goes, "You're not allowed to enjoy that." Or that's not enjoyable for you, because that would be ridiculous, because everybody enjoys different things. So the point is, though, different things are different. So you can't just say, oh, it's subjective, therefore we can't say anything about anything because it's all subjective. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's like me going, oh, yeah, you can't. There's no difference between AMS2, iRacing, or Microsoft Flight Sim. It's subjective. They're all just different simulators. There's no difference. This is subjective. It's so stupid. So the G25 wobble thing in AC is due to the Logitech wheels have a soft dead zone, and if a game goes over that, you'll get it will bounce off the two sides where the force feedback activate, and then also a G25, G293 or whatever you will be out of sync with the simulator. So by the time the wheels rotated one way and the other way, the simulator's giving a different signal, so you'll get like an oscillation of force feedback. So also with the G293 and the G25, they're so slow that you can't have damper on them. Because it just slows the wheel down even more. So you don't have damper on it. Yeah, you can make it so it doesn't oscillate, but if you do, what it'll be is at the expense of force feedback detail for when you're driving normally, i.e. just holding onto the wheel. But yeah, I just... It's like the politician thing when people go, I'm not voting in the next British general election because all politicians are the same. They're all the same. It's like, well, clearly they're not, are they? Obviously one is worse than the other for specific reasons. It's subjective. I happen to like the Green Party. It's entirely subjective. It's like, okay, you might like them, but give a bloody reason. Oh, they do X, Y, Z and this other party doesn't. Okay, fine. You've given a reason. Why? Why do people feel it's okay to say it's subjective and then they're happy with saying that? They can't, like, why in their head can't they go, oh, hang on, what I'm saying is basically, oh, everyone should just shut up and they don't even realise that what they're actually communicating is, oh, I don't want to talk about this. That's what they're really saying. It's so bizarre. I don't know why it's accepted. Get breaking. All politicians are corrupt. Right, yeah, I think the default force feedback is better. Default plus, to be honest. Let's go back. Let's put that on. Skywalk. Well, if they just said, oh, right. If they said, oh, you just shut up and enjoy it, I'd be like, oh, fair enough. But then don't watch the stream then. Like, I'm live streaming. We're talking about something. The whole talking bollocks is partly why people, like, they like the white noise in their ear. They like to, like, laugh at the bold idiot that's saying stupid things. That's the point of a live stream. Like, if you don't want to listen to someone talk bollocks about something, turn off the live stream and go and drive for yourself or whatever, or just whatever. It's no that's what I mean. I'd actually respect someone more for them just saying, oh, you know, I don't want to be too critical about stuff because I find being critical magnifies the issues in my mind and then I find it hard to enjoy stuff still, so I'd rather not be critical and I'd rather not look at critical stuff. I'd rather just be happily ignorant, and I'd respect that. It's totally fine. I'm like that with lots of stuff. I will watch terrible films. I'd rather not know. So I know some of the actors in films I know are complete arseholes in real life. I'd rather not know. So because I'd rather just enjoy the character without knowing that the actors or the production team or someone's a dickhead. I'd rather not know. So when people are like, oh, you know, it's in some cases being ignorant of stuff can be better. So then, but that's fine. Then I'd just say, well, don't tell me. Or I don't watch behind the scenes things of stuff. Miram. Every driving game is different. Is this hard? What are you saying? Like, really, what are you saying? So, are you... Let's have a conversation with Miram here. Do you understand... What you've just typed is not saying anything. Everybody knows every driving sim is different. Everybody knows everything is different. That's the default position. Why would you even type that? What are you even saying? Like, actually, right, go through it. Miram, I'm calling you out here. tell me, what are you actually saying when you type every sim is different? Tell me what you're actually saying. Like okay, I agree with you. Every sim's different. Now, explain to me more clearly. What do you actually mean by that? Here we go. Let's go to. It's just different, innit, mate? Well, let's try this without damping on. Yeah, I don't know. It seems to be something that a lot of people get really stuck on. Is the issue that. So I mean, you can get into a debate. What's it called? Like a science debate. What's the debate about science called? You know, when you're debating the limits of scientific method and reality, you can get into a debate on that. But so the perception of physics is going to be subjective, but the reality of physics is not subjective. And you can point to those things by measuring it and going, these are the objective values. And then obviously you don't have perfect data, so things are a bit of a mess, and there will always be a bit of discussion, and there will be a grey area of interpretation of what is objective reality. I'm just going to say there's objective reality. You could debate that, but there'll be data, and there'll be perception, and there'll be how you look at that data, how you use that data, and how that describes it. But it's all going to be like gradients of grey. But you know, you do get to a level where you're like, okay, if we build a boat this size, it will stay afloat. If we build it this size, it will sink. It doesn't displace enough water to stay afloat with this much weight in it. You know, we can objectively say that Automobilista 2 captures the essence of driving a real car more than Mario Kart. That's not subjective. Like, you would be criminally negligent if you gave Mario Kart to sold Mario Kart to a Formula 1 team to practice with, and then they died because they couldn't throw a shell at another competitor. I don't know. Like, everybody would agree that AMS2 is more realistic than Mario Kart. So it's not entirely subjective, is it? You might enjoy one more. I don't know why this is so hard for people to understand when it's so obvious. Like, to me at least. Right, here we go. Miram. Because people complain that one sim drives different to another, and that's why they don't like it. No, but so hang on. You said every driving game is different. Is this hard? But how's that related to your? It's very hard to understand what you're trying to say. So if people are complaining that different sims are different, that wouldn't necessarily invalidate them complaining about the different sims being different. Yeah, well, Kirith, I know Kirith quite well. He's a really nice guy. He's really trying to like grow his channel as fast as possible. So he does stuff that gets the most views. Like he's really clever with it, like clickbait thumbnails, covering Formula 1 stuff. And Forza's popular on console, so is Gran Turismo. So he's trying to build a online audience. He's doing like a newsletters, which builds up an audience separate to the algorithms. He's doing it as a business. So yeah, he's going to do the thing that's going to get the most views and the most subscribers because he's good at business. he's a clever guy, and his goal is to build as big a user base as possible. That's why he's playing Forza. It's unrelated to whether or not he thinks Forza's good or bad. No, I don't hate him. I had a curry with him in Berlin, and we did the Formula E stuff, and I spent a lot of time with him. I mean, I wouldn't do his approach. For me personally, I do sim racing stuff because I personally really enjoy force feedback, and I like the more realistic simulators. and I'm not trying to just grow an audience in the fastest way possible. And I also I'm more like comedy stuff. He's just doing a different thing. like I do when I see those thumbnails and that old clickbaity stuff. I'm just like, oh, it's a bit tiresome. But I get what he's doing, so you know. And I don't think he's not secretive about it. How many here hate Automobilista 2 but are watching right now? Yet you keep talking about AC. Right, Miriam, so what you're doing is you're mixing multiple things together to then make some separate point that may or may not be true. So we're not actually hating on AMS2 right now. The point is that there's a bit of a meme. So generally, all the content I do is a mixture between me really liking physics engines in general, different simulators, and the absurdity of driving sims in general. And I really enjoy VR, I really enjoy technology, and I like driving sims and race cars and stuff. And then also I like improv, comedy, and we had an hour and a half talk about filling the Olympic swimming pools with breast milk. Maybe you missed that part of the stream, but you know, so that's what this channel's like. So the force feedback thing with MS2 is quite funny because you had loads of comments. I'm explaining the joke here. There was loads of people yesterday when we'd say anything critical, they go, oh, it's the wrong force feedback. So it's interesting to try different force feedback files to see how they affect things, but it's also a bit of a meme and a joke. So that's why we're doing it. Now, also, a lot of people that watch my channel do really enjoy AMS2, and I quite enjoy AMS2 in many ways, which is why I still play it, because I don't play games I don't enjoy. I don't play Forza at all. I would play Horizon, it's just totally out there and work with equipment, but I don't play Forza Motorsport, even though it'd be good for viewers, because I don't enjoy it. Gran Turismo, I probably would play it if it was on PC, but I have to set the console up and stuff, and it's just a pain. But yeah, I'm not like massively into it. iRacing, that again, it's like a mixture of things. Like some aspects of iRacing are entertaining for viewers. I don't think it's the most fun sim to play, but there's lots of different reasons. You can't just distill things down into one singular reason that you've jumped onto. Nismo, yeah, exactly. I think the more time, like, it's normally what's more interesting, isn't it? L stands. We don't hate AMS2. We hope every racing sim succeed and be better. Yeah, this is something I've noticed that people get stuck on. So the reason I mention Assetto Corsa a lot is because it is the best, or it's the most realistic simulator in handling at the limit, and that's just how it is. So it's not that. The reason you contrast it with, like, so I will mention R Factor 2, AMS1 and AC a lot, because those three simulators are currently the most realistic simulators. So it's like if I was talking about flight sim, I would reference DCS and X-Plane, because those are the two most realistic simulators. And I don't have any, like, if anything, it would be, if to contrast for like views, it would make more sense to compare these things to Gran Turismo and Forza. Like, it's not my fault that AC is the most... Like, and it's not just me saying that. I know lots of real-world race drivers, that are professional drivers that own cars. So it's not just me going, oh, I happen to like it. It's I mean, I do, but I'm... it's like someone going, oh, well, okay, you can't pick that sim.
I don't
not
like
this guy.
ACC,
You don't know what he's talking about.
Like the normalist, but that is amazing. So it's probably one of the...
Gareth is full of shit. He's comparing a Golf on GT7 to Forza.
Or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
I don't know. I say I like Gareth as a person. Like, I spent quite a lot of time with him. I don't really watch his content because he's more doing console stuff, so it's just not my thing. It's why you like GP Laps. He plays everything and is always positive. Right, so I really like GP Laps, and I'm really happy that his channel's grown and he's doing really well. But And I think it's a good strategy to always to be positive. But the thing is, right, if you are always positive, you're always going to get more views and everyone's going to be happy with you. And it's, you know, people will like it because you're never saying anything that's confrontational to people's views. And so you're not going to be as critical. If you have to frame everything... To be honest, GP Laps mostly does like history stuff, and it's really good. So it's not really related to him at this point, but it's bizarre. This narrative, people have a narrative where they're like, this content producer or this channel is, like, so if someone is critical, it gets framed as them being a negative person or unhappy. It's really weird because they're not. Like, I'm not being like, I'm pro developers, the work that goes into stuff. Like, being critical means that you're saying, oh, this developer has the cahoons to be able to take it and, like, you know, well, there is a thing, is a problem, is a good thing, is a bad thing. It's like not so. Not being critical is basically like lying by omission, and that's not necessarily intentional. So the problem is the word lying is loaded, but like, you look at the most, like, there's a real big problem with it in VR. There's lots of VR channels where they are Bonkakivo. No, it doesn't work like that at all. That's like only for specific drama channels and for certain things, but not in general, and not in terms of making money on YouTube for the vast majority of people. Not at all. There's quite a few VR channels where every single product is amazing. Everything's game changing. Huge new update. Oh, it's all positive. It's never someone going, actually, compared to this other thing that came out 4 years ago, this really isn't that good. And the moment that someone does say, so if you say, oh, it's kind of weird that AC, which is 14 years, came out in 2014, it's like 10 years old, and you're like, well, it should be the case that really, or Richard Burns Rally is 20 years old, you'd be like, oh, hang on, it's a bit weird that WRC is a lot worse in many ways than a game that came out 20 years ago. And the fact that you know that because you're experienced and you understand these things, and you go, and then you point that out, that's not being negative, but it will get framed as being negative. It's so stupid. And the irony is, the people that are doing this toxic positivity are actually producing a more toxic environment. It's a way, what it is it's actually a toxic way of dismissing someone from being critical. So it's actually a really sort of Machiavellian double talk way of saying to someone to shut up. So it's like, so when someone says, oh, you're so negative, but they don't actually say anything, well, it's basically an ad hominem attack. Or it's basically, it is literally someone saying shut up. Like when someone's being critical about something and someone goes, wow, it's subjective, they're actually saying shut up. But it comes across that they're being polite and they're being reasonable and being agreeable. The problem is, most people don't understand that, so it works. But yeah, what I think is strange is that people frame it that it's harder to be positive. Well, it's bollocks. It's really not harder to be positive. It's so much easier to always be positive about stuff. I don't know why people think that it's harder. Because if I do a video on my channel, sim racing video, and I'm like really positive, so let's say it was the new Le Mans update to this, and I was like, I did a video of me jumping in the car going, guys, the new update's just dropped. Oh, this is absolutely fantastic. Look at these beautiful graphics. Oh, we've got the LMDH cars. We've got these GT3 cars. Oh, look at this mixed grid. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, look, we've added AI with this. And if I did the whole video, total hyping the game as if it's for like the video was for 5-year-olds, that would get 20, 30, 40,000 views, as opposed to if I do a video where I go, oh, these are the good, this is bad, you know. Because most people watching YouTube want to just feel good. They don't actually care, which is fine, it's entertainment. They don't actually care about the actual content. They just want to feel good, and someone being overly positive makes other people feel good because it triggers mirror neurons of positive vibes and positive feelings. So they then feel positive themselves and happy, and then they don't realise that's what's going on. They're then like, oh, I really enjoyed that. I feel so upbeat and good and happy. Wow, that stream has made me feel really good. Oh, I'm going to donate to them. Oh, I'm going to subscribe to them. Oh, this stream is well good. They're such a positive voice in VR or sim racing or whatever. Oh, they're really uplifting. It's so much easier to do that, guys, than it is to actually be critical. And it's so nauseating that people don't understand that. The average person, I think, doesn't get that. GP Laps is really good. He does loads of videos on like historical race stuff. There's loads of Assetto Corsa mod videos. He's really, really good. He presents his videos nicely, edits them nicely. So worth subscribing to. Well, that's what exactly, Craig. That's my thing was. So I made a real conscious thing of this. But when I started doing the channel, I would only make positive videos back in like 2012 or 13. I'd only just do positive stuff and always just be really positive. And then round about like 2019 or so, I realised I was getting donations from people and people just being like really overly receptive purely from the fact that it was just being overly positive as opposed to, you know, it being actually valid, to the point where, like, as an example, a guy called Tall Mike, we were doing ACC and I wasn't being particularly critical of it initially, and he donated like £2,000-3,000, and I was like, this is like, I have to be more critical and more directly honest, because I don't want people donating obscene amounts of money when, like, unless they know what they're donating to. like just in general as well. You wonder why, like, corporations are so vapidly positive about stuff. It's because it'll manipulate the majority of people into buying products. I'm not saying that as like, oh, I'm so brave, I'm being honest, but like the point is that just think I think it's more fun that way. Yeah. Why do I keep reporting on AMS2 when you obviously don't? Well, where have you got that from, Dave? Dave the Rave. It's right. It's so stupid. Like, I play iRacing. I don't like aspects of it. It's entertaining still. AMS2's quite interesting. They do updates. It's got new content to it. It runs well. This is exactly why people are not critical of stuff. Because as soon as you're vaguely critical, you have morons going, oh, they just latch onto the critical part and frame it as negative. Yeah, I think if you're a fan of if you're a fan of racing simulators, every time there's like a change to a sim that you play, you like checking it out to see how it's changed. Same with flight sims. So also, this people have forgotten this. We were like one of the first channels promoting and covering Automobilista 2 quite aggressively. At that point in time, nobody was interested in AMS2 at all. I didn't have people criticising me then because I wasn't being as critical of the game. But they forget that. They forget that we put on the banner of our YouTube channel, which I've never done for any other game, best game of 2019, to help drum up like interest in AMS2 because I like that Reza work on stuff, you know, and because I liked AMS1 a lot, and also we played Project Cars 2 a lot, and I was one of the few channels that was covering Project Cars 2 and we actually played it a lot, and one of the few channels that wasn't just outright dismissive of the handling and just talked about the actual, you know, the nature of it. But, you know, oh no, this guy said something negative about my sim. Jesus, it's so stupid. Best sim of 2019. That's the best sim of 2014. Andy Reader, would you rather better AI in AC or better physics in AMS2? Well, I don't really like AI racing that much. I think it's good having... so, for AMS2, like, you don't... Every sim doesn't need to be able to do everything. So, I think it's good having... If AMS2 is like a really good single-player game, that's fantastic. I definitely think with this, they need to change the tyre scrub sound. I think we were saying this last stream. I know you can turn the volume of it down, but it's nice to be able to hear it artificially because it's a useful reference in all sims, so I turn it up in all sims. But if you have a tyre scrub sound that's like a deeper, more bassy sound, it does make things sound more grippy. Yeah, well, that's the thing is, so some people, I don't know, maybe it's like a learning thing. Some people take criticism of anything that they like as a personal attack. I think they frame, so someone could say to me, like anything, like so in a conversation, it's a criticism of an argument. It's not a criticism of the person. But some people haven't separated their selves or their person from the thing that they like or the argument or the conversation. In this, you know, it's so everything becomes really personal. So it's like football supporting. Someone goes, oh, like someone supports Aston Villa. Do they? I don't know if they're still a team anymore. And someone goes, oh, Aston Villa's shit. They then take that as like, oh, I'm shit because I'm supporting a shit team. No, maybe they're not shit, but let's say they are shit. I don't know. Then they get really angry about it and riled up and take it as a personal attack rather than going, oh, that person could be right or wrong, or the team maybe is shit. I don't really care either way. I'm just enjoying this, whatever. do you know what I mean? I'm going to create a session so people can join it. It's simple. Play the game. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. It does wind me up. Is that people also interpret when I'm going on about iRacing tyres or whatever, or complaining about anything, which is all the time. At no point am I saying don't enjoy what you want to enjoy or do what you enjoy, because why would you interpret anything like that? Like, so if I'm watching a YouTube channel or anyone in chat says, what film do I like? Matrix 1, or I don't know, Top Gun films, whatever. If someone goes, that film's shit, I don't interpret that as them going, I'm not allowed to enjoy it. I interpret that as, I wonder why they think it's shit. Which components of it do they not like, and why do they think it's shit? Oh, that's quite interesting. I still enjoy it myself. do you know what I mean? Right, let's create a session here. Yes, it's ever heard of Yelp? What? Delta Mador, they interpret it that way because their ego's conflating you not liking their preferences. Yeah, well, I do think with Sims or niche hobbies, I do think there is the well, let's do a Imola race. I think when a sim's less popular and you've got fans of that less popular thing, often they're very insecure to people being critical of their thing because they feel that that's going to stop it from being successful where they think it would otherwise be successful. So then they get really wound up. Steve Marshall, iRacing's forum is the pinnacle of this. They defend iRacing like someone pissed on their gran. Yeah, well, I don't know. You also have a lot of people spend a lot of money on it. I don't know. I don't. The weird thing to me is, for me personally, I would do the opposite. If I really like something, or I think something's really good, I wouldn't feel the need to defend it because I'd be like, oh well, it's just inherently good, so I don't need to say anything. Like outsiders going, I think this is great, but if someone says, we won't put a password on it. If someone, I don't know. Yeah, the more I like something, the less I care what people say. Maybe it is like I don't know. It's weird. You are. Wow, you're using Linux, you noob. Are you using FreeBSD? Right, here we go. Let's start this server. Get in there. Rich Abe. The other thing is many of us want to be playing the best, and when we think that what we add isn't the best, then it's taken personal. Yeah. Yeah, it's strange. I mean, so I think if my thing would get with the Sims would be like once they pass like a functional level of user base. So like R Factor 2 has enough people with its ranked multiplayer for you to be able to enjoy that, regardless of if it's better or worse than other Sims. It's got enough users that you can jump into it and do a ranked online race whenever you want. So that's fantastic. So it doesn't really matter at that point. From a player's perspective, it doesn't matter if the game's more or less popular. With AMS2, it has pretty good AI. So why would you care what other people say about AMS2? Because you yourself can enjoy racing offline with AMS2. It doesn't matter what other people think. With AC, it's got LFM. There's no, you can do online ranked races. It really doesn't matter. Like, it's my same view on like YouTuber stuff as well. It's like from my perspective, if I'm making enough money that's an income that allows me to support myself, it doesn't really matter how well I do after that or what other people say. It's like, oh, I've hit a threshold where I'm comfortable, and so it doesn't really matter, does it? After that, I don't know. Maybe some people don't set a limit on those things. Imagine if Kunos makes AC2 good and fixes AC1's issues. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens, but I don't want to preempt it. Yeah, well, exactly. Darkened Amula. Yeah, it's a shame because I really like the developers behind Race Room, and I actually quite like how it drives. See, that's the real thing. That's like, you know, at that point, like you can't actually play Race Room properly online unless you're doing leagues and things. Race Room simp. Right, anyone getting this server with custom force feedback, we'll see if you can beat us. The loafer, you could mod the AI, but it's a very complicated thing to do well. So with Automobilista 2, it has the advantage that a lot of development went into the AI over time, from like Need for Speed Shift to Project Cars 1 and Project Cars 2, and so Slight Studios will have been, and also those games will have been single player games on console where the single player had to work, like the AI had to work, the fundamentals had to be there. So the systems would have been in place and developed over like a 10-year period. Whereas most PC sims, the AI frameworks are sort of podged together in a very short period of time because people mostly race online with them. Yeah, I think the problem that Race Room faces is that AC1 is basically free, has better force feedback, has more realistic physics, or at best arguably like different, but arguably as good. But yeah, it's just got free content, it's got the online rank system, and it's free. So it's like, and the graphics engine is better. So it's kind of like it's a bit of an issue. No, so Andy Reader, the problem with ACAI is it's massively dependent on the track, and then the car, and then how the track's set up. And even then it has weird issues. Like, even if you pick pure kunos content. And it doesn't really attack you. Once you overtake, it backs off. So... yeah. I mean, it can work quite well at times, but it's not. So with AMS2 AI, it actually races against you, and you'll actually get interesting racing. It's, you know, even as someone that's moderately experienced at sim racing, you can have a good race with AI. ACAI all stops at the start of the race as well. On the first corner, all gets bunched up. Doesn't do follow-through corners properly. They crash and then delete themselves. I think they're just working on Rain Sport as much as possible. You can play it, you can get a beta key. I think Rain Sport needs like another 2 years of development, to be honest. They just released a new mod track for it, which is quite good. The city mod track drives really nicely. I'll do a video on it soon. I recorded some videos of Rain Sport before I went off to Christmas, but I didn't get enough time to actually upload a video on it. With commentary. Yeah, I think it's difficult for new sims to really come into the space because they don't have the history there, and then it's like, unless you're doing something substantially different, why is someone going to bother to learn the new simulator or want to play it? That's the hard thing. It's that AC thing. It's like, AC is so good and basically free. How does a developer come into a space and basically outdo? Same with iRacing in many ways. Like, it tires me a bit shit, but like, it has a lot of tracks. It has the online system working. You know, it's pretty polished. Works in VR and everything, and has oval racing. How does another developer effectively outdo 15 years worth of continuous development? The same with AC as well. Like, AC is basically Netcar Pro, Ferrari Virtual Academy, and Assetto Corsa, and then all the mods. It's like 25. How do you outdo 25 years worth of game development in 4 years? It's going to be, unless you do something that's substantially different, or, you know, I don't know, your physics or your force feedback, or you know, graphics are like massively better, which is going to be very hard to do. How do you stand out? The bizarre thing is, I guess there's not much of a market for it, but you'd think the innovation would come from rally games. And what's really strange, I would say Automobilista 2 is in a really unique position. I don't know what their licensing rules are and everything, but they're in a really unique position where you could use this game engine. In Automobilista 2, you could do, I don't know if it's in the code, but if you had a point-to-point rally stage, the dirt handling's fine in this, and if you had a rally car in it, and you just kept adding rally tracks with leaderboards, I think it'd be really popular, and I think a lot of people would buy it. And I think there's actually quite a substantial, like 200,000 people worth of, that would buy would buy AMS2 just for it having rally in it, if that was added. I don't know if they. So I don't think Reza actually edit the source code of AMS2. They effectively just mod Project Cars 2 to death. They might edit a bit of it, I don't know. But based off the bulk of the bugs being the same from Project Cars 2 and the underlying nature of it largely being the same as Project Cars 2, I don't know how much they changed the source code. I'm waiting for a cable so we can play this properly in VR. For some reason, I can't use Steam Link with AMS2. Doesn't work too well. Hello, Frosty Bird. How's it going, man? Oh, nice. Wait, it's still in whereabouts? Four streets down. Okay. What a move! That was like when I lived in the northeast. I'd move house like every year. When I lived in Middlesbrough, I lived in like seven different places. Broke as shit. What a time to be alive. We're flying here. Yeah, AMS2's really easy to set a lobby up and also fill it with AI. It's a really good feature. That was the thing with Project Cars 2. It's really good. That's the advantage of like the one thing that the sort of console game heritage of it, which is good. So the features that Project Cars 1 and 2 had, as I say, like the AI, the quality of the engine and the performance of the engine, the UI layout might not be the best, but it's an easy to use UI for VR and gamepads and stuff. That all came from the fact that it was a console game for Xbox. Well, the engine, Madness Engine, was originally built with consoles in mind. I mean, it's pretty funny how much better AMS2 is than Forza. Like, if this were released on console, I don't know if it's like a licensing issue or just it's logistically very difficult for a team as big as Reason. I guess I don't know, you know, what access they have to stuff, but like, if they released this on console, they would make an absolute killing. Because this, I think this shits on, it shits on GT Gran Turismo. Well, ignoring the online part, it absolutely shits on Forza. Like the camera options, the frame rate, the performance, the. All right, Frosty Bird, take care, man. The force feedback, you know. If this was rebranded as Forza, this is why I really like Project Cars 2. Project Cars 2 is the most significant game for sim racing, in that it brought over so many console players to the concepts of sim racing, like detailed force feedback, car setups that are properly adjustable with the options you'd expect, the tracks, the content, the race cars that were in it, like lots of actual race cars, even stuff like Radicals that most people don't know about, Clio Cup, and then even stuff like back monos and things. Like Project Cars 2 introduced so much to people that would not be no other way they'll come across it, and much more effectively than Gran Turismo and Forza ever did. It's much closer to an actual simulator, like a proper PC sim, because it was effectively, than those console games. So it's we need another. I was hoping the next Forza was going to do that, and then it was shit. Such a shame for sim racing, like because I'd like to see sim racing grow because it's a rich gaming experience. Sorry to hear that, old time gamer. Yeah, well, so Project Cars 1, the dev team for Madness, Slightly Mad Studios, they said a lot of them are working on the new GT Legends or whatever it's called. But that's the thing. Like, so this is the thing. Ian Bell gets a lot of stick for like his comments and how outward he is, but he is actually genuinely passionate about allowing the dev team to really push boundaries and do very risky development from a game dev perspective, which most business managers wouldn't allow. Like, they'd consider it too risky. And the end result is you do end up with a lot of bugs and a bit haphazard end result in game. But you also end up with something that does actually push boundaries in many ways. So, swings and roundabouts. Oh no, you guys that have been with us for far too long. No refund on your time. Yeah, I think GT Revolver's got a lot of hype behind it, and I think it'll actually be, even if it's not very good altogether, it will be very interesting. Tell you what is happening here. The curbing and the grass pulls the car off the road more than it should. This is a Project Cars 2 thing. It's not as aggressive in this, but you'll like have the car go slightly wide and you have to massively turn to bring it back onto the track. Even when you're like just on a bit like this and you're like, oh, I don't know why it does that. They're using Unreal Engine for the new GT Revival. They're using Unreal 5, which is... I mean, Rennsport's not too bad, actually, in some ways. Unreal 5 doesn't have the same exact issues as Unreal 4 in terms of delay and weirdness, but... yeah, it depends how they implement it. We'll have to see. But yeah, I'm not a fan of Unreal for driving sims. But... so the one thing that could affect things quite well with Unreal with driving sims is, frame generation. And because frame generation is going to be like pretty big for most games with new GPUs in Unreal, and it made a big difference in Microsoft Flight Sim. I haven't done that, no, Cold Winger. It's not the force feedback and his circuit. It's the physics. It's not the force feedback's not doing anything on the curbs. Tabs, yeah, it can add latency, but it depends how fast the underlying frame rate is. So let's say, for example, your game's actually running at like 75, 80 FPS, and then frame generation brings that up to 110, 120. You're effectively using frame generation as a form of interpolation. You're not, of course, you don't get the frame generation can't reflect the input because it doesn't know. But it will mean that you'll be able to, you'd have 70, the equivalent of, so 70, let's say 70 FPS would probably be like 12, 13 milliseconds of input delay. So you would still have the same input delay, give or take, but it would just be a smooth image. So yeah, well, we'll see. We'll have to see how it pans out. The new Intel one. The frame gen from Nvidia relies on knowing what the next frame is. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to. I'm not disagreeing with you, but you'd have to actually try it to see how relevant that latency is. So, for example, I'm running with VSync at 120, which does add quite a lot of latency. Specifically, I think it's 9 milliseconds of latency. It's fine for driving sim. That's totally fine. And I'd imagine frame generation is probably in the same ballpark. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Even if it's predicting the frame using the current frame, that the predicted frame would still not match up with what you were doing immediately, but... Yeah. It's one of those things where you just have to try. I understand the technical argument, but we just have to try it. Right, I'm just going to grab a sandwich quickly. I'll be back in a second, and we're going to do this race in 30 seconds, so...
feel my heartbeat when you're dancing at night? I feel your heartbeat in my dreams sometimes. If you ever need me, you can hit my line. I'm one call away, girl. Do you feel my heartbeat? I feel your heartbeat. Do you feel my heartbeat? I feel your heartbeat. Do you feel my heartbeat when you're dancing at night? I feel your heartbeat in my dreams sometimes. If you ever need me, you can hit my line. I'm one call away, girl. Do you feel my heartbeat? Do you feel my heartbeat? Do you feel my heartbeat
Hello.
when you're dancing at night?
Ooh.
Feel your heartbeat.
Thanks everyone for clicking the like button. Who doesn't like the like button?
If you ever need me, you can hit my line. I'm one call away, girl. Do you feel my heartbeat? I feel your heartbeat. Do you feel my heartbeat?
Crispy flatbread. I've got cheese and salami. It's well good. Toasting flatbreads, guys. I can't believe no one taught me about this. Just buy a pita. What is it? Not pita bread. What is it? A fajita. Just buy a fajita and you just get a fajita and you put it in a, you get like a Ninja frying pan or any frying pan that's got non-stick on it, and you can it tastes amazing. You're like, why do people eat fajitas that aren't even cooked? Like, what is wrong with them? And if you put it in a flat, and then you can have it like curry and stuff, and it tastes like a naan bread. Or you put cheese in it, and then you fold it over, and then cook the cheese with whatever filling. I don't know why people don't. What? It was never taught to me that you cook a fajita. The fajitas are so cheap. They've got like £1 for like 10. No, well, it doesn't taste like toast though. It's that's the whole point. It's just weird. Like if I was a student and I was like, and someone said, "Oh, buy a pack of fajitas for £1, and then buy some cheapo cheese for £1, and then all you need to do is put that on a, like you get a fajita, put it on a pan, and then maybe get some pre-cooked chicken, slap that on it, put some pepper or something on it as well. Oh yeah, and you basically now got a pizza for like 1/50th of the price." Dumps on AMS2 so much. To be fair, the title of this. To be fair, AMS2 can custom force feedback fix the sim. To be fair, the title is a bit of a baity title. I'll give people that. Yeah. Come to think of it, the title is a bit baity. I think it's a good title though. It was more of a joke, but that's the next video we're gonna do. AMS2 fans are the easiest fans to bait. Fajitas and tortillas are crispy, right? The fajitas flatbread and soft. Chapati. Chapati's nice, but I can't be bothered to make them. Chapatis need to be made fresh. Four-hour Le Mans race. That's a good idea. No, we tried custom force feedback. It wasn't any better than the in-game default force feedback with a DD wheel, at least. Chapati FFB. Chapati B. Ah, now I want more curry. Like, Indian food is so good. Ah, shit, I don't have headlights. Remember what the button is. But... oh, I don't know. Yeah, that. But that. What's the flatbread called for a fajita? Tortilla wrap. Right, there you go. Okay. Well, that's what I was trying to say. So, a tortilla wrap cooked in like a ninja wok is amazing. Or if you just cook it flat and then flip it over, it puffs up like a naan bread because the steam. The air gets trapped in the middle, and so it sort of puffs it out, and then it feels like you're eating something much more substantial. No, it's because in the UK, tortillas are typically sold as like a fajita. Ninja's like a really good cooking brand of like medium priced. They're like the Fanatec of cooking. So they do really good non-stick pans that are like not crazy. They're not cheap, but they're not crazy expensive, and they're really good. Really much better than like the sort of cheapo non-stick stuff. But yeah, so Ninja do a saute wok. It's like a flat bottom wok. And it's really good. It's like the best cooking utensil I've ever bought because you can use it as a wok because the edges are curved up so you can flip stuff around. It's deep enough that you can cook like a curry or like a stew or something in it. And because it's flat and it has a lid, you can use it as a traditional saute pan. So it's about, I think they're like 50 to, they might be like 60 quid. You might be able to get it cheaper. They're on sale. The non-stick coating on it's amazing as well. Like really resistant and really thick non-stick coating. But yeah, it's a really good brand for cookware. It's the best pan I've got, non-stick pan. Yeah, no, I know. I've it's the same with Chinese food, Hugh. The British equivalents of those foods are normally a bit weird. Like actual, although to be fair, Chinese food's a little bit strange. It's a different palate. You have to just buy the spices yourself. I had really nice Mexican food in Seattle randomly. There was like a restaurant run by Mexicans. I mean, to be honest, all you need to do is get some beans. Just get beans and fry them. Mexican, done. That's how it works, right? Refried beans, black beans, kidney beans. Just beans. Beans and beans. Put some beans on top of beans. And then you're Mexican. Maybe a little bit of chicken every now and again. I think the problem is with Mexican food in other countries is a lot of Mexican food, from what I understand, is quite simple food, but it would be like very specifically done and probably also quite fresh, or like it's a type of food, like I think it's got some like Spanish influence in that it'd be food that's cooked in bulk and then everyone eats it as a group. If that makes sense, like paella type of thing. So like paella is pretty bad unless it's like really fresh fish or really fresh stuff in it. Even though it's technically using up a lot of things, but you know what I mean. Yeah, the food has to be cooked whilst people are talking in Spanish, otherwise it doesn't taste right. And in the background there needs to be music. And then someone firing guns. Arriba! Arriba! That's Mexican food, right? That's how you cook, right? In Britain, you have to cook with a cup of tea in your hand, going, oh, I'm not very happy about the weather today. I say, I think we should cook some beans on toast, chaps. What ho? What a rather delightful idea. Get that toast in the toaster. Yip-tip-piddly pop. Would you like a cup of tea whilst I cook your toast? Oh, I say, rather. Why is UKOG raiding us? It's UKOG!
Man with a Guitar Hero. He likes to push buttons. He...
Song ruined by choking to death. UKOG? How do you feel, UKOG, that you no longer are going to be able to be the first ever person to get to the kill screen of Tetris? That was your dream? Your dream's being taken away from you by a 13-year-old? How does that make you feel? He was crying when that news came out. He was like, oh no. Welcome along, UKOGers. We're just doing we're just doing some AMS2 hosted races and chilling out, really, having a nice time. My music has stopped though. UKG's broken it. Oh, they keep doing it now. They've worked out how to do it. He's reached the kill screen of ACC. What is the kill screen of ACC? Is it a car upside down in some Armco? Oh, Ducko. How long did it take? Oh, thanks for subscribing on YouTube. How long did it take to get used to VR? Tried today for the first time in AMS2, but got sick. Well, first of all, like camera settings you want to dial in. So there's like lock to horizon, that'll help. But yeah, I think it takes at least a few hours. But don't push through it. Just do it for like an hour or half an hour. then put it down, and then try again the next day. If you try and push through feeling motion sick, it makes it worse. But guys, check out UK OG if you haven't. He is the OG from the UK. If you didn't realise, that's why his name's that. It's quite clever. Got a song about him. You ready? UK OGs. Oh no, they're singing on it. I was going to sing him a song. Hang on. Try that again. You ready, guys? UK OG, he's here for you and me. UK OG, he's not implying nudity. UK OG, he's playing with his controller. UK OG, he will push all your buttons. What a dreamy, sexy guy. It's UK OG, did he come from the sky? UK OG, sexy body, turning left and turning right. I want a UK OG in my bed tonight. Tonight. We want to feel his subtle fingers pushing all our buttons tonight. Me, UK OG. Dreamy UK OG. He sleeps with men and women at the same time, both together. UK OG, he doesn't discriminate. He will touch you in a way you've never felt before. UK OG. That's his song. That's his song. Right. That's I thought that was a good song. Wow.
The pace car is out of control.
Pretty good vocals there. Yeah, thank you. An emotional song. There's something positive here. Not sure. The positive is that when you stop watching the stream, it only get life feels better. I just got home from work. Who's won the force feedback war? The Default Plus. Default Plus won the force feedback war. You want another UK OG song? Hang on. Can we get another beat? We don't have any other UK OG songs. UK OG! UK OG! UK OG is in your face! UK OG! UK OG! He does not discriminate against race! UK OG! UK OG! Are you ready for a hockey UK OG time? UK OG! UK OG! Every time he draws it is a war crime. He's coming for you in his dirty race car. He's coming for you, he drives it really far. He's going for you, put on your seatbelt. UK OG's gonna make you feel that way you've never done before. We're done with that one. We're done with that one. That's his second song. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Right, we've had enough of that. Go and give him a follow, guys, if you haven't. Oh no, my game just crashed. UKOG broke my game. Ah, that's UKOG's fault. What's this track? I don't know. Bug splat. Let's load up AMS2 again. That went well. I'd like to blame UKOG for that. Entirely his fault. My ear holes. This game is not the most stable. D Django Games, Fanatec DD or Moza R9. What do you mean, like Club Sport DD or CSL DD? I don't know. I have a Fanatec affiliate link, so I'm biased. I have a Moza affiliate link actually. Bias corrected. Well, it's hard to get the stock for Fanatec stuff at the moment. I don't think I'd recommend the Moza R9. I'm using the R12. It seems to be pretty good. I've heard lots of reports of the R9 overheating. I'm just going to create another server, guys. I'd probably get... I mean, I know the Cinemagic stuff's more expensive, but supposedly it's a little bit better. Right, I'm going to make a new server, guys. Get in there. Yeah. It depends where you are and where stock is, but yeah, I personally I probably wouldn't get the R9 purely because I've heard a lot of people saying that it gets really warm. But the CSL DD, I really enjoyed using that, especially with the QR2. I think it's quite a big improvement for it just feeling a bit more solid. And this Moza R12 is really nice. But yeah, if you've got enough money to buy like a £500 steering wheel, I would just save up and just buy like a Simucube or something, or whatever the best, whatever the best thing you can get in your area. Not that the Fanatec stuff's bad, but it depends what price range you're in. I think the thing with the Logitech DDs, it feels quite nice, but they don't, as you said, they don't have any other rims at the moment. And the pedals aren't very good that you can buy. The Logitech Pro pedals aren't very good. And the price of it isn't particularly competitive compared to like Moza R12 or Cinemagic and stuff. Or, other things. I quite like the wheel rim with the Logitech wheel. A lot of people don't, but I quite like it. You can drive the R9 tomorrow. I mean, I used the R9 at Gamescom. I don't have one myself. I have the R12. Yeah, no, it's good. It's probably all right. They heat up. So I guess it depends how strong you run the force feedback and what sim you play as well. I don't know why it heats up. They must be running quite a large power pack relative to the size of it. Lovely bit of squirrel. What do I think of the premium Moza CRP pedals? So I've only used the Moza pedals at Gamescom, and they were okay, but they weren't as good as other pedals that you can get. So probably the weakest part of the Moza ecosystem. The Fanatec CSL load cell pedals V2s are really good for the price. Hussenveld Sprints are amazing. Mecha Cup pedals are really nice. Venom pedals are really nice. I mean, the thing is, there's so many pedals that are great. I mean, the VRS pedals, I'm not a fan of them, but they're good value for money, and they objectively work fine. They're my personal preference. They don't fit in with that, but so you know. Yeah, well, it's the same with the full Fanatec Full Force stuff. It's just vibrations that aren't useful to drive from. It's weird. there's a story behind why those things have happened. It's so stupid, but it's marketing, you know. Right, hopefully it doesn't crash this time. I tell you what, Oculus Quest 3, Meta Quest 3, really good, so good. I was playing Onward last night. So good. I feel like better headband. I do have a custom headband on it, but better headband, and if it had slightly wider vertical or horizontal field of view, mostly vertical field of view, but only by like a fraction, like. And the thing is, the problem is the 5% extra field of view at the edges is actually a big increase. But if it was just fractionally wider field of view, it's like, I don't think you need anything better. I think it's actually like the visual clarity is great on it. It looks like you're looking at a monitor. Not quite, but in terms of when you're actually using it, you're not like squinting like you were with older VR headsets. Anything that's within 5-10 meters looks pretty sharp. Yeah, it doesn't, Nismo. It's purely like immersive stuff. Yeah. I mean, I've talked about this before, but I think when you first use force feedback, the idea of just having something respond to the game that you're playing is really like quite an experience. And you don't necessarily relate what you're feeling to specific stuff in the game. It's just like, oh, something's happening while something else is happening. So that really adds a lot to immersion. But when you're relatively experienced at sim racing or force feedback with games with haptics, you're then like, oh, well, how does this actually relate to what I'm doing? And then what's relevant to let me know what's going on in a detailed way. And that's when you're like, well, hang on, this true force and full force is actually getting in the way of the continued load information, which is what you actually drive from. Yeah, if anyone does buy Fanatec or Moza stuff, please use my affiliate link, or I'm sure UK OG has one. Random Call Sign has a Fanatec affiliate link. If you have a Moza, if you have a YouTube channel or streamer that you watch and you enjoy, try and use their affiliate links when buying equipment, because it does add up. Like, normally commissions are between like 1.5 and 10% depending on the company and the device and things. Should have got into fashion. You get like 30% affiliate commission on some clothing. So yeah, it makes a big difference, people. Yeah, vibration for slip can be quite handy. But then I find tactile transducers are so much better for that than anything on a wheel. And the nice thing is, if you've got a tactile transducer on your bum and then on your pedals, which you can do for like £100, you can feel if the front or back is, how much the front or back is being pushed. If people are following and I'm not calling out your names, it's because OBS I don't think is making a sound effect. Thank you for following if you do. Really appreciate it. Thanks for clicking the like button on YouTube. Oh yeah, if you've got Amazon Prime and you want to support us, you can subscribe. What else can you do? Yeah, thanks everyone that supports us. We put channel members and subscribers on the YouTube videos in the list. Yeah, UKOG broke everything. Typical guy. Is he still here? I haven't spoken to him for ages, actually. Hopefully I get to see him again. Yeah, I found WinKit a bit weird. Like, I think it was good. I think WinKit's really good for VR. I I found it a bit annoying though to set up. I ended up just having it so it's like windy all the time. But yeah, wind kit is quite nice. But yeah, for VR it gets rid of that static feeling really well. It doesn't work too well for streaming because the wind blows in the microphone. Yeah, that's how I lost my hair. Got blown off. Is Pico 4 any good? I've not used it. Probably not as good as the Quest 3. To be honest, they're going to do a Quest Lite this year, which I think will use the same lenses, but won't have as many like pass-through sensors and things. Maybe a little bit slower. I don't know, but I think it'll have the same lenses. Maybe I don't know if it'll be the same resolution. But anyway, either way, that could end up being quite good for sim racing. But the Quest 3 is awesome. I'm just waiting for a cable to arrive so I can use it with Sims properly. Unfortunately, Steam Link tends to not work too well with driving sims because it's not so bad for track races, but because it's constantly moving as opposed to most VR games where you're static, they struggle. This car sounds alright actually. I'm going to do a video on the best and worst things about the Quest 3, but the biggest thing I've found with the Quest 3 that's bad is the default strap is crap, but the battery life on it is really bad. I mean, you can obviously get an external battery pack, but why did that push it over the limit? Why have I lost my mouse? Hello? Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to try virtual desktop, but I think the problem is that my router's upstairs.
The pace car is out of control.
Are you using the Vive Pro strap? Oh, thanks for following. There we go, it's working again. Lone Wolf, thanks for following. Are you using the Vive Pro head strap? Oh, even with neck battery. Yeah. I found when using Steam Link, the battery doesn't drain as fast. But when you play games like Pavlov, like you get like an hour of battery life. Beat Saber again, it's like an hour. It's like you're gonna play for, like, the thing is, you might only be playing for 40 minutes, right? But I bought a Quest 3 at Christmas so I could use it like a VR user with no other distractions, you know, setting it up, playing random games, bit of temp, you know. And the thing is, like, even if you're only going to play 30-40 minutes of table tennis or something else, you are still going to be fiddling around in menus, or you're going to be doing something else, or you're going to take it off, someone else is going to use it. So an hour of battery life is really not acceptable. Use Vive Pro 2 for Onward. Ah, nice. You have a wire pulley thing attached. I remember when people did that. I mean, the definite thing. So, a wireless headset makes a huge. So, I look, because I had a HTC Vive, DK2, you know, all the original headsets that were wired. And with those headsets, you learn to not turn around. Like you use rotational snapping. Or if you've got a cable and you do turn around, you just intuitively learn that if you've turned around 3 times, you need to unturn around 3 times, which is crap. But when you use like the Quest 3 and it's a wireless headset and you're playing like Onwards and stuff, I tend to not walk around the room. I'll just turn around on the spot, which is so freeing and so much better. But you have to unlearn how you've learned to play VR games without with a cable.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Thank you. Dredge has subscribed with Prime. Really appreciate that. Welcome along. No adverts for you. Yeah, if you become a member, you get no adverts. You have a good time. Everyone's happy. What a place to be. Have a rock. Yeah, I tell you what, I was playing a gun game. Onward gun game is really fun. There's quite a lot of custom maps for Onwards now. You downloaded this game to try. Did you download the demo? The demo's crap. The full version of the game's alright, but compared to R-Factor 2 and AC, it's a bit weird, but you get used to it. If you're going to use the force feedback, I'd just recommend using the default plus force feedback. I'm just trying different settings now. We tried some of the custom force feedback, but I didn't think it was very good. But yeah, with the VR headset with the wires. So I bought this cable. That's the one that the USB-C cable that has the charging port in it for driving sims. And then I'll play room scale stuff upstairs. So I built in my bedroom. The bed is a Murphy bed, so I can lift it up. So I did that just for VR, and then never did VR. But you know, good plan. Well worth the £200 for that bed frame. So I can trap women against the wall. I think they're still using the people are using the current version of Onwards, but I think it's fine. But I know it did downgrade it a bit, but what you can do is on the PC version, you can just whack the render resolution up higher. Yeah, I really like the pancake lenses on the Quest 3. Like, you do get some like ghosting. I haven't tried Indiana Duck. You have to ask someone else on someone else's channel. Just yeah. I mean, do you mean driving sims? Do you mean racing games with good force feedback that we're talking about? Oh, here we go. Who doesn't like a pancake? Smoke your pancake.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Yeah. Well, it's the sweet spot. Like I said this before. It really annoyed me with VR headsets. That small sweet spot. Because personally, I don't know. Maybe it's because I have like a weird thing with my ears. I get dizzy very easily, so I tend to look around with my eyes more than moving my head. So maybe that's why I notice it more than a lot of people. Maybe, but. Having a wide sweet spot, especially in driving sims, in real life, if you're wearing a helmet, if you do go-karting or something, if you're wearing a helmet, you don't move your head around loads. Like, you move your eyes. And so, when VR headsets don't let you look around to the edges, it's terrible. Who does the crystal? Who is that? Is it Pimax? The Pimax crystal. I had the other Pimax, the 5K. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to slow you down. He was on a lap. Yeah, I won't say. Yeah, I won't say. Yeah, Pimax are a bit weird as a company. I might try the crystal out. Yeah, I can't say it, but yeah, Pimax, yeah. The 5K was alright. I'd have to try it again. I just felt it wasn't really polished. Yeah, I think for me with VR, having anything that makes the feeling of having something on your face lower, so like a headset that doesn't stick out much, or the facial interchange being comfortable, to me that's like more important than other aspects of the headset. Sweet spot and comfort are more important to me than like resolution or some aspects of field of view, you know. Yeah, a big screen beyond, but I don't know what the field of view is on that. No driving sims can do dynamic foveated rendering. So most of the stuff that does foveated rendering is just that the inner part of the image is higher resolution than the outer part. For a game to do foveated rendering, the game would have to change the rendered image, so the actual game would have to be programmed. Yeah, so that stereo overlap component is a weird one, because I'm pretty sure, I think the Quest 3 might have more stereo overlap than the Quest 2. Or I always felt like the Valve Index has a lot of stereo overlap, and I think what it does is it really helps. Stereo overlap is quite a significant thing that's perceived subconsciously as to what makes the image feel realistic. It'd be interesting to know actually how much stereo overlap the Quest 3 has over the Quest 2. Also, I noticed historically with Oculus headsets, to me, the world scale always seems a bit small, whereas with the Valve Index, it never felt that way. But also, with Oculus headsets, objects felt as if they were thicker. Smaller, but thicker. Whereas with the Valve Index, objects looked the right scale, like 1-to-1 real world scale, but they felt as if they were lighter and thinner. Like, it might just be displaying the same thing, but the perception of them was as if the same perception of as if objects in the Oculus were more dense, like made out of concrete, whereas when using the Valve Index, it often felt as if objects were made out of like card or something. But I don't know what gives this weird. It's a purely. It'll be some weird thing like stereo overlap, distortion, actual world scale. There's so many variables, but it's weird that they relate in that kind of way. Well, the LCD layout would relate to stereo overlap, but yeah, also width of the view. There's a whole bunch of. It's subtle, isn't it? There's lots of things involved. I just noticed that having used a lot of different VR headsets, it's quite weird how they display the same image differently. Tabs. I think that happens. That happens on all headsets. So. If you have blue or it might be green and red, red always looks like it's further forwards than green. You can really notice this if you look at a UI element that's a 2D UI element. I think it's to do with it's square pixels.
Car is out of control.
It's probably to do with the arrangement of the pixels, that where the colours are in the grid. Yeah, it does it on the Quest 3. So like, you'll be looking at a 2D image. You used to do it on the DK2. The Quest 3 does it. I think the Valve Index. You'd look at flat UI and you're like, hang on, that looks 3D. Wouldn't it be like red? Wasn't the Valve Index is pentile, right? I think it's pentile, so it's weird that it still does it on that. I wonder if it is to do with like where the pixels line up, or if it's something else that causes it. If it's just how you perceive colours, or maybe the lens distortion to different colours. Oh, nice one. Yeah, I need to try those mods out. The DK2 was pentile, but the Quest 3 isn't pentile, is it? Oh, so the Valve Index is square. So maybe pentile screens don't do it, but square pixel screens do. It would make sense if the arrangement. Are OLEDs typically pentile? Can't tell with can't tell with my 4K screen by looking at it from here. I need binoculars. Don't a lot of OLED screens have the thing where they've got 2 of 1, like a brightness pixel? Or maybe that was just to keep costs down. Because pentile is technically less pixels, right? I don't know, it gets very confusing. Here we go. I think we need to try those prototype cars. The little ones. Well, Channel VR, that's not quite the case, is it? Because so, well, I know what you're saying, but the advantage of having a higher resolution screen, even if you don't render to that higher resolution screen, is that you then have a screen that can basically display a virtual resolution. And if there's enough pixels, i.e. high resolution, it reduces the screen door, but it also means that aliasing is less apparent, even when you're rendering under the panel's resolution. So like, it's one of the advantages of like a 4K monitor, is even when you're rendering under like 2560 by 1440, so it's more like treating the screen, rather than treating the screen as pixel to pixel, literally. You don't have to render to every single pixel. So I think that's the main thing with VR, is to not think of screens in the same way that you do with a monitor. But what resolution is the Quest 3? Because the image clarity on that is great. Like, I've used the Vario, and honestly, I mean, I'm sure the Vario is high resolution, but the Quest 3 is a better VR headset. Like, it's lighter, the field of view is great, the clarity is great. It's more than good enough. Like, so that's probably why they dropped the price of the Vario quite aggressively. I do like the company that makes Vario, though. I think they're good in what they do. Well, so if you remember with the DK2, which was like 1080p per eye or something, or even less than that, the thing would be is that you could run the game. You run the game at like twice the resolution of the headset, and the point of that is that you would then get like virtually like super sampling. It looks higher resolution than it actually is. There's weird tricks you can do to make stuff look sharper and higher resolution. Yeah, I know what you mean, Channel VR, but I'm kind of in the school of thought of, I would rather have options in a game which allow me to massively ramp things up in a way where I could never conceivably run it, even on stuff that's going to be like not going to come out in 3 or 4 years in the future, and then just ultimately run a game on like medium, but it looks great. I like having that as an option. I don't feel like, oh, because I can run it at a higher setting, or that's an option, that, oh, I need to get a faster graphics card to max it out. If that makes sense. Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird one with resolution of VR headsets. Sleeper service. So buying two 2K triples and running them at 1080p for frame rate isn't dumb. Not necessarily. I mean, So with a 2D monitor, the problem is there's specific resolutions where things work better or worse when they're direct multiples of the amount of pixels. The thing is, with a 4K screen, also it depends on the actual resolution and the quality of your eyes and what you can actually see. But running if you're sat quite far away from a 4K screen, running a 4K screen at 2K, 2560 like 1440p, can actually look really quite good. But I would say if you're within like 2 meters of a 4K screen, you really like 4K looks absolutely incredible. And there's a notable clarity difference to the textures and scale and feel of everything. At 1080p, I mean, you know, like, yeah, I mean, you just have to try it from screen to screen and the games, and like sometimes running a lower resolution with more AA could run better and look all right, or vice versa. So I found with the 4K screens, because at 4K, at a certain distance, the pixels are so small that aliasing is less prominent. So it can actually, with some games, almost be better running at 4K with 2x AA, performance-wise is pretty good, than it is running 2K at 4 or 8x AA. So, and obviously that all changes as well, and depends with stuff like some of the new sharpening filters and super sampling and DLSS and stuff, so you can't really definitively say one thing. Thanks for subscribing, Known Callus, welcome. Yeah, I'm really, when I use the Quest 3, it's actually, maybe part of it is because the pass-through is relatively low resolution, but it's reality, and then you see the screen then looks higher quality than it actually is because you're comparing it to the pass-through image. But it is like, when you look at menus and stuff with the Quest 3, it's genuinely impressive how sharp they are when stuff's like within 2 meters. And then if you use pass-through and you put like a video or monitor in virtual reality in front of you, it looks like you've got a projector screen in your room that's good quality. Like, it's surprisingly good. Chad, well, that's it, you're banned. I'm just surprised, right? The Quest 3 is a really good consumer electronic device, like super impressive. It doesn't get like the general media praise that it should do. Like, it's the AR, and then the tracking, and then the fact it's all in a single device that's then sold at £500 for something that realistically should cost £1,000. It's really weird that mainstream media does not actually... The only thing they're interested in is this stupid thing about this person being assaulted in VR. It's like, why don't you take the bloody headset off, or they're too young to be playing VR in the first place. Like, how do you get assaulted in VR? Like, also, let's just ignore the fact that people are playing video games. Guys, don't drive into each other, please. They're playing video games where you're shooting people in the face. Surely that is worse. Surely that should make you feel more violated, someone pointing a gun at you at point blank range and shooting you in the face. Media is so dumb when it comes to VR. Oh no, I'm influencing you. Use my affiliate link. I don't have a VR affiliate link. Oh, we got 4th place here. we got 4th place. With the default force feedback. Oh no. Edward Brewers is slow. Not protective. Yeah, this is a really weird narrative for mainstream media to for them to latch onto. It's just bizarre. I don't know Mabix, no. There we go. Nismo with the win. James Phillips 2nd. Riot's Chase 3rd. Myself in 4th. Good driving. So let's do another track. So I'm going to change car actually. I was going to try this prototype cars. Hell no. I took my Quest 3 outside yesterday and made a screen the width of my house and above the guttering in height. Yeah, so I think what happens is when you do mixed reality, your brain perceives the screen as if it's existing in reality, which then makes it feel like a bigger screen. So you notice this with, do you remember Rift Max Cinema? Like you could have a virtual screen in front of you, right? But it wouldn't look big because there's no context for you to go, oh, that's a big screen. Whereas in Rift Max Cinema, it'd be like, well, the screen's the same distance away, but there's lots of people in seats looking like a cinema, which then makes your brain go, oh, it's a big screen because I'm in a cinema. I think that's part of the trick with that part of the value as well of AR. Where should we go to? I can't drive hilly tracks in this to make me motion sick. Maybe do like Silverstone. Bit of a wide, boring track though. Let's do Montreal. There we go. Stop saying these things. Well, when I get the cable, I'll be able to do more videos. I mean, if you've not played VR with like driving sims, it really makes it so much easier to position your wheels on the track. Yeah, I think Quest 3 probably is the best value option right now. Yeah. If you can ignore the battery life, well, it doesn't bother you get a head strap for it. Hopefully Valve release a headset later this year. VR makes you so sick. I find it alright, like as long as it lines up with reality. I'm so weird with motion sickness. Like last time I went go-karting in Germany, 3 or 4 people that were there were feeling really, really motion sick from it. And I was totally fine. Whereas if I play a driving sim like this and we don't have like or iRacing or AC or whatever, and we don't have camera filtering, it just instantly kills me. I have like full back to front motion sickness. You don't, well, a Meta account's technically not Facebook, but I mean it's gonna be the same company. It's not really it's not. I don't think people can. If it depends what aspect of it you're worried about. Like, if you're buying a Meta headset, presumably you don't care about supporting Facebook the company. So your issue would be to do with data protection. A Meta account isn't like searchable on the internet any more than like a Gmail or something. You don't need like a. It's not like you need Facebook. No, it's your worry should still be around endorsing a company that arguably does stuff badly, or but not. Yeah, you're not. It wouldn't be endorsing Facebook the platform, just the business. Which, I mean, depends where you draw the line, really, doesn't it? Right. People wants to turn the tyre volume down. See. Yeah, guys, if you could try not to drive into people at the end of the races, that'd be good, because people have strong force feedback wheels. For bass speakers, I think that LFE thing. This car is so sliding. It actually hurts. Wow, you need to just take it on board. It's pure immersion. Is this sound file bugged? There's like a... It's the loop of the sound file. Has like a weird thing in it. Right, can you hear it towards the top of the RPM? There. There. It's like a canned RPM wobble. It's not from bumps on the track. It's like it's this sound for when it should be hitting the limiter. Is accidentally playing at the wrong time. This guy's weird physics. Yeah, well, did you see? So on the Quest 3, there's a web mode, like a web. There's VR games that are using HTML or whatever, XML, and some of them are really good. Yeah, VHTML. That's a good thing about the Quest. Like if you have an account, like the account that gets you free stuff, and then there's quite a lot of free experiences on it. I think a lot of people don't realise. this car is messed up. There's like, it feels so disconnected. Like the throttle, it feels like there's, feels like you got wheel spin when you don't. It feels like the slip between the engine and the drivetrain. Don't know what is going on with this car, and then it's sliding all over the bloody shop. And it wants to keep going when you come out of corner. I'm going to keep moving the brake bars back. Why is it understeering so much? Like, it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. What, the front does not want to bite on this car. I never complain. I'm pretty sure there's like, it comes across to me in AMS2 like there's just really weird differential behaviour. That's what it seems like. It might not be, but that's how it comes across. This type of car is normally like the perfect thing for what I normally like to drive. Maybe the default setup on this has really low. Well, there's no front wing, is there? Doesn't even down planes. Vague front end. That would be a good way to describe AMS2. Vague front end simulator. Wish-washy front end sim. Oh, we've just been trying different force feedback files at Star Fox. But to be honest, the default plus just seemed to work better. Yeah, everything should have subtle front end feel. I'm going to try the custom force feedback file after this lap again, and we'll see if it's different with this car. This car drives like it's got a lawnmower engine. Lawnmower engine car. Right. What does this do? Oh, that'll do it for every single car. Oh, hang on, maybe... Oh, no, that won't make a difference. Yeah, but that FX just adds vibration. I mean, I don't know what's going on with this custom force feedback. What it's like is, it's actually not reflecting the rear of the car, which then makes the sim seem less overactive because the force feedback's ignoring what's actually going on. So that's weird. There's also like a dead zone in this force feedback in the centre. Force feedback dead zone, which is strange. I'm like turning the force feedback up, but I'm worried that if we have a situation that causes the force feedback to snap left and right, we'll be in trouble. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Just going out of the way. this custom force feedback file does not give any more information than the default force feedback. It feels different, but it doesn't give you any more feel from what the game's doing, so there's no point. What's default versus default? Let's try default. Let's see what that's like. I don't know if there's a line of code in the force feedback file that lets you have the force feedback get lighter for the front end, like an enhanced understeer effect, because I think that would be really good. I think that's what's missing. Yeah, I definitely think default plus is the way to go. Let's try and get a faster lap in here. Speedy lap. Yeah, I mean the handling in this sim. It's like I don't know how people can overlook it. Oh, we're doing the race. Yeah, there's no way that you can't fix the physics with force feedback. Moza's nice and cool. Moza R12 always stays cold. I haven't done much Project Cars 2 recently, but yeah, I always quite enjoyed the Porsche Cup car in Project Cars 2. I think it works quite well. Pretty good, fun car to drive. Claudio Algeria. Yeah, I think that's I think that I have that suspicion as well, in that the car's pretty much always doing quite a monstrous slide, and you can counter steer it really slowly. You don't have to be like really quick with the reaction of counter steering, which is not like slick tyres in a real car at all. Like, you have to actually be real slick tyres are more snappy than even AC or whatever. Like, so yeah, I think because it's so slidey all the time, then it makes it really easy to be like, oh, the car's stepping out, counter steer, and then you're really slow on the throttle and the brake, and so I think it makes it easy to get used to and like feel like you're a driving god. So I totally agree. I think that's probably what a lot of people latch onto with MS2. The downside is it doesn't ever feel hooked up. It's like it's like driving on road tyres in a race car. Right, here we go. I don't know when AC2's happening. Get in there. I need another sandwich, starving. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be better the longer they delay the release of AC2, and the more development they do, the better. Here we go. Thing is, MS2 players seem to be very slow as well. Like we've been doing open servers, and I am miles off the pace in terms of like I'm not driving close to like, you know, I'm not trail braking absolutely perfectly. I'm not doing the right lines. I'm not modulating the throttle perfectly. Like I'm miles off the pace, and yet when we do these races, we're still like 4th and 5th and 3rd in the race. Although it's just arbitrarily changed the positions, but
Okay, let's go.
it's kind of like a bit like a Radical SR3, but less power. Like a entry prototype. Given how big the wing is on this, it doesn't make sense how little stick it has. Feels like the front is scrubbing through every corner. Unless you like really aggressively throw it in. I don't know, Tabs. It's like a bloody hovercraft, this car. Hovercraft racing are us. Edward in front of us here. And then jabbering forth. That's true, Skywelk. I bet you those sausages would rip the bottom of a car off. Those are some big sausages. It has the same mirror on it that the Lotus 211 has. Maybe that's what this car is meant to be more like. A Lotus 211. Rather than a Radical. No, it didn't save the sim. Maximum sausage. Off the shelf spa mirror. You shave your beard whilst you're driving. I think we'll. I need to set up Pure in AC, the new Pure. We do. Does anyone want to join a race in AC with the new Pure? I haven't tried it yet. I like how the brake lights in this game, the sort of glow of them looks really nice and clear. I think they did a patch yesterday, but they did a new skyboxes a few days ago released. Not much draft from this car. You'd expect this car, given that it feels a bit underpowered, to have a lot of to get a lot of draft from the car in front. Yeah, it feels like you're driving on dirt or something. like, it's like road tyres with a car that normally drives with slicks, or as if this was actually some kind of dirt surface as opposed to tarmac. What is Yeebis? I think it's a graphics library or something. I'm not sure. It's not even drifting though, it's like ice driving. It's like those you know when they do ice driving with go-karts? It's because there's no transition from grip to slip. It doesn't ever feel like you're in that bitey envelope. It's always in like slip. It's always like you're always over the limit. It's like the car is always over the limit, even when you're like driving normally. It's as if it's always handling like you'd expect tyres to handle over the limit. It's not like I'm massively over driving. Or even, I'm just doing what I'd normally do to drive quickly. And if we were, like, if I was driving with this much apparent sliding in ACR Factor 2, whatever, the tyres would be dead within like 2 laps. But then, right, so there's a forum post, okay. Right. There's a forum post that someone, because someone, I don't know, they were complaining about me or something. I don't know. Steel series, he does a lot of the physics development. We put it in the complainers of muscle. Right. The key to understanding AMS2's handling characteristics are rooted in the tyres and how the force feedback interprets self-aligning torque and slip angles. Naturally, self-aligning torque from the tyres falls off prior to peak grip. Okay, you don't feel that for the front slip at all in AMS2. It's fine, it's totally drivable, but the front tyres, there's not much detail for that. Due to changes in the pneumatic trail, believe it or not, in AMS2 and real life, when this happens, steering forces start to go light and a sensation of sliding occurs in the tyres when they reach peak slip angle and grip. You do not feel that in AMS2 outside of... Well, like, you could just see we were racing normally there. I'm not driving that from the force feedback. It's from the cars doing monstrous slips and sliding massively. That's how you play. That's how AC feels like, though. There's detail for the front tyres. A lot of detail. There's still variation in force feedback. It's nowhere as bad as ACC. Right. Although it may seem to feel like this way, the tyres in AMS2 are not actually sliding more than what one would expect at the point of peak grip. Typically 5 to 8% tyre slip is the peak grip comfort zone. I agree. Though I don't agree with what's happening in AMS2 is you are sliding. Like, I don't know, you can say it's not sliding, but what on earth is going on then? Anyone can confirm this with telemetry. It's a sensation versus force feedback interpolation. So the argument is it feels like you're sliding. The lack of feel in the force feedback is what makes it seem like you're sliding more than other sims when you're not. But that's not true, because we're like bloody the car's understeering off the track mentally. And even if I'm under driving, we're slower, massively slower relative to the amount of slip angle that's required to go faster. So I don't know what the telemetry's saying, but it is demonstrably different, the driving in AMS2 and how much it wants to slide and what's productive for lap speed. It's like, I mean, I don't... Even if you give them the benefit of the doubt and you're like, okay, the data says it's not sliding any more or less, there is something fundamentally different. You can't just... The developer excuse of, oh, it just feels different to you. No, I'd say all games feel more grippy in VR, Demgam. Because you can notice rotation and speed. Nismo, this is from the developer. This is from Automobilista 2 developer. VR makes everything more notable. I mean, I don't know why not for other stuff. Maybe because, relatively speaking, AMS2, for whatever reason, seems to be more like a road tyre than other sims with slick tyres. And so the difference becomes more apparent from AMS2 in VR compared to iRacing in VR. But when I play iRacing AC, R-Factor 2, whatever in VR, it always feels more precise because you can pick up relative motion better. Anyway, here we go. So typically the 5 to 8% tyre slip is the peak grip control zone. Anyone can confirm this with telemetry. It's a sensation of the force feedback interpolation of the forces that's the most perceptible change for the player and may create the illusion of sliding more than the slide itself. But anyone that's a really experienced sim racer can distinguish the difference between not being able to feel anything in force feedback and what is the force feedback doing and how does that affect things and what is visually going on. I mean, I've been playing AMS2 with a Steam Deck and it's still very like it seems slidier than AC iRacing and stuff. iRacing sliding over the limit because the physics turn off. Anyway, at the point of peak slip grip, when the steering is light, the goal for the drive is to maintain neutral steer, and there are dynamic factors involved with that. I totally agree, including to a large degree the car's natural balance. I agree. Setup balance. Agree. State of the tyres. Agree. State of the track. Blah blah blah. Yeah, I totally agree. And in no small part, the driver inputs themselves. Well, I agree. But if a driver is like a in my case, I'm not an esports driver, but I'm a very experienced sim racer. Like I can drive within a second of world record pace in multiple simulators. I think that's good enough. Like if I can, I think that qualifies you to be at a level where your skill level's not the issue. In other words, driving on the edge stands out. It's a sensation that a growing number of sim racers are beginning to enjoy, but are afraid to admit it because the overall perception of these dynamics are deemed less realistic. I agree, but I think AC actually changed the narrative on that well before Automobilista 2. And yes, most simulators do tend to be unforgiving, unrealistically unforgiving, but AMS2 is fucking insane if you think that's how cars are. So, anyway, but the truth is, wholly rooted in real life vehicle and tyre dynamics, which is one of the advantages of a physical tyre model. Hang on, what's this? The sensation that a growing number of sim racers are beginning to enjoy, but are afraid to admit it because the overall reception of these dynamics are deemed to be less than realistic. I do agree, there are a selection of sim racers that when a sim's easy to drive, they dismiss it. But that's more of an old school narrative that applied to people that played GPL and just iRacing. I would say that narrative has changed with the popularity of Race Room, AC, and even iRacing's got easier in many ways. But no, I know. Once you got used to it, GPR had vintage tyres anyway. So, but I think it was quite punishing on the equipment at the time. A really big factor for difficulty of playing a sim, like especially like unforgiving sims, is if you don't have a load cell pedal or you don't have a DD wheel. That made those games way, way harder than they needed to be. Hang on. Another area of note is the fact that historically, AMS2 has tended to be more driver-friendly when going past peak slip grip angle compared to other sims. This is true. This can be off-putting to sim racers used to a less forgiving model, but this is a matter of degree. Current design and the stage of development with the tyre model is being correctly observed universally by the community as having been dialed in somewhat. Yeah, they've reduced that, but it's still massively like that R factor to Project Cars 2. I mean, the car we just drove. I mean, bloody hell, what car drives like that unless you were driving on snow? It's like the transition from bitey gripped tyres, which is still sliding a bit, to being at the limit and the car's light and you're actually on the limit, that 5 to 8 degrees of slip, which is the most productive point of slip because the tyres are all actually working the best and the force feedback gets a bit lighter, and then going over that. The problem with AMS2 is it's like road tyres with slick tyres. It's like you're always doing these huge slide, even when you're driving really smooth, which is slower than actually doing a bigger slide. And then also the tyre model, I think, is too complicated. So it's taken 4 years. Bloody Slightly Mad Studios did Project Cars 1, which took 3 years. Then they did Project Cars 2, which was another 2 or so years of development on trying to tone it down to 2 or 3 different tyre models. And then they went back to a more simple tyre model. Or they had the Assetto tyre model, which I think is being used in this now. But they had a bunch of different stuff. They dialed it in, changed it around, went back to another one, went to another one, whatever. So that was like, let's say that's 5 or 6 years of development. And then it's taken 3 or 4, well, 2019, 4 years of Reza polishing the tyre model that whatever the last Project Cars 2 tyre model was. It might be the Assetto tyre model, I don't know. And yet it's still worse to drive. Obviously it does rain, it does day night, it does different tack temperatures and everything, and off-road and on-road, great, that's fine. But it drives less realistically than Automobilista 1, which is using a fairly simplistic tyre model. So no, I don't think the more advanced tyre model is actually better, because you can't bloody fix it. If it takes 5 years of one of the best, Reza are possibly the best dev teams in terms of like mod teams or like polishing an existing game, like what they did with MS1.
I don't like ACC, but I do like Normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like
this guy,
even F1 or GT mods.
If
really
Reza, who are probably some of the most talented modders and or content creators in sim racing, so you put them up there with like RSS and stuff. If it's taken them 4 or 5 years to get something that's still massively worse than a game from 15, 20 years ago in dry conditions, I don't think you can really argue that complex tyre models are better. Or, not complex, you know what I mean? Well, a physical tyre model. Yeah, no one's at Skywork. You always straw man what I've said on this repeatedly. Anything that's moving is sliding. Everybody knows that. Everything's in a state of slip. Like, to be rolling forwards, something has to be in a state of slip. Anything that's moving. So, but everybody knows that by default. Yeah, I know you're agreeing with it, but you keep bringing up stuff as if when I talk about slip angles and stuff, that I'm making a statement that real cars aren't very slide, or don't slide, or aren't always in slip. It's really weird. Yeah, so Anyway, right, last paragraph. Ultimately, the above isn't meant to admonish anyone's preferences in the way they like their sim to express these types of things. Instead, it's simply to highlight that many of the behaviours in the cars and the tyre model that may seem unique to AMS2 are indeed based on real-life vehicle dynamics. Yeah, but that's completely moot. Every simulator's physics are based on real-world vehicle dynamics. R Factor 2's are. It's irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant to the conversation. And that is not a counter-argument to someone saying, guys, X is mental in this sim. The argument that he's put forwards for someone saying that AMS2 is too slidey is him saying, down to force feedback and you're perceiving things wrong. Well, that's convenient because then you can't have a bloody conversation on it, can you? Guys, your perception of this channel being shit is actually entirely subjective. It's not because the lighting's crap, I'm not a sexy woman and I'm wearing boring clothes. It's entirely subjective. You can't say anything critical because, no, it's just down to your perception. It's all perceptive. Mario Kart, most realistic sim ever. It's all down to perception that causes it. It's actually based on physical properties of real cars. Where are we finishing off? Nevertheless, the conviction to improve in all areas of physics remains a hallmark of Reza, as it does every single sim developer, which I believe most of the community appreciates. Yes, they do. Who's RCS? Where was this? Did someone post my? Are they complaining about someone else, or is he complaining about me? I don't know. Someone's replied to that comment. I know this was RCS video. Someone's replied to it. I think Gamer Muscle needs the next lesson. What's RCS's video? Is he saying it's slidey as well? What's RCS sim racing? Whose channel is this? RCS. I don't know who that is. But AC has the best force feedback in terms of letting you know what your car's doing and how it relates to its physics. But AMS2's force feedback's all right. Right, we're going to try... yeah, well, that's what you've just said, what the random call sign said. Is exactly that's what I'm saying. It's I would say it's just one stage. But I mean, I get what he's getting at. It's like the cars are always in a state of that over the limit slip. Always, like they're never. Right, who agrees with? Let's just round this off. So there must be quite a few people in chat here that have driven who in chat has driven a car on track with slick tyres, like a race car, like anything with slick tyres, right? Or go-kart. If you've driven a rental go-kart, it's the same. You have, when you're not doing a big slide, it feels like you're bit in, you're like gripped in. It still slides left and right a bit when you push and stuff, but it's really gripping. Then, when you get onto the tyres, there's like a more obvious sort of slip phase, and then if you go over it totally, it like slides off quite a lot. But there's basically 3 stages on a slick tyre. There's pretty much gripped in, like what feels like bit in. There's quite a very granular but quite abrupt transition to you're now in a state of the sort of turning slip that's useful for rotating the car and that's fast. And then there's you've gone over the limit. Now, between those 3 main zones, there's like very granular gaps between them. and then to hold it into that actual slip state, and also it's quite hard to get it in the absolute perfect position. But there's definitely feels like grippy, on the limit, over the limit. It feels like 3 notable conditions. Every car I've ever been in, and even rental go-karts, everything has that sort of feeling to it. The only time you don't have that feeling is if you're driving a car, like more like a road tyre tends to be more like somewhat grippy, very, very gradual slip. And then it doesn't really have the really abrupt fall off at the end. It's more like a very smooth transition across all the states. It's not grip, slip, mega slip. It's like grip, sliding, more sliding. That's what a road tyre is more like. AMS2 is more like a road tyre than a slick tyre. Yeah, that Jared Paul. That's what that's basically what slick tyres do in a full size car as well. Like in a Radical, it's like super mega grip from the downforce. You turn a bit too aggressively, back pops out, quick counter steer. There will be a little bit of a subtle shift, but it'll be very snappy. It's very similar to go-kart. I think that's just how slick tyres work. It makes sense because it's probably to do with the size of the contact patch at any one point in time, and then also the maybe it's to do with like the way the carcass can flex and things as well. And I don't know, there's probably a whole bunch of reasons that give it that perception. Wow. But right, do you know what would be the thing to go though? Is for someone like a developer would never admit this publicly. If you were to ask them, you go, okay, right, I get that you're trying to do the best you can with your simulator, fine. Now, be honest and say which simulator do you think does it the best? And they would all of them would say Assetto Corsa. Maybe they do say that privately, but can't say it publicly. Maybe this might be mind blowing to people, guys, but maybe a lot of developers actually use Assetto Corsa as the current benchmark for what they should be doing because maybe it is the most realistic. That would be weird, wouldn't it? Reported for being toxic. Oh dear. Right.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Jason Murphy, even cold slicks though. They still, they're more linear when they're cold, but they still don't do the. They're still not like AMS2. And also, it's like half a lap. Like on a Radical SR3, a lap around Donington, one single lap, and this is in like British weather, so like 19 to 20 degrees ambient temperature, sun out, a single lap or even half a lap, well, maybe like let's say so you've got the first corner, the right hander, then you go up there, right hander, by that right hander before the long straight, which is only 4 corners. It's the tyres they're not up to like actual full on grip, it'd still be a bit leery and everything, but it's still, they then drive exactly like you'd expect slick tyres to be, just not up to actual optimum performance. So that's the other myth in sim racing, is this cold tyre. I know you weren't saying this, but the cold tyre thing, where like people are like, the car, you play the sim and the car just slides off the track in slow motion because you've gone slightly too hot into a corner, and then people in sim racing go, cold tyres, mate. Cold tyres, like, what? Oh dear. Hello Apex Racing, how's it going? Right, let's get this thing, latest Pure installed. Oh dear. That is some warm tea. You'll have to partner with Jimmy. Well, no, because they're actually successful at what they do, and they're actually good at driving. I think Jimmy has more of a... Well, he's done a lot more go-karting, but I get the impression he's probably got a better natural aptitude to driving than me. I'm not like a driver. It's not. I'm not like naturally good at it. And Stephen is a beast. Stephen's actually very good at go-karting. Like, he's naturally talented at it. I think much better than Jimmy, and also he's done a lot more go-karting at like sort of UK level stuff from a very young age. Stephen's like actually a very good driver, but I think Super GT is probably the most talented driver out of all the anyone that does YouTube driving content that I can think of off the top of my head. It's just skin it, yeah. Yes, that's all it is, actually, yeah. It's hard. The thing is, motorsport's totally broken. Unless you were doing like F3, well, Morad's like a works GT3 driver, but again, GT3's terrible. Like you'd need you'd need to put people in like if you really wanted to know who the best driver is. Out of anything, you need to put them in like fixed class F3 or absolutely fixed class like Rotax go-karts or something. Go-karting is still different from real driving, but I think it's probably the closest thing to like 80s Formula 1 cars. But you need everyone to be on the same page in all the same cars, and then you'll be able to go, oh, okay. Like... You know, it's motorsport does not exist to determine who's better at driving. It's the whole thing's stupid in that regard. It's a fun activity, but it's as a competitive thing, it's a bit silly. Did Max go from shifting? Yeah, I think go-karting is closer to Formula 1 than road car. I mean, then road car driving is a whole different class. And then rally driving as well is a whole different thing. But so normally, if you were to say, is someone a better driver? It depends which component you're talking about. If you're talking about endurance racing, it's like, well, who's consistently really good over a long period of time? But if you're talking about raw input and reactive ability, then you'd be like monitoring like their sort of absolute raw pedal inputs and raw like wheel response. And then you might go, well, okay, what about the physicality component of it? So fitness would then come into it. So it depends how you divide things up. And it depends which specific skill you're focusing on. So I think like with sim racing, that focuses on hyper accuracy without like outside forces affecting you. Like sort of hyper precision on the braking, accelerating and steering and track position. Yeah, well, oval racing is a whole other thing again, isn't it? It's a different form of motorsport. It's the problem with motorsport. And then you have people that hyper specialize in a certain class of racing. So yeah, it's a weird one. I think generally speaking, though, I think it would be fair to put, if you were to put a load of people in decent go-karts, and you gave them all, they all had a good opportunity to like, you know, they all had like a year or two to be able to practice so they could get used to that specific type of driving. and then you like did a race with everyone in the same go-kart. That would probably be a good way of determining who's probably better or worse. You know, I mean, it's always going to be compared. It's only going to be who's better. Or it's like the IQ test. It's like who's good at passing that test, rather than overall. It's hard to how do you define overall driving? Why German wife? So I can get an EU passport. Why does that make Formula E good? The problem with Formula E is they can't. The tracks aren't wide enough, and the difference of the vehicles, like the way the vehicles are, doesn't allow them to really overtake. And qualifying then becomes a predominant thing because of street racing. And there's a whole bunch of stuff with Formula E. It's a bit weird. Formula E would be better if it was like go-karts. If they were small go-karts, electric go-karts, and here we go. I'm downloading the latest Pure here. Like shifter carts are probably the closest thing to being able to test skill at the cheapest price. I don't know. There are electric go-karts, but they're normally a bit low spec. No indentation fixes allowed. Downloading the latest Pure here. Oh, okay, I'll fix it just for you. Bloody hell, just... Oh, God. The things that we have to do for everyone. Are you happy? Are you happy? Clio Cup would be better than karts. In go-karts, you can't measure how good people are with down. Well, you do have those down. You have those supercarts. They have downforce, and they drive them around full-size racetracks. Old-time gamer. All right, thanks for watching. Have a good one. I mean, really, for the skill of driving, sims are actually pretty good for determining that, because it's accessible, so anyone can like do it. It does remove like the noise and the variability of real world driving, and it removes the like physicality aspect for the most part. And I think it's pretty fair to say if you have someone that's really good at sim racing, chances are they'll be good at real driving as well if they're given the time and they can adjust to it. Like if James Baldwin was genuinely given a really good chance in real cars, I'm sure he'd absolutely pwn. Same with like a lot of these esports sim racers. The ones that are fit enough and the ones that actually want to do it, because there's a lot of people that don't. If they were given the same sort of general opportunity in the career prospects, they would absolutely do amazingly in real motorsport. Yeah, but Raul de Molde, you just get used to your specific sim rig setup and the actual track and everything. The core driving is always the same. You want to get him into karting, take him to Autosport. Who's it? Oh, you got your son an electric quad bike. Why do you want to like? Do you want to like not have any money left? Is this your goal? Yeah. So this is the thing. This is why I think like Verstappen is probably the best driver to ever have existed. is because he's mental in Formula 1 with cars that are like notoriously ridiculous at the limit and unforgiving. He sets the cars up in a way that's closer to like Alien Simrig setup, like Alien iRacing setup, where the car's like super pointy from tiny amount of input because he probably wants to drive onto the limit straight away, or like be as immediately connected to the car as physically possible, which most drivers, it's too much for them. And then you see him do any racing simulator, iRacing, R-Factor 2, whatever, he's shit hot in all of them. So, you know, whereas if you get some of the other like really top drivers, they'll be really good in sims, they'll be really good, but they're not on the same level. Yeah, but he's had the same teammates, and again, like, putting aside his real world driving, he's shit hot in simulators, which specifically focuses on your raw input precision to an absurd degree, and also consistency to an absurd degree. And so like, consistency is probably one of the more crucial things in a car. Yeah. Also, yeah. He's been doing yeah. He had a race driver dad, and has been forced to do driving from when he was a fetus. So like, how are you meant to? And the amount of time he puts into into all the racing stuff. Like, how is anyone meant to outdo that? It's ridiculous. We're downloading Pure here. It would be good to see, like, that was a nice thing with COVID, apart from loads of people dying and all the anti-vax conspiracy stuff. A good thing with COVID was getting the drivers in sims. That's an interesting thing to do as an exercise. It's a shame that's not more of a common thing. Right, here we go. How do we install this? Hang on. Why does it say Miguel and his viewers just joined? How does that work? I don't have an alert for that. How does that work? When did that happen? Hello? What's in YouTube raid? Oh no, I've just pulled my cable out. Oh. I thought, how does that work? Busted. It's a raid, but I've got no alert for it. Ah, that's well confusing. Fode. Ai caralho. Portuguese attack. It's a bit it's a bit confusing. Pastel de nada. That's what I'm having. Pastry of nothing. Oh dear. How's everyone doing? Welcome along, guys. Check out Miguel. He's really good if you want to learn how to speak Portuguese. Woo! You might struggle to understand him if you're English. You stream in Portuguese, right? Yeah, you think the Lidl's do quite good pastel de nata. What's that? Is that the best? Vida. Key? Oh, thanks for subscribing. Welcome, guys. We're just installing Pure now. Oh, welcome along. This is like our first ever raid, I think, on YouTube. A lot's been changed. Oh, Vida is live. You go into the live, you're in on the dashboard, and then edit, scroll down, and there's a redirect button. Oh, they fixed that. It was all like messed up before. If I do this, will it automatically uninstall and install the old version? I should have read the instructions. Hang on. Do I can't remember if I need to. Do you know if you're installing Pure? Do any of you know if you have to uninstall the old one with that file? Oh, let's do that. Let's do it. We'll uninstall the old one and install the new one. Uninstall Pure, and then we'll do install. We'll see what happens. How's everyone doing though? I need to eat something else. I need to make another sandwich. I'm starving. Oh, can you just install over the top? Ah, okay, let's do that. We're good for other people would like to know, so it's worth doing. What are you doing, Miguel, anyway? Is it like 10 o'clock? Oh, wait. Well, I'm going to just install it. We're going all in. It's just be copying files, to be honest. Where's the set of Corsa? Let's browse to that. Help stick. AC1 is goated. I found an awesome custom force feedback. For what? Awesome custom force feedback for what? Just tell me the name of it, because we probably tried it out. Which one did you try? We just tried a bunch of them and they were terrible. Okay, thanks, Doctor. Yeah, well, we'll do that now. Here we go. It's C. Steam Apps Common Assetto Corsa. That's the folder. I have too many hard drives. I don't know. It's what all the cool kids are saying these days. I'm too old. I understand this goated lark. Sounds like something a shepherd would say. Oh, that boy's been born in Bethlehem. Oh, he's being goated. Sounds like people that enjoy goats too much say. Oh, I've just goated him. Oh, he's been goated. Or like a herd of goats. Rabies-infested goats attack a city. Oh, we're being goated. Ah! I'd like a stuffed goat. I could have it on my sim rig. Who doesn't want a stuffed goat? There's some nice goats near me, actually. They're really friendly. Installation complete. File not found. Oh. Did that do it? I don't know what happened here. Right, I'm going to extract the files first rather than counting on that bat to work. AC1 slaps. I've never understood the obsession with custom force feedback for AMS2. It already has some of the best default force feedback of any sim on the market, apart from Assetto Corsa. I know Flying Phoenix. That's what I thought as well, though. Like, the default force feedback's fine. Corrupted successfully. Congratulations, we did it. Right, we'll try again with it all zipped out. It just seemed to happen suspiciously quickly. I mean, I do have nice SSDs. You know, I've got like a NVMe drive, so it probably should be pretty instant, actually, because it's on the same disk. But I don't trust modern computers. When stuff happens, like Steam Deck or Linux, when you turn it off and it turns back on and it works straight away with no pause, it just makes me think it's broken. Steam Deck's good, yeah. Apart from the buttons on it, the D-pad is too squishy. It's not clicky enough for my Tetris. Whoa, check out his SSDs. Yeah, I know it should be quick, but I'm used to using Windows 3.1 where it takes a week to boot up. Where's bloody Steam on here? You got to browse to it. Hang on. x86. Steam apps. I could show this on the screen, but then I might accidentally imply some nudity. Common Assetto Corsa. Right, here we go. Oh, that's taking longer. I trust it. That was a bit longer. Yeah, I think it didn't. You have to make sure you've zipped the whole thing. Unzip the whole thing. There we go. Hello, DJ Squibby. What was it called? Health Stick. What was it called? Hang on. Let me mod you so you can post a link to it. Where is he? Right, post a link to it. If it's one we've already seen. Hurry up. Full cam forehead is already implying nudity. I know. But then I made the mistake of we missed a bit here. I've got like an off angle bird shit. What's going on with that? Are you going to post it? Oh, there's probably a delay on the stream. Oh dear. There it is. No, we tried this. It was shit. Ah, I knew you would suggest something that was shit. Why do I never trust people? Like, it was shit. It's worse than default plus. That's worse than default plus, that force feedback file. It's mushy. It's dampened. You idiot. It's worse than the default one. You idiot. Yeah, I'm using it. No, just use default plus with a bit of damper. It's got more detail. Also, well, that's 7.0. I was using full force feedback 8.1. So I was using an even newer one. Right. You know what? I'm gonna mushy this breast milk, an Olympic breast milk swimming pool. Technically, all milk is breast milk if you think about it. I need another sandwich. Look, name any milk that's not breast milk. Can you? I don't think you can. Almond. Yeah, that's fake. That's fraudulent milk. Oat milk. That's fake milk. You can't just blend something and filter. That's like me calling tea milk. Oh, filtered water through my tea bag. Tea milk. It's a fraud. Absolute coconut. Well, again, it's not really milk, is it? Right. Let's Google the meaning of milk. Milk. Wikipedia. Right. Here we go. Milk is a white liquid food produced by mammary glands of mammals. So unless it's not that. Yeah. All milk has to come from a mammary gland. So, unless you have glands that mammary, you ain't producing milk. Lactate in your face. Right, let's... do you know what? I'm just going to jump into MS2 quickly and just double check that we are using the... I'm going to try that custom force feedback file again and just see if it is shit. Not to undermine whoever spent time making it, but we're going to double check it. Double check. That's how much attention to detail we put in here. That's a circular definition because a mammary gland is a gland that produces milk. Well, yeah, there you go. Right, what car do we were doing it with this car. We were testing it with this. Right, here we go. Well, I'm always putting the effort in. No, oat milk just tastes like someone's badly made porridge and then took the porridge out. Oat milk's terrible. I made so when COVID happened and we had the lockdown, and I had COVID and I couldn't walk anywhere, and I was desperate for a cup of tea, and I don't know why I didn't do Deliveroo or something. I don't know. My brain was like broken. I was like dying. So I was like, I need milk. So I was like, I had loads of oats. So I tried like making oat milk, and then it was terrible. Why is there a kookaburra in Italy? Right. Well, now we've got bird flu. I need a vaccine for bird flu. Have the anti-vaxxers jumped onto the bird flu vaccine yet? Are we not? Right, here we go. Are we actually using the correct force feedback here? Full FFB by JP. Here we go. Yeah, right. Straight away, there is a dead zone in the centre of the force feedback, which you do not want. If you're using a DD wheel, there's like a centre bit which is dead, as if it's like a G25. So already this force feedback makes it worse. Yeah, and then it doesn't actually have any more detail than the default plus. Like, the front's washing out there, no extra detail. So you just use the default plus force feedback. There's no... Yeah. No, we drove it before. It's exactly the same. I just double checked, copying the file across again. Yeah, it's crap. Just use the default. Just use the default force feedback. Use the default plus with a bit of damper on it, like 10 on the damper. It's more detailed. Right, like AC pure. Here we go. Yeah, the lot file. Right. Who in chat thinks lot files are game-changing for Assetto Corsa. It's the biggest load of bollocks. It's so stupid. It's like, okay, the only time a LUT file makes sense is if your wheel is broken, or with some Logitech wheels, the dead zone was a bit bigger than others, but even then, you didn't need it. So, I don't know what is... Or you want to make it so your wheel's actually clipping, but you don't realise it is. Or you want it to rotate faster, but actually that's at the expense of details, and you should be manually rotating it anyway because the wheel can't move fast enough regardless. So it's ridiculous. Like, people would get LUT files for AC and they'd go, oh, it's transformed the force feedback. It's like, what? No, getting a T300 over a G25 with AC would be 10 to 15 times more of an impact. Or just getting used to AC with a G25 would be fine. You're talking about such marginal differences. No, Raul de Molde is bollocks. Absolute bollocks. No, total bollocks. Total bollocks. I'm sorry. As someone that's had a G25, a Momo Black G25, T300, TSPC Racer, Simucube, DD1, Moza R12, OSW. I'm sorry, but the difference that a LUT file does to AC is more placebo and actually irrelevant to the grand scheme of things than just getting used to how your G25 happens to respond. Also, the idea of linearity being the most important thing with a wheel like a G25 is ridiculous. It doesn't matter. All you need is, like, when you turn, if the grip's decreasing, the force feedback gets lighter. If the back's coming out, the force feedback tugs in the opposite direction. If it does that, that's ultimately what you're going to get from it that's of utility. It doesn't matter if that's linear or not, because the wheel's not got enough fidelity in its 1.4 Newton meters to actually, for that to really be relevant. Yeah, lookup table is it just means if the thing's presented with one value, it outputs a different value based off the lookup table. So like 1 equals 4, 2 equals 6, 3 equals 9. As opposed to 1 being 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, if that makes sense. Raul de Molde, what wheel are you talking about? So, like, right. With AC, all I'd do is set the force feedback to be... I'm going to create a server here, actually, guys, in AC. I would set the force feedback to be like 70 or 80, in which case it doesn't clip with anything, pretty much, and then just push plus and minus on the number pad. Because even with the worst car, with the worst, like, clipping, like a Formula 1 car or something, it still has more detail than any other sim for where the tyre limit is. So you don't need to be doing LUT files, because it's irrelevant on the grand scheme of things. It's like people are not thinking about the actual logic of what's going on behind this. Yeah, let's do a radical race. Good idea. Right. Oh my god, my neck is falling off. I think there's a whole load of sim racers that fiddle with shit and then convince themselves what they fiddled with is actually important when it isn't. It's the same, you get it with anything. You get it with, like, photography, you get it with all these things, music, audio, like audio files. It's like, okay, I get there's, like, doing stuff to the extreme if you're producing stuff, but damn gam, if you're getting clipping, you just turn the force feedback. You push them plus and minus on the numpad, and then you don't get clipping. It's that easy. Hang on. All of this shit is down to personal preference. No, it's not! It's not down to personal preference. The point is it's absurd. Oh, Jesus Christ. And this is what it is. Yeah, like, it's just being, like, super, like, autistic about it. Now, nothing against people with autism, but, like, that hyper-focus, probably a better term to use. People being needlessly hyper-focused about things to nitpicking to a degree of absurdity. It's like people buying really expensive sporting equipment whilst overlooking the fact that they can't do the sport to any degree of skill, so it's pointless. I'm just creating the server here, guys. No, I'm just setting it up with the Radical SR3. Yeah, I know it's sim racing, but I think whenever doing anything, it's like coffee machines. You have to ask yourself, at what point is it actually, are you being absurd? Oh, I've got to measure my beans to within 1,000th of a gram. Oh, I need to measure them within a billionth of a gram. You're not taking photographs using the Hubble Space Telescope where you need to be so precise, otherwise you can't resolve the details for the specific scientific output. You're drinking coffee, an overly harsh, somewhat limited drink because it's literally roasted beans. It's bizarre. It's like they've broken the hierarchy of what's important is broken, but they've decided to keep focusing on stuff further down the hierarchy. Well, I would get bored. No, I'd be happy because I wouldn't have to explain to people how stupid they are. The custom force feedback files were pointless over the default plus. Was the Church of Force feedback lesson? Yeah, it's my skill level. That's it. I agree. Right, what were the new? They replaced the older ones totally. I think they might have replaced the old ones. I don't know if I have Kyami. Right, sessions. What have I got here? I'm just setting up this. I really need to put a fixed setup on. Yeah, no, so I'm not against changing settings. The point is changing the relevant settings that actually have a demonstrable impact. That's the issue. I'm all for having totally different settings and trying stuff out. What I'm not for is going down a wild goose chase of self-delusion and placebo with no real beneficial gains, but then that being promoted as if it's game-changing because it's the blind leading the blind. Well, it takes a stupid person to know a stupid person. Right. Well, I'm an idiot for bloody sim racing so much and doing sim racing on YouTube. Like, what am I doing with my life? This is a really convoluted way of being able to just drink tea all day long. Boo! Boo! Right, here we go. I'm getting this setting set up here.
Okay, let's go.
Right, I think the server's up. Right, try this server, see if it works. Radical SR3. It's called Gamer Muscle. I don't think I put a password on it. So. It's all about the implied nudity. That's what I'm into. Who isn't into implied nudity? Best form of nudity, that. L stands best. Right, well, look, you don't need to fiddle with Fanalab. All you needed to do was go to my video and put your wheel on 3, FEI on 2 or 3, 70 on the other setting, turn damper off, turn the other settings off. Done. Basically, that's as loose as the wheel can be and as detailed as the wheel can be, and then you can just add more damper to it if it's too overactive. That will get the most fidelity out of all Fanatec wheels. Sorted. It's that simple. Here we go. Servers up. Exactly. No, it just works. That is exactly the case. Road America is the track. Yeah, well, AC's force feedback is fine out of the box. Like, the generic AC force feedback out the box with a DD wheel is fine. Like, I'm sure you could tweak it, but it is absolutely fine. It is, it is totally and utterly fine. It is, okay, my driving experience in real life is limited. A few go-karts, Aerial Atom, Toyota Sleeker road car, Toyota Sleeker race prep car, I don't even know what it was, like a BMW GT4 car, and then I've had passenger laps in like Radicals, a bunch of GT4 cars, Ferraris, McLarens, you know. And the drivers that I know that are fast drivers, real-world drivers, professional drivers, they would all just be like, it's fine. It's fine. It's like, AC's like, it's fine. Oh, God. I know. It's alright. I let you off. Why do you prefer the custom one? Right, what do you prefer about the custom one? And we'll get to the bottom of this. What is it that you prefer about it? Because that custom force feedback file removes information. So you could just use default plus and put a bit of damper on and you get a similar effect. Eh? Neither of them feel like iRacing. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you have like totally weirdo settings on your wheel. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't know what your wheel settings though. Also, like, I don't know, maybe you've got some like weird issue where you like less in detail. I don't know where you're coming from with it. Because a lot of people are like, oh, it's really mushy. That's realistic. So for them, they'll be like, oh, I prefer this. But unless you say like specifically what you prefer, it's impossible to have a conversation about it. If you prefer more vague, less direct force feedback, then yeah, the custom force feedback. Oh, you've got the effects on. Hang on, did you say you put the effects on? Because that feels effing terrible. It's like, yeah. So what's wrong with you? If you've got a Simulcube, having the effects on, you've got engine vibrations, rando tyre vibrations from the road surface. That's terrible. Like, how are you like, what? Well, what's exactly? Your preferences are stupid. You might as well just go and buy like a Logitech wheel and put True Force on. Jesus Christ. Yeah, all that shit is useless to actually drive from. It's just... You might as well just put a toothbrush on your forehead. Put a vibrating toothbrush on your forehead. Yeah, that is preference, but all that stuff is totally of no use to drive from. You have a Simucube wheel, which specifically is really good at picking up actual fine details from the game's force feedback without you needing to add in amplified vibration effects and all this other stuff that you would never feel through a real car steering wheel, but you just don't need. No, excuse me. My seating position looks like a school bus driver because my camera is above a 55-inch monitor. And I do have shoulder issues, and I do set things up to what's comfortable. So... how would that... Yeah, well, because I probably moved my seat recently as well. And my pedals. Jesus. There we go. We're getting to wheel rotation. Do you want me to sit further back like this? There you go. I've sat in real cars with worse seating position than my... Right. I've sat in real cars where the seating position is not ergonomic and is horrendous. Because you can't move the seat further back. I'm 6'2", and you can't physically move the seat back in some cars. To a certain distance, so you have to sit in an unnatural position because it can't accommodate you. And unless you've also unless you have a molded seat for you unless you have a molded seat, you can't bloody you can't sit in the seat absolutely perfectly in some vehicles. I mean, you should see what it's like me trying to sit in a Radical. It doesn't work. It's too small. This is my stop. Oh dear. Yeah, so you would not want to be in an absolute like Formula 1 position if you do. But how long have we been streaming for now today? 5.5 hours, and you know I do like 8-hour live streams. I'm having my sandwich. I'm getting out my bus and I'm having a sandwich because we've got some qualifying here. God, Jesus Christ. If anybody lectures me on ergonomics, no other sim racer on Earth, there is not a single sim racer on this planet that does as much sim racing as me. There's not, like, even esports drivers aren't as stupid as me. Name one person that has spent an entire month doing 12 hours of iRacing every single day with 1 day's break. 30 days in a row. Nobody is stupid enough to do that. Jesus Christ. I literally got nerve damage in my arm from that. Nobody else is that stupid. Right, I'll be back in a minute. Hello. Hello there. Oh, sorry, I'm implying nudity here. Sorry. How's it going? Ah! Well hot. Well, we might end up doing a, was it 6,000 I rating challenge? That's a tortilla. Toasted tortilla. With cheese and salami. We filled up the server. Oh, nice one. Get in there. No, they're well nice. Literally, get a tortilla, put it in a ninja wok, put some cheese and salami on it. Amazing. I should do a video. Cooking for sim racers. 2-minute meals.
Okay, let's go.
I could do better food at expos. Cooked tortilla with some cheese and then different fillings. You could have 3 of them on the go and you could charge £5 for each one. People would love it. You could serve a large number of people in a short period of time as well. Which air fryer do you have, Tabs? We have a Game of Muscle mug. Look at that. Look at that. And we also have a shirt as well. No. No. Look. And we have official Game of Muscle model. We've got everything here. Oh, hang on. If I stand like this, it's like a very long double person. Oh, it doesn't make any sense. It's a double person. It's gamer Gill Muscle. Double chest. Yeah. Well, Ninja had an air fryer on sale. They sold out of them. It was like £150 for a 7-litre dual draw air fryer. If I got one, I want one that fits on top of my microwave. There's already space there. Yeah, that. My main thinking was the cost of electric, because I only ever cook for like myself and another person. I mean, it's very rare that I have more than like two people over. I'm normally cooking for myself or like 2 people. Why'd you say that? What's wrong with the basket drawer model? But what if you want 2? Oh, steamer built in. How much is that? At what point do you end up with just an... you end up just having a bloody oven after a while. It's weird that... You'd have thought that ovens would have a top, like, you know, like kitchen ovens, that they must sell ones that have like air fryer built in. You could see that being quite an appealing thing, especially if it was just the top part of the oven, not the whole thing. Here we go. The skybox doesn't look too different. I'm supposedly we've got new sky. Looks the same to me. I think the thing with the point of an air fryer is it's basically a very aggressive fan oven, right? And it's a much smaller oven space. So it's basically blowing the hot air onto the item rather than ambient heat. So it's basically like a more aggressive fan oven, effectively. And it's just a fan oven that blows the heat directly onto the food in a smaller space. That is it. That's the only unique thing about it. If I hear any more about air fryers, air fryer. Do you need to heat your foods? Then you need to get a fryer, one that doesn't use any oil. Air fryer, oven that uses air to fry. Air fryer, it will save you money on your electric bill. Dreamy air fryer. Cooking your food extra quick. Air fryer. What a way to cook your food. Air fryer. That was a #1 hit called Air Fryer. We're ready for another hit song. Another hit song from the people that brought you Air Fryer. Takes you back. Jean-Michel Jarre. Air fryer. It sounds like a German song. Und gucken von gucken Sie heaten Air fryer. Gucken Sie food. Air fryer. Was ist in my air fryer? Und it cookies very quick. Air fryer, das ist gut. Was? It's dinner time. Air fryer. might notice a common theme of these songs is air fryers. What a tune. I like how German music is just one word over and over again. Put your food into the air fryer and turn it on with electricity. Then your food it will heat up, you'll see. And then you can eat it without getting food poisoning. Air fryer, magical oven. It cooks faster than a normal oven. Air fryer is a technology. Will make you happy. Wait and see. That's it. Air fryer. Oh, oh no. I'm losing position singing songs about air fryers. Ah, oh, car in the wall. That's a classic. Vorsprung durch air fryer. Brandenburg air fryer gate. I know, I just need a sandwich and everything's good. As soon as I have a bit of cheese, we're all good. The blood sugar levels returned. Assetto Corsa force feedback. World is restored. That's all you need. Assetto Corsa, sandwich, and life makes sense again. This stream has everything. Breast milk pools. It sounds like a band name. What's your band called? You know, breast milk pools. Yeah, their #1 hit air fryer was fantastic. BMP. Breast milk pools. What's your political party? BNP. Not. It's BNP, isn't it? Ah, my mistake. Dyslexia strikes again and ruins the joke. NM, same thing. Ah! Can you guess the lyrics? So done. Oh dear. Right. Right, we're doing another race. What are you looking at? Air fryer remixes. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. Right. Right, we're doing another race. Well done, Nico, your mum, Jared Toth, Marov, Dan Lima. Well done, guys. I was one above 7th. That's a win. We're just going to make another server here. We'll change track. Where should we go to? Yeah, this is game-changing update here. Almost as exciting as the milk pool. Oh, let's do Road Atlanta 2022. Okay, we'll keep with the radical because it's all set up. Let's change the time of day though. Those scattered clouds look the same as before. I don't know if that's worked. I updated shader patch. But right, here we go. Server's up. What a battle tactic. It's one that works. AMS2 is worth getting just for AI racing, to be honest. How many of you guys in chat play VR stuff? Oh, thanks for following Wade on Track. So, like, for me, Onwards being like... I hadn't played Onwards for ages, and I thought it was really fun. Isn't the iRacing Atlanta really out of date? Yeah, I like Pavlov, but I prefer how quickly the weapons kill in Onward. Pavlov has some nice mods and stuff though, but the damage is really slow. And on the quest, Pavlov only has like 10 maximum players. It's not optimized very well, and it stutters and stuff. On PC, I think it's a lot better. I need to try the PC version again, casting it to my headset. I need to get a virtual desktop actually. Oh, Compound's fantastic. I was playing that last night actually. They've updated it quite a bit. You can run Compound at like 10 times resolution. I can't remember what I was playing it on like the slider with Steam. What's it called? You know, like the Steam VR thing. Steam Link. Because Compound's got such simple graphics, it just runs like super smooth. Half-Life Alyx is incredible. Actually, I couldn't get. Have any of you used Half-Life Alyx on the Quest 3? I couldn't get the grip stuff to work properly. Like the like the way that you can pick stuff up with the beam towards your hand using the gloves. I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't get it to. I don't know if you need to get a separate thing for it to work with Steam. But yeah, Half-Life Alyx is amazing. Well, no, they're not removing TV casting. They're just removing Chromecast. You'll still be able to TV cast using other stuff. But yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but. Yeah, it's weird to remove it because it is super nice to be able to just, if you're playing in a room of people, to not have to fiddle with stuff and just be able to see straight away. Yeah, that's cool. I remember doing that with. When I used to live stream in VR, having the live stream in a window. Maybe I should try doing a an augmented reality walk. Wear a Quest 3 and do like a 15-mile walk with the Quest 3. Set the record for the longest augmented reality walk because no one's done it. Ah, that's a well good idea. I mean, it's stupid, but we could try doing the longest ever augmented reality walk. Set the initial benchmark. Well, not where I'm in the countryside. People just be confused. Oh, hello, Mitchy Hoyer.
Mitchy
Hoyer. Mitchy Hoyer. Mitchy Hoyer. He's a German guy, coming from the German sky. He's a crazy man in a rig. Watch out, he'll do the Hoyer jig. Mitchy Hoyer. I'm like a DJ, guys. I know we started playing AC because I got fed up with AMS2 physics. How's it going? Welcome along, guys. Go and check out Mitch Hoy. Give him a follow if you haven't. What do you think, Mitchy, of AMS2? Right. Honest review. Mitchy Hoyer review. Mitchy Hoyer. Can we have a Mitchy Hoyer review here? What's your feedback? How would you describe it? Honestly. Come on. From an esports pro. That's not going to go down well on the AMS2 forums. You can't say that. So, are you saying it's not particularly realistic? How would you describe the physics, Mitchy, if you had to say the driving style? If you had to pick the physics, what would you say the driving style was? Be careful now. They might come after you. Magnetic turn-in, washy exit. What? Magnetic turn-in, washy exit. Is that what you mean driving? You need to drive some of the other cars. You'll find that it's washy turning, washy exit. Oh yeah, the hypercars got mega downforce. The Formula 1 cars are like that as well, actually. Yeah, the high speed downforce cars are crazy. Oh dear. Arcadulation. Oh no, that's worse than Simcade. Yeah, yeah, I found the GT3 cars were like that. We were driving the Porsche quite a lot. Seemed pretty consistent. Sims, please, coming for Mitchie. Yeah, I do like GT3 cars in R Factor 2. Actually, if I had to play GT3 cars in any sim, I'd probably pick R Factor 2. I find them really boring in every other sim. To be fair, I would rather drive the GT3 cars in AMS2 than ACC from a pure enjoyment perspective. Can you ban Mitchie? No, he just raided me. Oh, you don't like ACC either, do you, Mitchie? Like you're another ACC hater. I think you like that a little bit of that sort of controllable slip component to sims that you get in R Factor 2, AC. Yeah, it's weird with the sims. It's weird how different they all are. Yeah, what did you play, Mitchie? What were you playing before R Factor 2? Like, I know you are basically the only person playing R Factor 2. What were you playing before RF1? Okay. Were you doing the Formula 1 car? Did you do Formula 1 racing? Like the esports stuff with the F1 series, like back in the day, like in the 2007 and 8, were you doing the F1 Pro League? I forgot what it's called. The R Factor 1. People I'm oh, okay. Was it it was FSR? There was another one as well. There was two main R Factor 1. I had a couple of friends that did esports before esports was a thing. Private league. Mitchie likes to do things privately. Oh dear. Sim racing. Or as Germans say, Sim racing. Sim racing. I find that funny. You're going to Sim Racing Expo? Sim Racing? So, Mitchie, du bist Simracer? Ja? Du hast ein Döner Kebab? Ja, ich spreche Sie Deutsch. Und ich hast ein Winkelmesser und sehr gut Döner Kebab. Mitchie bist dumm, ja? Mitchie hast keine Laptime. Right, here we go. When are you going to join us in AC? You know you secretly want to. I need to learn German so I can get my German wife. All this for a bloody passport. It's hard work. It's hard work getting your passport sorted out. Woo. So are you doing more AMS2, or were you just trying it out? I think AMS2 is good for being able to like set up a race for people to be able to join you for community stuff quickly. Like AC works well for that as well, but it's a little bit more of a fiddle. Doner kebab's German, yeah, but there's Turkish. Well, the Greeks will say it's Greek. The Turks will say it's Turkish. They will fight you to the death over if it's Greek or Turkish. But there's a lot of... Germans love doner kebab. I don't know why. Like, I mean, we have like fish and chips, and you can get lots of doner kebabs in the UK, but it's nowhere near like Germany. Like, in the UK, you will have like a fish and chip shop, a burger place. They'll probably have a doner kebab. But in Germany, it's like there will be a whole street of doner kebab places. It's actually, I wonder why are Germans so crazy about doner kebab? Like in Berlin, there's like kebab places everywhere. Brad here, you're probably having trouble binding it. You just need to, when you select the axis, you have to just keep turning it until eventually it works it out. I didn't see many pizza places in... I saw a lot of kebab, a lot of just international food in Berlin. I quite like Berlin. It's a weird city, but I quite like it. It doesn't feel crowded. Berlin's like really spaced out, and it never feels crowded. Oh yeah, currywurst. Yeah. Munich has a really nice kebab sandwich place in the plaza, which is awesome. Guys, if you want to join this server, just search for Gamer Muscle. Password is no password. There's no password. You can get in here. Still a few slots left. I kind of feel like I want to tweak the force feedback a bit. Let's do that. We'll rejoin the server. Turn the road effect up. I find in AC, what I do is I put the curb effect on too, road effect. Turn these up a little bit. If you run high, force feedback, turn them down. But that works pretty well. What am I waiting for? What are you waiting for? What do you mean, what am I waiting for? Oh, we're just chilling out. We've just been... We did... tried all the... setups. Yeah, I think... So what happened with... What I understand in Germany is... So after the Berlin Wall, I know it was during the 80s, wasn't it? There was a large amount of immigration from Turkey, but I think it was around about 80s and 90s, and I think that's when the whole kebab thing started happening more in Germany. Well, I should have it. The cable should arrive tomorrow, Car Debate, but I probably won't live stream VR. I've been playing Onward and stuff, so. Yeah, Berlin's such a weird city to like pin down in like feel. Like London feels crowded, noisy, and just way too many tourists, and everything's compacted, and the pavements are too small, and then the underground is dirty. And Berlin has an underground, doesn't it? Yeah, it has like a metro, but you don't ever need to use it because the roads are always clear, and you can just use e-scooters on, and they got really good cycle lanes. And it's flat as. But Berlin doesn't feel like a city. When you're in it, it doesn't feel like like you're trapped in a city. I've not tried Asgard's Wrath yet, no. I will do. Yeah, but I mean, I've been to Berlin like 5 or 6 times. So, I just walked around a lot. Oh, here we go. Oh, right, is that they're going to do an upgrade to it? I'll wait for that as well then. Oh, get in there. Oh, people have done setup exchange setups for this now, which is cool. What headset? What do you mean? VR? Well, I don't think I will stream in VR. Generally speaking, but I got the Quest 3 recently. I'm not quite sure. I did like for capturing VR. I'm not quite sure the best way to capture in a way that's then comfortable for viewers to watch. You really need like a smoothed image, but then you'd have to capture off the PC you're on. Is that the car football game? The Rocket League VR thing? I've not tried it. I need to get those games. Oh, here we go. Oh, that was it. Bow and arrow football. Yeah, a lot of the Quest 3 stuff feels to me like it's somewhat being rushed to market. Woo! The way I see it, Meta are basically working on AR. That's their goal. And then they're using VR as a way to get content produced that will also be AR content, and to get everything up and running to like so they're well ahead of the competition, because it's quite obvious that AR is going to replace monitors and computers. It will just be that will be how people do computing. Oh my god, you're so laggy. Who is this? What? If you take me out. Format your C drive. Too much lag. Berlin is the shame of Germany. Why? The Germans all hate each other. Like, everyone in Munich hates everyone else. Outside of Munich. Everyone else in Germany hates people from Bavaria. Side by side.
Okay, let's go.
Right, the difference here, like with this between AMS2, is that when you're sliding AC, it's just way more abrupt. Like the grip returns quicker, and the braking and the turning and everything's in a tighter, more responsive. Like even this turning here, it's way tighter. It's not. It's just more. It's just inside, outside, inside, outside. Inside, outside. Fact. Beach. 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 Shadow. The beach. 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 Shadow. Beach. 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 Son of the beach. That guy is so angry. Yeah, we should try. We'll try a GT3 car next in AC. But at no point in AMS2 do I remember ever having to like do a quick snap correction. It's like all like slow. Slow and drawn out. I agree with this rap song. It's like South Korean. Right, results in. Nico with the win. Marov second. Don Mitsubishi third. Myself fourth. Dr. Lombardt fifth. Stanzil sixth. Jamie Waney seventh. It's a top seven. K-Rap. What track should we do? GT3. Let's do a GT3 at this track. Oh no, let's do it at where will we drop? Let's do Imola with GT3 so we can compare. So I will do a GT3 car at Imola. Oh, I like a bit of K-pop. Why don't you like K-pop? What does G stand for in like for GT3? Like Grand Tourer, but what does that even mean? Why? What is that? Like What does GT actually mean? Oh, what's that? What is it? Is it output quest game optimizer? Is it like an app? Or is it built into it? Grand. Gran Turismo. Oh. What car do we go for? GT. We'll do. Let's put. Oh, hang on. Is there a Porsche built into AC? GT3 Porsche. I think there is. Here we go. Oh, fuck. This menu's so stupid. Which? It's not GT3. Oh, it is. Is it? Is it GT3 Cup? No. Bloody out. No, they don't have a GT3 Porsche. Oh, they do. Porsche. No. Is it the GT3R 2016? I think that's it. GT3R. Just adding cars here. Please hold. Right. Imola. Neo Lund. The Grand Touring designation generally means motoring in speed, in style, in safety and comfort. Hang on, but that's not GT cars though, is it? It doesn't make any sense. People have just been using the words and nobody knows what they mean. Right, here we go. What's this song? It's terrible. We don't have a setup, so we're just going to have to go. Server's running. Could fall asleep in it comfortably whilst driving down the motorway. Oh, we've got a South here. I don't know if it's any good. Let's try it. I think this might be a Porsche Cup car. Yeah, I do like the Porsche Cup car in AC. I think it's good. I don't know if this is the Porsche Cup or another one. See, this. I think this is meant to be like an older GT3 car. Yeah, I generally like Porsches in Sims. So I like lift off oversteer, and I just like oversteer. Oh. Guess what we didn't get? Move the brake bars further back. Yeah, it just went in a straight line when I broke. The brake bars is too far forwards. Yeah, the Porsche Cup cars are quite a bit slower. Less grip. Easy Key, hello, thanks for subscribing, welcome. Yeah, you just need to move the brake bars back so that the car turns on the brake. Yeah, I think the thing with AMS2 is it's just not as responsive at the limit and not as peaky. Everything's more drawn out. It's like the physics are in slow motion. It's like the road surface has lower grip, or like the tyres are more road tirey. Everything happens quicker and faster in R-Factor 2 AC and iRacing. Like you're doing really quick snap corrections in AC, whereas you'll be doing like more of a slow, drawn out correction in AMS2. You don't have to react on the steering anywhere near as fast, and it's just not as precise. Yeah, no, I'd agree. I'd agree, Uhtred, Underturn. Aspects of AC seem a bit sluggish compared to R-Factor 2 and iRacing, but then I think AC makes up for it by the depth that's at the limit. Or it depends on the car in R-Factor 2. Like that F4 car in R-Factor 2 is really nice. I'd say the thing that's missing in R-Factor 2 is the force feedback for the fronts and that sort of understeer, which is really nice in AC. Like I think if R-Factor 2 had AC force feedback for the fronts or whatever's going on, you know, when you brake, you can really feel where the grip is. If R-Factor 2 had that instead of its over-the-top suspension loading force feedback, then it'd be a lot better. You know that F4 car when it was at Mills Metro Park, you know, the tight left-hander where you get the car a bit light through the corner. That was really good. It's sort of down. I think it's downhill. It's on the flatter bit. There's a left and then there's a really tight chicane, but you fly over it, and the way the car feels through that is really good. And it's also really grippy. What does he mean? Because head egg, a lot of people were going, AMS2 is slidey because of the force feedback. It's not because of the physics, but no, it's because of the physics. Asus ROG or Steam Deck? Steam Deck OLED. I don't know. I've only got a Steam Deck, so I don't know. I think the Steam Deck's probably going to be easier to sell, and you know it's supported. Does the Asus ROG use the same? Is it using Steam? Is it using Steam? I don't know what the buttons are like on the Asus ROG. Yeah, I find this. Whoop. I find the thing with so like people don't like motorsport games, fine, but unless you're an employee of motorsport games or you're a business investor, why would you like? It's this weird. Do you know what it is? It's like the whole thing where people go, "Oh, I'm buying this game to support the developer." It's like, why? It's a business. Buy the game because you bloody like the game. Why? Buy a product because you want the product, because you want the product. I mean, I get boycotting stuff if a company's like, you know, literally killing people and doing mental stuff. Fine, I understand that. But if it's just like a badly managed business or something else. Well, also, the weird thing with the motorsport game stuff is it's like that's the ownership, but the overall owner is different from the actual dev team doing the work on the game. And if the game was to disappear, how is that beneficial to you as a player of the game? It doesn't make any sense. It's like some people have got like this weird, they've tribalist vindictive thing. I think people overestimate how much they're buying or not buying of stuff impacts things. As well. Like, on aggregate, yeah, it makes a big difference. But as an individual... Because you're talking, like, the volume of software sales is in the... Let's say it's not a particularly popular game, it's just a driving sim. Even then, you're talking like 300,000 sales or more. Well, unless over 15% of people that otherwise would have bought it don't buy it, it's not going to make any difference. It's going to be a blip on the overall numbers of what's relevant to a business in terms of sales. Oh, this guy's TC as well, I didn't realise. If iRacing went away, would the world be a better place? No, I don't. I think iRacing has developed its own audience. Yeah, and there's a lot of people doing iRacing that do oval, and a lot of people do iRacing that just want to shout at each other. It's its own thing. Like, people that do iRacing don't tend to be on other sims, and people that are on other sims don't tend to be on iRacing. You can see it with streamers. So, like, when you look at streamers that play Assetto, Corsa, R Factor 2, Automobilista, like me, like someone who plays all the sims, we play everything. But if you look at most of the iRacing streamers on Twitch and stuff, they just play iRacing. Like they might jump into ACC or something, but they are playing iRacing 99% of the time. Whereas most of the people that play other sims will be more of a distribution. And then, I mean, iRacing is the only sim with oval, so that works online properly. Are they locked? I don't know. I keep saying this. Oh, thank you. I'd really appreciate iRacing to sort out their tyres, because if it would make it so much more fun to drive, especially for someone like me that likes to overdrive a little bit. That's how I dial myself in. Is I overdrive, see that I've overdriven, and then pull it back. That's a way to drive. That's how, to be honest, that's how the best drivers drive. You know, through history, that's how the very best drivers get. It's how you get to the point of what's quicker or not faster. You drive, you spin, you know what you can and can't do, and then you.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist.
This guy.
That is amazing.
This guy.
I am the champion of the
probably
ninja.
one of the
Gamer Muscle, I
one
watched your
of
AMS2
the or not
video
the
and
best
I'd like a
simulation to
refund or
practice, like,
compensation for the brain damage I
even
received
F1.
both watching that video and over the last 2 years sub to your channel.
What's broken everything? John Sherwin. You watched received both. I received both watching that video and over 2 years sub to your channel. Compensation for the brain damage. I'm sorry you can't. Thank you very much for subscribing. Really appreciate the support. Well, so the thing is, so the iRacing pricing, the problem is, from iRacing's perspective, they could charge more and iRacers would pay more, and people that are on iRacing would be totally happy with that. The people that spend a lot of time on it, because the value to price ratio would still be good. The problem with iRacing pricing is if you're a casual driver and you're like, oh, I just want to do like the basic content, or I want to then do F4 or F3, and you're then confronted with this £300-400 of track and car content fees. So combined with a monthly fee. So the iRacing's pricing, it just doesn't work or make sense for. It doesn't make sense for iRacing really. And it doesn't make sense for the users of the game, and it certainly doesn't make sense for new people that want to get into it. So it's like everybody's losing out. iRacing needs to find a way to be able to monetize their whales and hardcore users more, who would pay stupid amount of money for, like, I don't know, whatever, like prestigious bullshit stuff in the game. They'd be perfectly happy to pay more for that. Like if iRacing released, let's say if iRacing did a Porsche GT3 car, and they have a normal version which is as cheap as possible, or even included in the subscription, but then they have a prestige version which costs like £20, but there's something different in the cockpit, or it's got something, I don't know, something that other people can see that shows it's the prestige version of the car. I don't know what you could do, but there's probably something you could do. And the hardcore players would pay that, because they'd be like, oh, I live in this car, so I don't mind paying it. And then there'd be more people to race against, because the paupers who are casual would be like, oh, I'm going to drive it because I don't need to buy the car. So, well, it doesn't need to be that far. I think you could do it in realistic ways. I don't know, like the window netting. The problem is you can do car skins and stuff in trading paints. So you can't really do, like, car skins would be the most obvious thing. Is if you had like maybe iRacing had prestige car skins that were only available to iRacing users with some kind of shader thing that you can't do through, or some kind of feature that you can't do through trading paints. I don't know. There's probably something. I don't know what it is, but there's probably something they could do. Maybe like window tints or whatever. I don't know. There's probably something that would differentiate. The point is, doesn't matter what it is. It's a stupid, arbitrary thing for people that have got money to be able to buy and go, look at me, I've got money. Like stickers. There you go. CSGO stickers. Yeah, stickers would work. So you could buy specific stickers that you could maybe put on the dashboard in the car or on the outside or wherever you want on the vehicle, and yeah, idiots will buy stuff like that. It's literally how Counter-Strike makes millions. Different wheel rims. Oh yeah, steering wheels. There you go. Yeah. Different in-game steering wheels. There you go. That's something that other people can't mod in, but would look different and would be something that someone would be like, oh, I've got the and also in real life you could well, not with all licenses, but in general, you know. Yeah, iRacing are not particularly creative with ways of monetizing their game. They could make more money. No, Martin, you'd never want to split the servers up because you want the whole allure of iRacing is that everybody's in the same thing. Well, the other thing to do would be to have every time they have like multi-classes, one of the cars should be available for free, effectively, so that anyone can join anything. But I mean, that's difficult to do when you have a lot of people just driving F4 and stuff. So I think the sticker thing and the wheel rim idea is probably a good one. Yeah, teabag cockpit interior sorted. Where's my commission? Coming up with the best ideas. Well, iRacing set up their monetizing back in the time when WoW was sort of becoming the meme of how you make money. You know, monthly subscription and then additional stuff. It was accepted on PC games. Like the World of Warcraft was kind of the tail end of that. And then just after World of Warcraft, it started getting into the microtransaction period. So that's when I was doing like a lot of research for games development and pitching to investors and stuff. Like in 2006, 2007, there was a lot of hype around microtransactions and games. Like there's I think it was like a Nakon. Was it Nakon? No, I don't know who it was. Like one of those big Chinese companies had that go-kart game with microtransactions, and casual games and stuff were picking up. And so the whole monthly subscription thing was sort of dying down. Yeah, I think official stickers, there's a separate to car skins that you can stick on your car, which they've already got the system for that, because they already have like the you know when you do like trading paints, that's all underneath the iRacing stuff. Like there's the official logos and things for the car that like you can't get rid of them. So iRacing already have it technically established on their back end, a graphical layer that is separate to trading paints, which you could then have stickers or whatever. You probably have to develop some kind of interface that allows you to actually edit that thing separately, that lets you put a sticker wherever you want on the car. But I think they could make a good amount of money out of that. Yeah, but Cube, if you turn them off in GIMP and you remove that layer, when you go back onto iRacing, I think it's still there. Like even if you remove it, it's actually there on the car. I don't think you can't remove them in the actual game. It's there on the layering GIMP and Photoshop, I think, as a reference, I believe. I think that's what's going on. I could be wrong. Just let them pay directly. Yeah, you probably could, couldn't you? You could just have a you could have an next to a driver's name on the server. It could have a number for how much money that they've paid into iRacing. And then people would be like, oh, that's my number's a bigger number. People, but it's that dumb. That would probably work quite well. If you become a channel member on YouTube, we play DD Gill. That's how it's through corruption. That's how you hear DD Gill. Yeah, well, stupid gimmicks work though. Like, people send me money and donate and what have you. People love it. People can't get enough of feeling terrible. But don't do it if you pocket money. Don't spend money on me unless you've got a full-time job and you hate yourself. Yeah, Tom, they've really nailed it. Game changing. I don't know what they did, but now the cars like really hook up into the corners, and when they lose grip, the grip returns quickly. It just feels a lot tighter, a lot more responsive. Really amazing. Some like next gen. I don't know what they've done, but somehow they managed to make it feel like a professional high-end simulator that you would normally get with Custom R Factor Pro. I don't know what they did, but they pulled it off. Pretty impressive, really. Like, they fixed the issue of the car floating all over the track. Also, in this update, they've made it so the game's even cheaper, and you can download just about any car or track you can imagine, which is pretty good. AI's got a lot worse though. The AI's terrible now, so I don't know why they took the good AI out of the game. But you know, you can't have everything, can you? Yeah, it was like it was called the mod we used was called Assetto Corsa.exe. I was a bit suspicious clicking on it, but it did the job. So yeah, they messed up the curbing. I don't know, maybe it's a result of them fixing the tyres elsewhere. But yeah, the curbing's like really unpredictable and causes the car to just slide. So I don't know why they would have that working and then break it, but sim devs. They tend to do weird stuff, don't they? The AI struggles because the cars are too responsive. That's probably what it is. By making the tyres more snappy and responsive, it's harder for the AI to deal with it. It's the only logical reason. Makes sense. They also fix the onboard camera, so you can do lock to car, you can control the roll in the pitch, and you can filter it out, which is really good. So you don't get motion sick from going around banking and stuff now, or bumps. I think Arish just thinks the force feedback's fine. He just says it's based off the data. But we'll see what AC2's like. I think it's based off the data, but Unreal Engine is shit. So it doesn't really matter what the data is if the engine can't output high detail force feedback. I won. Why are you guys noobs? Why are you guys terrible in GT3? Right, we're doing another server. We need to do another race here. You guys suck. Beat you all. Did you not have a setup? I'll save this app and then put this. We'll drive this car, but I'll save this setup so it's fixed for everyone. Yeah, let me do a new server with this setup. We've got the right tyres, fuel. Yeah, okay. Aero boy. Right. New server, guys. Oh, shit. What? Imola. There we go. What track should we do? Oh, we should do Alton Park. No, actually, I only have shitty versions. Let's do should we do a Nürburgring race? Not Nordschleife, not Nürburgring. We'll do a Nürburg GP. For some reason, I'm not sure if time of day is working properly. Right, let's try that. Get in there. Servers up. Nürburger King. That's what they should have. They should open a Burger King on Nürburgring and call it Nürburger King. It's not my personal setup. This setup was from the Setup Exchange, so it was from Setup. Everyone could have used it. Get a Setup Exchange. It's in part of Shader Patch. But we've got a fixed setup here. There we go. Nice and simple. Oh, hang on. I need to change the number of laps, guys. Rewind, resetting the server, sorry. Too long quality. Huge error. Here we go. Server's back up. No, it's the GT3 Porsche. Abort! Games marketing move right. I should do it and get money to buy DD wheel. What's the easiest way to make money in 2024? How would you make money? I always struggled with this. Like when I was like in my 20s, I was like, how can you make money over the internet? Turns out you can do YouTube. but like, you could. Graphic design's like probably really crowded. That's why I spent ages trying to work out ways of being able to make money remotely, and YouTube ended up being all right. Implied nudity. No, we're banned from that. What other ways can you work remotely? There's not a crap job that you can do from home that has room for growth. Yeah, OnlyFans is good, but you have to flash your bits. Don't want to do that. Yeah, we're going to become a male thought. It's fine. I guess game development can work, but it's quite a difficult thing to do. But I think game development is like if you were doing like an indie, a simple sort of more simple game, not like a 3D game. But that takes at least a year to have something that you can then get to market to raise money for. I mean, that's all I know about. All I know about is like music and game development and YouTube and like multimedia stuff. I can't. Do any of you guys know any other ways that you can work from home? I guess if you know like accounting and stuff. Oh no, yeah, ebook. Yeah, no, you could do like research like a subject really, really well, and then produce like a guidebook ebook on it. That can work. Like I did some not books, but like you can do like market reports. So you find a niche industry, and then you do loads of research on that industry, and then you get the like data and the pertinent companies. So you work out who all the pertinent companies are, the top influencers, all the big players and everything. You get all the data for like which companies are being the most successful or which are moving up and everything, all that kind of stuff, and then you put that into basically like what would be like a 5 or 6 page, well, a 2-page sort of summary report, and then it's like a 10-15 page full report with all that information all collated, all like nice and compact. Problem is, ChatGTP can do a lot of this now, but you could sell that for like a couple of grand if you know an industry really well, and you can do that quite efficiently. So I did that a few times for game stuff, just for like a specific niche. I don't know if that's a thing anymore though. No, I don't play LFM. Don't know what that is. Trading? No, because trading is just gambling. The only way trading makes sense as a job is if you're long term and you've got money and you put it into it and it's just a low. I guess so. The way you make money from trading is if you became basically an advisor for other people and you charge them for advising them and you manage their stuff. But then that's a whole different thing, isn't it? I guess if you do that form of trading where you research specific businesses, so you become like an industry expert for a specific industry, and then so you know which companies have like really look like they've got a really stable operating, or you know what projects they're working on, you know where they're positioned, you know that they're likely to have growth, you know that they've got healthy staffing, and then that type of investment, that works. But that's yeah, the thought thing is the best. We don't have any shares. We're not on the market. Right, let's get a lap in here. What is that? This is Nürburgring. The Nürburgring GT track. Right, so out of you guys that play AMS2, who feels like the cars feel disconnected to the road when you drive? That's the other thing, like, in R Factor 2, iRacing and AC, the cars feel connected to the road. I don't know how much of that is force feedback. Oh, look at that. Oh, we've got a good time of day for spectacular lighting. The colours look terrible. Why? This is like really. This is early morning, or yeah, this is early morning on a really cloudy day. This is what it looks like if it's been like really rainy and really cloudy, and the sun's coming and the sun's below the clouds. What do you mean the colours? This is literally what it looks like in real. I was on a train the other day and it looked like this. Shove it, yeah. I have a suspicion that that leads to that disconnected feeling. I think I turned grass shadows off. I think I could probably turn them back on now. Yeah, what's wrong with this? This is like the sun is shining on. It's at the same angle as the grass, so it's lighting up the blades. Right, who in chat thinks this looks bad graphically? This looks like early morning on a cloudy day. I don't see anything wrong with this. All right, Nismo, happy breast milk swimming pool times. Right, chat GTP. Do you think we can generate an image of a swimming pool filled with breast milk? Woman filling. That's going to get filtered.
The pace car is out of control.
Lol, Vader, thanks for following. Olympic-sized swimming pool being filled by 10 million women with breast milk. I'm pretty sure it will filter that out.
The pace car is out of control.
Magushu, thanks for following. Oh, Channel VR's gone. Jash, choose the correct answer. One Sims change radically change with updates. Hang on. Choose the correct answer. Sims change radically change with updates. 2. You can't make a sim engine fundamentally better. Oh right. I think I get what you're getting at. Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting to the. I definitely more two than one. Where I think ultimately, unless you have access to the underlying source code and you're like the physics programmer and you you know, you fundamentally can reprogram the physics of the tyre model and the suspension and everything, and that's what you're doing. Yeah, I mean, the thing is there's degrees of stuff, isn't there? Because you can massively balk a car in R-Factor 2, and you can massively make cars in AMS 1 better, but yeah, I think because at the end of the day, every car in iRacing feels like iRacing. Every car in AC feels like AC. Every plane in Microsoft Flight Sim, like you could load up any sim, and it doesn't matter what content you are using in that sim, you'd be able to go, oh, this is Microsoft Flight Sim. Oh, this is X-Plane. This is AC. This is R-Factor 2. Like with your eyes closed, just from like how it was. Do you know what I mean? From, like, you could have the wrong graphics on the screen, basically. You could have the approximation graphics and different sound and everything. You would, you'd be able to tell whatever car or track it was. The core physics would be like, well, you know what you're playing. So, ultimately, to really address a sim, you need to be a physics programmer. It is kind of weird how the term new tyre model is now like used to describe when the game's like when someone's just adjusted the parameters rather than the actual tyre model's been completely changed. No, we need another sandwich. The sandwich high. It wasn't any old sandwich. It was a fajita.
I am the champion of the ninja.
Oh, Floydans.
But is it even possible to fix AMS 2?
I don't know, Floydan. It's possible to waste money becoming a Game of Muscle channel member, though, as you've demonstrated. Oscar, what's a go? Do I feel AC is more risky than iRacing? It is at the limit, yeah. Under the limit, no, I'd say they're about the same or very similar. But as soon as you start sliding, iRacing's physics break. Well, iRacing has multiple tyre models now and different cars have different versions of the tyre model. There's not a single tyre model in iRacing at the moment. There's a bunch of different tyre models. Am I excited for AC2? Yeah. Do you mean the racetrack, Sam? I don't know. I think it's because it's a flat and it's a bit of a crash fest, and it's only got a few corners, so it's sort of a bit of a process to it. Monza's really fun when you're really good at it and you've got the hang of it. I think it's the T1 and how racing often happens at Monza, which is which people don't like. The real question is, how do you make Sims even more mass market? I was talking to Stephen about this, Super GT, the other day. Like, what do you do to make Sims more popular? Like, the only thing I could think of is obviously intellectual property tie-ins, like Formula 1 and stuff. And then it's like, I think it's like narrative. That's the way you would make something appeal to wider markets, is through like narrative. So like Top Gear isn't popular because it's cars. Top Gear was popular because it's boomer jackass. And I think that's how you get a wider audience into something that people normally wouldn't be interested in. You need a driving. It was like Forza Horizon. You need a racing sim equivalent of Forza Horizon. So you need like you have a game that's like Forza with races with good AI. So like Automobilista 2 AI, Forza. Imagine it's Automobilista 2, then a single player. But imagine like like the F1 games narrative bits. But imagine that with actual humour, and then so like or even like how Euro Truck Sim works, but having a actual narrative story in there and quirky characters, like how Max Payne works, the first Max Payne game. Yeah, you need an engaging single player which has a compelling story with humour, actual humour, not just corporate humour. You'd alienate the Germans. I don't know. I feel like Top Gear has been a bit rubbish for years. You'd give Super GT a follow if he got his bum out. Well, he does in go-karts. He drives into walls, so just watch him in go-kart race. Yeah, I mean, but I think Gran Turismo, the first Gran Turismo game, sold because there was a lack of driving games with road cars that anyone could play. So basically, Gran Turismo 1 and 2 fit that fantasy niche for like 12 to 18 year olds of, oh, I wonder what it's like to own a Mercedes, a McLaren or whatever. And then it was sold as that, like a virtual version of that. So it's like the cruising and stuff in AC is really, really popular. Or like Euro Truck is really popular because it's mostly younger people role-playing driving on public roads. How's it go? Hello, another Foxball. All right, thanks. Yeah, Chris Harris is good. Do you know what's a shame with Top Gear with Chris Harris is that Chris Harris on cars was so much better than Top Gear, and he's so much better in that format. Better at presenting, could be more genuine, could go into more detail, the format of TV does not work for actual knowledgeable people that are actually good at stuff. It's the same with like Fifth Gear. You would have Jason Plato and who's the other guy? Tiff Nadell. If they were doing a YouTube channel and doing their like race challenges and car challenges and talking about race cars on a YouTube channel rather than a format for TV where everything has to be edited and really short and quick, it would be so much better. TV's a really bad format for actual, more informative stuff. Unless it's like a documentary special. Yeah, I've not personally met Chris Harris, but of people I know that have met him and spent time like with him, they all say he's really down to it, like really willing to spend a lot of time talking to people, which you just wouldn't get that impression if you were to watch him on like Top Gear. He comes across as like sort of just like weird, moody. I don't know. Don't come across right, but you see him in interviews. He's really nice, and Chris Harris on cars again. He's a sort of down to earth type person that it doesn't work in that TV format. I don't think. I tell you, another example of that is, you know, the wheeler dealer guy. What's his name? The really tall blonde guy. Wheeler dealer's kind of worked because it's quite a simple show format. But when he's done, Ed China, when he's done like YouTube stuff, it's so much better. Like, it actually is an opportunity for him to be himself, and it comes across better. The bad part about Horizon, the cool road cars are in motorsport. Right. Would it not make more sense if you're Microsoft with Forza, right? Would it not make the most amount of sense to integrate motorsport into Horizon? And what you do is you have it so that you have the racetracks in Forza Horizon and you can drive to them, and then at the racetrack are the race cars in the garage in the racetrack, and then you've got your race cars that are at the racetrack. Or you could have a truck that you have to put your race car in. You can only drive it at the racetrack, and you have to drive it to the different racetracks. Wouldn't that, like... I just... Or have it so that you've got the ranked racing features, but in Forza Horizon. I don't know, there's just so many things that could be done that I think would be really exciting and interesting for a wide audience. Okay, well, that's fine. If you're going to do them as two separate games, would it not make sense to do Forza Motorsport as a literal Gran Turismo clone and not totally botch it up? So, would it not make sense to do it as a proper simulator, which is what they're trying to do, but they've just failed at miserably, and then make it that Microsoft is in control of the ultimate realistic racing platform? Like, wouldn't that make more sense than doing some half-arsed shitty track racer with loads of bugs? Oh yeah, can you imagine, Tabs? Imagine do you remember Driver? Obviously he played that with a keyboard and a gamepad on the PlayStation. But that was the closest thing to playing a game where you have slidey cars that are nice and controllable. It's the same with Midtown Madness as well. At the time, obviously there's better games now, but at the time they were they were up there in terms of handling. Why don't we have that now? Like, why don't we have Assetto Corsa style physics, but with a proper, like, you know, city driving where you have to do missions and things? It'd be so fun. Have I dyed my beard? No. I had done in the past, but it's not dyed at the moment. But when my beard gets long, it looks darker, and then the colour on the camera makes it look darker. I normally only dye this bit. I'm as Motorsport with a raid. Hello. Thank you. Welcome along. Abaz Motorsport piling in. Check him out, guys. Look at those dance moves. Abaz Cadabra. What were you playing? Don't you normally play iRacing? King of the Hats, yeah, but there is actually a lot of racing in Forza Horizon. There is actually a lot of racing still. It's just point-to-point racing, and the off-road races in Forza Horizon, the force feedback handling and everything is better than Forza Motorsport. So it's a little bit weird. Why does my grass look so green? Does it? Doesn't on my screen. It looks all right on my. It looks normal to me. I don't know. Maybe in the stream it looks greener than it is for me. I mean, this has got the sun shining on it. Golden grass. It's a final lap battle. The pressure is on Dr. Longmount here. Oh yeah, I mean, how do you drop the ball on Halo? I mean, that's Microsoft. That's a good example of how insane they are. Because, right, Halo, you could literally do exactly what Halo 1, 2, and 3 did. And just have some more maps and a new single player with some more story. And have it so you can play it in co-op with improved graphics due to technology being better. That's all you need to do. And then have ranked multiplayer with stat tracking. Like, how messing up Halo is like messing up Star Wars. It's like, how do you do that? How on earth do you do that? Like, the game had already been worked out. The player moved, all the hard stuff that's normally really difficult in a game, like player movement, weapon damage, general art theme, and the sort of thematic nature of the universe and the initial story and character, you know, so people care about the characters, universe building, and getting people on board with that is really, really hard to do, or if not nigh impossible. And yet, so they did all that with Halo 1, 2, and 3. It's insane. Because I really enjoyed Halo 1 and Halo 2 and Halo 3, and I'm not like a console first-person shooter player. I mean, even, right, Halo would be absolutely perfect as a VR title. Imagine if I was in charge of Microsoft, I'd have done... Microsoft already had licensed the Microsoft Mixed Reality stuff, and then you could have headsets that are like the, you know, like the HP Reverb, and then you take an IP like Halo, and you go, right, we've got Halo 1, 2, and 3. They were fantastic. Previous Halo we did was shit. What we're going to do is we're going to do a whole thing called basically Halo VR, where you sell a Master Chief Edition VR headset, like it don't have to be a really good headset, it'd be like the HP Reverb G2, something along those lines, but it's themed like a Halo device, and it comes with the new Halo game, and it's like $399, or you could probably do it for, you probably could have done it for like $299. And it works with the Xbox consoles, also works with PC, and it comes with the game. And you can also play the game in 2D as well if you want to, but the proper edition is the VR edition. And you would have like the ultimate tech demo, the ultimate console FPS. You could and you could really do loads with the story. And how do you drop the ball so hard? It's insane. It's actually insane. Nico with the win. Dr. Longmount second. Myself third. Steve fourth. Mara fifth. Patrick Panton sixth. Beach Buggy seventh. Let's do another track and a different car. That was good fun. Good driving, guys. We'll do a different time of day. No, PSVR's not doing good at all. So Sony. So with Sony, I don't understand why PSVR 2 isn't a standalone device, or why Sony have not made it. Why they didn't try and emphasize VR support in non-VR games. So like, you know, like this UVR add-on, or like just you know how like Vorpex works. Why would you not have it so that when you got a PlayStation VR headset, you can play Last of Us or all these other games in 3D, where you can look around, but you play with the gamepad, but you can look around. Like, the games can support that. That's not, you know, it's just, I guess they're too busy printing money doing boring shit. So yeah, PlayStation VR is a weird one. I think it needed to be a standalone device rather than a plug-in headset. Right, new track and car incoming. I think we could do a bit of a Brands Hatch, guys. Yeah. I'm sure it's not totally simple. I know with older PlayStation games especially, but there's ways around it. Yeah, there are ways around it though. It's not like Sony can't afford to go to a developer that's done the previous game and they go, here's £50,000 to implement VR in the other game, and also a percentage of the sales of the game, the VR edition of the game. Like, a dev team would be like, oh, okay, we can employ a programmer that just works on that, because it's not the hardest of stuff to do. Like, a junior programmer could do it. And, yeah, there you go. It's that simple. It's really that simple, honestly. But you know what I mean. We'll do Brands Hatch. What car should we do here? Let's have a look. But even so newer stuff, like, does FIFA doesn't work in VR. Yeah, I don't know. I think the standalone VR device. Or no, actually, what would have made the most sense for Sony for the PlayStation VR? They know that they're not going to do a standalone device. They know that there's not that many games on PlayStation, and they're treating the VR headset as if it's a VR headset, as if it's the same as a PC VR headset. It would make sense for them to do a standalone VR, not standalone headset, a cable headset. Basically, what it is now, but they also support it on PC, and they also make it so the controllers can work on PC, which they should do, because it's, I think it's using tracking from the headset. So Sony basically offer a VR headset that also works on PC. I'm pretty sure a lot of the people that would buy it for PC would then go, oh, I might as well get a PlayStation as well so I can play the PlayStation VR stuff. You would just have more people buying it as a headset. Like, they should treat it as a monitor, effectively. That would make more sense, rather than it just being a PlayStation device. Because the support's already there. It's just... Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Why? I'm just getting there. Just thinking of a car. I think they're doing a slower car, like a track day car. Oh, I know a good, nice car we can drive. Here we go. nice, relaxing car. And then, no, MX-5 is boring. We do that. Come on. I've got a nice, relaxing car for us to drive at Brands Hatch. Don't worry. This is perfect. Perfect fit. You ready? Right, servers up. I don't know. URD do weird stuff with their tyres. The Activision's the worst AAA video game companies. No, Ubisoft. Ubisoft are the worst. They will take really good games like Rayman, Trackmania, whatever, the snowboarding games. They will have really good games, and then Ubisoft will like put some like convoluted user interface that makes it impossible to actually play the game properly. Shit saving, pop-ups. They will ruin it. Ubisoft is like the worst company for having good games and then putting them behind stupid user interface and login and God knows what. See, nice relaxing car this. This thing drives like a tank. Like, nothing in any other sim handles like this. See, this car is really drifty on the throttle, but look how, like, balanced it is still, and then how it's happening within a tight radius. In AMS2, when you start sliding, it's like you're on dirt. Am I using you just use sequential and then blip the throttle manually to get the shift to happen? You could use this is sequential. I don't think it's it might be H pattern actually. Just cheat. It's more fun. When in doubt, flat out cheat. Just sideways into the corner with the guy leaving the pit. I'm in neutral. That's why the car wouldn't move. That makes sense. Well, it's the opposite for babies, isn't it? They say, oh, they've just been born, but they've been in development for like, what, 8 months in the womb? Absolute fraud. Babies should come out being able to work down the coal mine from birth. But no, you still have to give them a good 5 years of getting them to walk and everything. Absolutely useless. I hate babies. Yeah, I like the Moza stuff. Well, I'll probably do a video on it soon, actually. We've got the Fanatec Club Sport wheelbase to review as well. And then also I'm going to put the IMSIM Talento pedals on the rig, finally. I really want to do inverted pedals. I've always wanted to do that. It's that's like a luxurious thing I've always wanted. Oh, this car with manuals are full on sweat. Well, it's because oh shit. Might have downshifted a bit too aggressively. It's because developers know now, and publishers know, you might as well just get a game out as soon as possible. Then you get some money, you get some cash flow, and then you can just keep developing it with a skeleton team and do updates, and then if it seems to still be doing quite popular, you can then put more money into it. No, force feedback can't fix AMS2. That's the gist. The default plus force feedback's perfectly fine for AMS2. Yeah, if it doesn't sell well, so get it to market as soon as possible. Recoup the initial 1 year, 2 year development cost. If you then don't get any traction, just dump it and work on something else. Or if it does get some traction, do like some updates to it, polish it up a bit, and then only do significant development on it if it's doing really well. But if it actually does really, really well, keep that game as like a skeleton game with little bits of patches. Take the bulk of the code and work that was on that game and start working on the next game whilst this one's actually still being fixed, and then you can do the same thing again without finishing the previous one. Well, the problem with early access is it is good for indie games and simple games, but it's not good when AAA studios use it to then basically not actually develop a game properly. Yeah, early access works best for simple indie games, where within the first year of development, 80% of the core game is basically done, and then early access just means that the more laborious, long-term or like stretch stuff, which takes a lot longer to develop but doesn't have as big an impact on the game, can then be done, or like that grind. So like with Minecraft, the really early versions of the game, the initial concept, just the thing of, you've got a character, there's a voxel-based environment, you've got a character, you have some enemies that try and kill you, you need to try and stay alive, and you can destroy, you can use it like Lego bricks, and you can destroy stuff, you can break stuff to mine, to find items, and then you can craft some stuff. Like that base concept of the game could be developed in 3 months, but let's say 6 months, and that's really fun. That game is a really fun game to play. You can play that for hours, just that basic concept. So that's really great for early access, because they can deliver that. People can be playing that and having fun with it, and then the developer can use the early access to then do more advanced features and make things run smoother and all the other stuff. You can see Microsoft pulling out the console business. Yeah, maybe. I mean, so Microsoft, they had the reason why they got into the console thing was because Bill Gates and I don't know if it's Ballmer, it might have been Bill Gates, had this idea of they wanted to have a computer under a TV, but the thing is that was before mobile like smartphones. So and also TVs now effectively have a computer in them anyway. So yeah, it's a and from their perspective, why do they want to be doing hardware? Wouldn't they rather just be doing software? They're a software company primarily. It's funny how Valve have managed to out Microsoft, like something like the Steam Deck, and then the way that Steam works is actually, that's what Microsoft should have been doing. It's really weird. Obviously, Gabe Newell worked in early Microsoft. It's funny that weirdly he's managed to outdo Microsoft. I know, Tabs. I remember when they first did it, before Half-Life 2 came out, and it was like, okay, I see the convenience, because updating Half-Life, like DOD and Counter-Strike, with the 5 different versions of Half-Life 1 was a complete pain in the arse. But then Steam was terrible to use. At the start, it was awful playing Ricochet, Counter-Strike and Half-Life, and the launcher and the updating was really bad, but on balance it's alright now. I'd rather have Steam than some other form of shitty copy protection, to be honest. Yeah, when Steam first came out, it was so bad for updates, and compared to how it was before, where you just download stuff. Well, so Star Fox, I think the first Xbox was really, really good, because I think there was, I think Bill Gates or someone at the top was basically, maybe Bob, I don't know, someone at the top was basically saying this is what the Xbox needs to be, like really strong direction, you know. And now I feel like it's all been sort of diluted, and they don't really know what it's meant to be. Like, it's not the Xbox. Why did they do the Xbox One S, the Xbox whatever series? God knows. It's like No, you do the best console. But it's not hard with a games console. What you do is you go, right, we're a company that can control the hardware, and we can leverage the fact that we're a huge company to then reduce the cost of having a very high performance hardware device sold at a great price with a really cool controller or something that makes it accessible, with it all as a package that means that if you buy this games console, you effectively get top-end gaming, graphically, experientially. You know, you get the best possible thing, bang for buck. Even like a launch, normally a console would be better than what you could get from a PC for the same price by quite a bit. So that's the thing. And then now they've just like, they got diluted by like probably trying to look at mobile phone market and stuff. I don't know.
I am the champion of the
Oh,
ninjas.
Zabby, thank you.
iRacing Rant
No,
PLZ.
no. We'll do no iRacing rants. We might do one when we. I'll give you some tea bags. We might do an iRacing rant when we go for the 6K iRating challenge. Well, it's just confusing, the new Xbox. Like, you have the two Xboxes, so already that's confusing for developers, because it's like, oh, so there's two platforms to develop for. Then consumers are like, oh, hang on, there's a PlayStation, there's two Xboxes. Oh, what do I get? Like, it's so stupid that the value of a console is that you don't have to think about it. That's why the Steam Deck's so good. It's like, oh, if I buy a Steam Deck, it is the Steam Deck. I'll be able to play all these games on it. That's the value of a computer is its utility and the fact that you can do anything you want with it, which is like, okay, that's not as convenient, but you get so much value from its power, its utility, customization, but it doesn't offer simplicity, cognitive simplicity, when you think about, oh, what PC do I buy, what graphics card, what games are out on it, you know, all these things. So the value of a console is the price value of it being cheaper, but most important of all, it's the simplicity of going, if I buy a PlayStation, I will be able to play The Last of Us, I'll be able to play Tomb Raider, I will have, if I buy an Xbox, Halo, Forza, you know, do you know what I mean? That's the whole point. It's like, oh, Halo and Forza look fun. If I buy that console, I can play the latest Halo and Forza. That's how simple it is. Yeah, it's so dumb. It's so they don't seem to understand that that's the value of a console. And also, they don't market it. Right, if I was Microsoft, I would do one games console and I would make it, well, it is their top games console, as you pointed out, it's faster than the PlayStation. So what I would really heavily market would be the Xbox games console, the Xbox 2024. I would name them after the year or something simple. The Xbox 2024. And what does that mean to the consumer? It means Halo, Forza, and Microsoft Flight Sim. So it'd be 3 games, and that was what I'd market really aggressively. And then there would be other games that you would also like position and make people aware of, but the main thing would be, all the adverts would be like, oh my god, you've got the entire world in this games console. You know, most people probably won't play Microsoft Flight Sim, but you'd develop it, you'd put a career mode in Microsoft Flight Sim and actually make it a good single player game as well. I don't know why they didn't do that at launch. Halo, it would be like, oh wow, it's an incredible sci-fi shooter. Oh, that's awesome. It's like science fiction, and it's got a story, and you can play it with your friends, and it's got ranked multiplayer, and it also there's eSport, but it's Halo. That's Halo. That's the brand Halo. And then, yeah. And then the Forza would be what it is, like the Forza Horizon. It'd be like, oh, if you get Forza Horizon, it's driving, it's all cars. Who doesn't like racing games? We've got off-road racing, it's got a single-player story. You can race with your friends, you can add your friends easily, you can chat with your friends. You can do the rally racing, and you do more of the Top Gear thing with it. Sorted. Who's that not going to appeal to? 4K, 120 FPS. And I try and do partnerships with LG, like high-end TV manufacturers. Oh my god, talk about lagging. Yeah, I don't know how they could drop the ball so much, because
I'm hot, and you're not.
you guys remember the original Xbox, the first one? It was literally PGR, Halo, for some reason that boat game. What was that boat game? Bloodwake, is that what it was? But that's what Xbox was. Easy to understand as a consumer. Bonk. Maybe I'd also include in the main advertising FIFA, actually, because that's really popular. Ideally, you only want 3 games, but if you had to stretch to 4, I'd stick FIFA in there as a promotional game, because so many people like football. But for the Western, for the European audience, maybe not American audience. Captain well, exactly. It's bizarre, isn't it? Halo was so much Xbox. But you guys remember the N64? When that came out, well, actually, it wasn't when it came out, but like in its main sales tiers, it was Zelda, Ocarina of Time, GoldenEye, and Mario Kart, right? And Mario 64. But basically, you could conceptually think of the N64 as Super Mario, Mario Kart, like Mario 64, Mario Kart, Zelda, and GoldenEye. And those 4 things, those 4 games, also Star Fox, I know later on with the Rumble Pack, but those like 4 or 5 games were enough to like conceptually understand why you'd want to buy an Xbox, an N64. PlayStation, it was like Wipeout, Tomb Raider, and Tony Hawk's was a bit later on, but like, you know. Oh yeah, Resident Evil was, but I wouldn't say it was a really good game on the console. I wouldn't say it was like console defining. You could probably say Gran Turismo, but that was PlayStation 2, wasn't it? It wasn't PS1. Was Gran Turismo on PS1? For PS2, it was definitely Grand Theft Auto. Just Grand Theft Auto. Basically. Nothing else really mattered. PS2. Grand Theft Auto. PS2 was basically just Grand Theft Auto games console. Bright Candle. Yeah, well, but I think something like the Steam Deck really makes sense. Like a portable gaming unit that's... No, I know there's shitloads of games for the PS2, but... I know, but I'm just saying, you could just buy Grand Theft Auto San Andreas and then just play that on the PS2 and be perfectly happy. I know there's loads of PS2 games, like Rez, Shadow of the Colossus, there's loads of them. Black. Tons of it. Oh, bloody Mashed. That was good. I think this is actually, weirdly, the Dreamcast had the same problem that the new Xbox has, in that it was really diluted in its marketing. Even though you had like Shenmue and the Sonic 3D and Jet Set Radio, and there was really good games for it, but from a conceptual point of view, what was the MMO? I can't remember what the MMO was. Hello, Turn One Meatball. Yeah, well, it's because they messed up the marketing. Yeah, but they messed it up with the Sega Saturn. So Sega did the exact same thing with the Sega Saturn. Well, first of all, they did the CD, the Mega CD, and totally messed that up, which didn't make any sense at all. Oh yeah, Phantasy Star Online. And then by the time they did the Sega Saturn, they did exactly the same thing, where it was just totally confusing to the consumer as to why you'd buy a Sega Saturn. Like, what? Am I buying it for a driving game? Am I buying it for, like, oh, Choo Choo Rocket? Well, that makes sense. Oh, Jet Set Radio. Okay, it's a great game, but what? Why? Why would you buy a console for that?
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, well, Richard B, yeah, the games are shit. I think that's the problem. Oh, he needs throttle control. Overrated. Pin it and bin it. Well, weirdly, so you know how both the Xbox and the PlayStation are X32 consoles? So, not X32, you know what I mean? They're like Windows, effectively like normal PCs. So there's no unique reason to buy an Xbox over a PlayStation, realistically. Whereas in the past, you'd be like, oh, a PlayStation 2 is quite drastically different from whatever else. An Xbox was quite different from the PlayStation. X86, that's it. LOL 91 with the win, well done. Nico second, Samzil third, Chedhead fourth, Marov in fifth, myself in sixth, Gimme seventh, Poodling in eighth, Steve ninth, Patrick Panton in 10th. Good driving. The PS3 was a cell processor. Yeah, I don't know what PS2 used. I think it was another mental architecture. I had a Dreamcast. I got it cheap though off someone that was getting rid of it. I was busy skidding around. I mean, I was on my Dreamcast. I would play. I had the Sonic game, but it was shit. Like the first few levels were fine, but then it was the RPG component of it didn't make any sense. The Space Channel 5 was really good fun. Jet Set Radio was really good, and MSR. That's basically all I played on the Dreamcast. Right. Absolutely. No, well, that was a nice quick live stream there of 8 hours. I need to raid someone. I need a break. We found out though with Automobilista 2, with AMS2, the force feedback doesn't fix the physics. It's a very slidey game. Yeah, there you go. Still have fun playing it, but I've yet to experience a force feedback file that makes it not feel mental. Well, we tried it though. We gave it a go. You know, we tried our best. I haven't tried. But haven't tried it with these force feedback settings on the wheel. Have you tried it with this wheel rotation? Have you tried it with a shrine and a candle? Have you tried it whilst banging your head with a keyboard? I was here for the old stream. Breast milk pool. Breast milk pool. Who doesn't like a breast milk pool in the morning? How do you like your cereal in the breast milk pool? The two, how many litres was it? 2 million litres? I don't know, it's a lot of litres of breast milk. Also, we learnt that women produce, per sitting, up to 230 millilitres of breast milk. And that babies need between 800 and 1.2 litres of breast milk a day. So we've learnt a lot that's really useful today. Have I tried the AMS2 custom file on AC? Hang on, what's this? What's this AMS2 custom file on AC? Oh, yeah, I see you're joking. It wouldn't load it, but that would be funny if you could do that. I thought that was a real thing for a minute then. Over 10 million feed-ins to fill a pool. The pool milk would have gone rancid by the time you filled it, though. Right. Let's raid someone on Twitch. Is Red Eye Warrior on? My favourite Assetto Corsa streamer. My favourite motorway driver. It was a fun stream. We had some new members. Oh, Red Eye Warrior is. He's driving it. Well, hang on. He's on a motorway. He's on a British motorway. Where's he driving around? Oh, we know he's playing Euro Truck Sim. We've got the Japanese girl. What's she doing? Yoshimane. Nice that her house didn't fall down. She's always happy. Something wrong with her. She's never negative. I'm going to send you over to Yoshi Mayan. Or do I send you to Red Arm Warrior? Oh, I send you to Red Arm Warrior. We like a bit of Red Arm Warrior. Happy Japanese girl or happy hairy man? Right, I'm sending you to the happy hairy man. Thanks for the game over. Right, happy hairy man. Ah, dear. Happy hairy man. Here we go. Right, thanks for watching on Twitch, guys. I'll see you all. Off to Red Eye you go. Oh, no, it doesn't ever come up. Whenever I try and raid, it's like it. Whenever I try and raid it, it doesn't. There we go. Bye, guys. Bye, Twitchers. Have a good night. I say that like we're actually going there. We've got to wait a minute for it to percolate. It's like making coffee. From bold and moany to hairy and happy. Yeah, but Red Eye Warrior doesn't have breast milk swimming pools, does he? I'd be happy if I had inverted pedals in his sim rig, which is amazing for helicopters. So, you know. Right. Bye-bye, Twitchers. Bye-bye. That's how we say goodbye to Twitch. Goodbye, YouTube, as well. Thanks for clicking the like button. I'll see you guys. Hang on.